God damn it, let's go. That's what I'm talking about, man. You know what it is, man. Heart of the city, man. We go around all New York City area sports, man. But most importantly, man, we are winners, man. The city is back, man. The city is back. The Giants playoff bound. You know what I'm saying? The Nets, despite things going on, they still top of the Eastern Conference. You know what I'm saying? The Knicks right there in the top the eight of the Eastern Conference. You know what I'm saying? The Rangers, the Devils, the Islanders, you know what I'm saying? They both pushing for playoffs in the NHL. You know what I'm saying? And don't forget about the Yankees and the Mets. Free agency still humming. You know what I'm saying? But both teams coming off playoff bursts. So New York is back, man. Get hyped up, man. Let's go. Stop playing, man. Get hyped up. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? But before we get into it, shout out to my two co-hosts, man. My bros, Coach Ed, and my bro NYG Jeffy T, man. How y'all doing?
I'm good. And you?
Doing well. How you guys doing today?
Mm-hmm. So love.
Come on, man. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. Get hyped, man. All right, man. Where y'all want to go, man? Where y'all want to go, man? Where y'all want to start off, man?
Let's start with some
Let
positivity. Let's talk about the New York playoff bound Giants.
There
The,
you
the
go,
real
man.
bit positive. Talk out with the Giants.
There you go,
Talk and
man. You
talk, bro.
you you start the show. Hell nah, you started, Jeffy. Let's
You want
go,
me to
man.
start it? All right, I'll
Yes,
start it.
let's go.
All right, I'll start the show.
I'm gonna mute my
How about
mic.
the New York Giants? All right, I'll say this. How about the New York football Giants, the team that nobody expected to go and be in the position that they're in right now? A team that a lot of people thought would only be a 4 or 5 win team. That's what most of the experts out there said this New York Giants would be. A team that nobody expected much from the quarterback because they couldn't trust him injury wise and they didn't think he was the guy. Or the running back. They didn't think this running back could stay healthy. Or the defense. They thought a lot of these players on this defense were not the guys. They had some talent, but they weren't either able to stay healthy or they weren't able to perform to their draft stock. Shout out to the playoff bound number 6 seeded New York football Giants, who are now on their way to Minnesota to take on the Vikings, a team that we went out there and we should have beaten the last time. A team that we have matchups all over the place to be able to expose that team. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. It's a football game. It's the playoffs. You don't know. Should the Giants go out there and not only perform well, and can they win this football game? You damn skippy they can. Absolutely they can. The Giants have been a team that nobody out there has taken seriously, has believed in, and pretty much are waiting for the shoe to drop. And all the Giants go out there is continue to make the plays and execute the plays necessary and always find ways to win these tough and close-minded games, minus the ass whipping we gave to the Indianapolis Colts a couple of weeks ago. The one thing about the Giants right now that really makes you very positive going to this playoffs, especially, is the coaching staff. The coaching staff right now, all around, and I'm not just talking about the head coach who's done an unbelievable job this year and deserves to be recognized as the head coach of the year. The defensive coordinator who has gone out and has absolutely just reformed this defense into one of the best defenses in the league and has done an excellent job with this defense overall. And the offensive coordinator who, yes, at times we have all had a little bit of issues with his play calling. But for the most part, for a first-year offensive coordinator, he's done a great job. And those positional coaches. Shout out to every single one of them, too. To the quarterback. And I'm not the biggest Daniel Jones fan. Neither is Unpopular Opinion Sports, NYG22. But at the same time, this quarterback has just gone out there. And when his number has been called upon, he either makes the big throws to win games. He makes the big runs to win games. He wills this football team to win games, and he's gone out there and proven to most of this fan base and to this front office and this coaching staff and now the NFL that he is on the precipice of becoming a franchise quarterback. And this running back, who a lot of people didn't believe this guy could stay healthy, has gone out there and has led by example, has put together a tremendous year, stayed healthy every single week, didn't miss a game, minus the ones that they sat out. They would have played if they didn't. And he put up a tremendous season. The defense, you're getting unheralded defensive performances all over the place. From the defensive tackle position, that monster number 97, Sexy Dexy. Yeah, I said it. With the way he is dominated on the defensive line. That defensive end that we picked at number 5, what he has done this year to start making himself into a well-known name, Mr. Kayvon Thibodeau, one of the best young emerging pass rushers in the NFL. The left tackle, what Andrew Thomas has done this year to establish himself as a top-end offensive tackle and left tackle in this league. The New York Giants right now have overexceeded expectations that everybody gave on this team, and they are a team right now going into the playoffs as a very, very, very loose team, a team that just had a hell of a performance with their backups against the Philadelphia Eagles that were playing for the number 1 seed in the NFC, and the Giants played an incredibly competitive game to hold that team to a 6-point victory on an onside kick. The Giants right now are a team that a lot of players, a lot of fans, a lot of experts have to worry about going into this playoffs because they're unpredictable, they're playing loose, and nobody knows what to expect from this football team. They're playing with house money, and that is one of the scariest things to think about when it comes to the New York Giants. Am I going to go out there and say that this team is going to go on a Super Bowl run? No, I'm not saying that. Can this team go on a run? You're damn right they can. The New York Giants have done an excellent job this year. Shout out to the coaching staff. Shout out to the players on this team. Shout out to everybody involved with the New York Giants organization, the general manager, Joe Shane, the assistant general manager, Brandon Brown, Brian Daboll, Wink Martindale, Mike Kafka, all the positional coaches, Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Dexter Lawrence, Andrew Thomas, Julian Love, Xavier McKinney, everybody on this football team. And right now, to finish it off, it is damn good to be a New York Giants fan. Coach, NYG, take it away, bros.
You basically hit it all on the head. I mean, if you see
Good
when we
shit,
started,
Jeffy.
Thank you.
yeah, definitely. When the season started, we never would have. Most Giants fans, let me say it that way, would have never thought we would have been like this in this position. You know, did they want to see some improvement, a competitive team? Yes, but some were complaining of a rookie head coach, never been a head coach, a rookie GM. So, but um, like you said, to take the talent that is on this team and basically get every ounce of talent out of them, the will to compete. They've done a phenomenal job, and all the players buying in. I mean, it's as a New York Football Giant from the past few years, it's definitely a good thing to experience now. Um, and you can only look up now and continue to feel good about where the direction of this organization. And like you said, can they go on a run? Yeah, of course. Anything can happen any given Sunday. But the future is definitely bright. So um, within the next 2 years tops, I think the Giants are going to be running the NFC.
Giants going to the playoffs this year, man. I mean, to the Super Bowl this year, man. Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's me, NYG, Double Deuce, the fan. You know what I'm saying? Because look, Remember, the Cincinnati Bengals last year, nobody picked that squad at all to have any remote chance to go to a Super Bowl. Now, you skin the cat, as they say, mind my expression, but you can do it many different ways. You know what I'm saying? Cincinnati did it with a high powered offense, a passing attack, you know what I'm saying, that rivals some of the best, with Ted Higgins and Burrow and all them cats mixing and everybody else. The Giants have always done it with what? On the defensive side of the football. You know what I'm saying? Primarily, you know what I'm saying, with edge rushers and you know some of the best linebackers that have played the game. So now I'm looking at it like, what's the path? How it play out? How it play out? You know what I'm saying? You got Minnesota. The mat now we can get into the actual preview of the playoffs because this is what we're here to do. We're here to talk about playoffs. Yes. Cue up my man. What was it? The man playoffs? Playoffs. Herm Edwards. You know what I'm saying? We talking about playoffs.
Jim Mora Senior.
Jim Moore, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And Herm Edwards. Look, playoffs. We talking about playoffs now. So if we're talking about the playoffs, the New York Giants versus the Minnesota Vikings. I'm gonna respect Jeffy T and Coach, and I'm not gonna get ahead of myself. You know what I'm saying? We'll save that for later on in the show. But let's just get into the Minnesota Vikings versus the New York Giants because this is our first opponent. We can't do anything until we get past Minnesota. We should not ever overlook our opponents. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about Minnesota is Kirk Cousins. Now, I just had shout out to Raphael, man. Appreciate you, Raphael, man. Appreciate you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Love chopping it up with you on Pat's channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's my guy, man. Raphael, man. Salute to you.
Sorry
Appreciate
about
you,
your
man.
Raiders, bro.
Yeah. I don't want to get into the Raiders. I don't want to spoil the show, but let's talk about this Giants team. So the Giants, right? When we looking at the Giants going into the Minnesota Viking game, the matchup is Kirk Cousins versus our defensive line because in the game that we played them, remember Leo was out and I think Aziz went out that game if I'm not mistaken. So we did not have our full strength of pass rushes. Now, this Super Bowl run is predicated on us being healthy. We, even though we can get by with scrubs, you're not gonna get by with scrubs in the playoffs. I understand that. You can do that in the regular season, but you're not gonna get by with scrubs in the playoffs. So this is predicated on us being fully healthy. Aziz Ojolari and Kayvon Thibodeau is going to give quarterbacks fits, especially a quarterback like Kirk Cousins that does not like to or cannot extend plays. Because see, when you blitz, coach, when you blitz, how do you beat what kind of quarterback is best against the blitz? It's the quarterback that can extend plays, in my opinion. It's two types. The one that can extend plays and the ones that can diagnose where the blitz is coming from in order to read that, in order to get the ball out quick enough to
Mhm.
offset that blitz. Now,
Mhm.
that's what I'm looking at when I'm looking at Kirk Cousins and I'm looking at this Giants defense. It starts on defense with the Giants. It always has. We could talk about the offense later. You know what I'm saying? But our defense is getting healthy. And shout out to because I was just watching that Philly game. Dane Belton, Justin Pinnock, Rodarius
Mhm.
Williams got solid experience. That was a kind of a playoff game for them. That was a playoff,
Mhm.
that was a mini playoff game for those guys because they've been on the bench and they really haven't really got to play a full game. And they got to play a full game against their defensive rival, against their division rivals in a game that
Mhm.
they needed. And those guys have confidence. When you play in sports, the best thing that you have to have is confidence. When you got confidence in sports, you can do anything.
Hmm.
Anything. So Wink, Dable, these guys know what the fuck they're doing. And I'm telling you, it's something cooking there with this coaching staff and with this team. You know what I'm saying? Because this team is balanced. They don't have, and I was just talking on the spaces. Shout out to the spaces. Shout out to E. Shout out to Mello. I don't know if they listening, man. Of course, Big Pat, Big Dash. But look, man, these Giants are unpredictable because they don't what they say our weakness is can actually be our strengths because we don't have a number one receiver, so anybody can get off. Who are you guarding? Who are you paying attention to? Because Richie James can slip loose, Isaiah Hodgins can slip loose. Don't pay attention to Darius Slayton, he can get loose. Saquon Barkley, I want them to incorporate Lawrence Cager in the offense more. So you got a couple different guys that are they world beaters? No, but you don't need a world beater. You need to move the chains. This is football.
Hmm.
So tell me again how this New York Giants team is undermanned or this New York Giants team can't reach the pinnacle of all pinnacles, the heights of all heights, and that's a Super Bowl. Go ahead.
Now, you're right when you say how to attack the blitz. Um, I understand where the blitz is coming from. Being able to move the pocket, yes, those are two important aspects. Getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly. Um, basically attacking the blitz itself. So if they're blitzing from one side, replace the blitz to take that. But many teams don't do that, especially in this day and age. Some teams just they don't know how to pick up and handle a blitz properly. So um, the basic fundamentals are not there. Quarterbacks they don't like pressure in their face, especially a non-mobile quarterback. Um, like Cousins. If you can get him off of his mark, and it makes him that much more inaccurate. So pressure is definitely going to be paramount. Coming from different angles and not being predictable with it. Yes, that's definitely going to be very important. But just like you said, if we can contain the edge and squeeze the middle right into his face, it's going to limit his ability to get away from that blitz, and it's going to not allow him to get the ball to his playmakers. So um, the opportunity is definitely there with this game. The confidence level definitely should be high. No matter what Vegas says, giving um, Minnesota a 3 point, technically, that's really to a certain extent that's props to the Giants because if you're on a neutral site, then that means we're even. So, you
Mm-hmm.
know, um, this is going to be a game that what, with the money on the line, your execution, you have to minimize your mistakes more than anything. Turnovers, penalties, third down, those are going to be key in this game more than ever. You know, um, and that one of the things about Cousins that we all know, and he has proven time and time again, whether it's regular season or in the playoffs, he's turnover prone. So
Yep.
that's what one of the things you should be looking for. If I'm not mistaken, I think he has a turnover in every game this year. So when do you get those
Should have had
turnovers?
about five in the game against the Giants, coach. I was just looking at the film.
Hmm.
There was a
Yeah.
bunch of them
Hmm.
that was called back because of penalty or just
Hmm.
something else. Yeah.
Exactly. So, that's why it's, very important to capitalize on those turnovers and also the situation. If they're moving the ball, do you break that by taking the ball away from them, or do you create a short field and make it easy for the offense to at least get some points? So all of that adds up. And come playoff time, everything is intensified. And ultimately, it comes down to the mental fortitude of the teams. The coaches can prepare you. We can do everything. Fans can cheer for you, support you, whatever. But when you got on that field, it's those 11 guys, nobody else. Not your sideline, not the fans, nobody. It's just those 11 guys, and you have to be mentally strong enough to handle that more than anything. So, but I have confidence based on the way this team has played this year, for quote unquote such a talentless team to be where we are. That speaks volumes to the mental fortitude of this team. Also, go ahead, Jeff.
True that, man. Shout out to my man Big Fan Breezy. Of course, man, you already know, bro. We're gonna get into the Brooklyn Nets, man, but we gotta hash out this NFL playoff thing, man. And I got a lot of topics to talk about, man. Just because look, man, New York City, we're heart of the city, but what are we about? We're about backing the teams that are winners. You know what I'm saying? This Giants team is in the playoffs. You know, shout out to the Brooklyn Nets, New York Knicks. Hopefully they'll make the playoffs. Yankees and Mets were in the playoffs. We were talking about them. So, but let's get into the Giants. Let's get into this playoff preview. We could talk about some of the other teams too. I know it's harder to city, but still, it's a playoff atmosphere. So let's get into it, man. Shout out once again to Raphael, who just subscribed, man. Definitely,
Mhm.
he's part of the heart of the city, man. All y'all subscribers, man, y'all part of the heart, man. Y'all would make this show beat. You know what I'm saying? And this is what we do here. So but real quick, man, there are reports coming out now that uh Mr. Daniel Jones is up for a contract. Also, you got some things coming out about Mike Kafka getting some interviews, possibly Wink Martindale getting some interviews. But right now, just where this Giants team is, you know, I have to say I'm not too worried about losing Kafka, but for the culture of this defense, I do want Wink Martindale here. I feel like he's our Spags. That's how I feel about Wink. He's our Spagnola. He's the guy that's going to Brian Dable's going to hold the team together like Coughlin did. You know what I'm saying? And even back in the day when you go to Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick, who was the defensive coordinator. You know what I'm saying? The Giants have always found that crazy pairing of a mastermind of a defensive coordinator and a head coach that can get the most out of his players. Tom Coughlin did it. Brian Dable's doing it, and of course, the GOAT Bill Parcells did it back in the 80s and 90s. So, what do you think about the coaching carousel that's going on right now? And we could sprinkle in a little bit of Jets talk if you want to, because I think Robert Saleh is safe, but there are reports that he may be on a hot seat. So, what's your thoughts on the coaching carousel, real quick, man, as it relates to the Giants and the Jets?
Well, in terms of the Giants, nobody should be honestly shocked that both Mike Kafka and Wink Martindale are going to get interviews from other teams for their head coaching vacancies. When you see a team that nobody predicted to be in the position they are in right now, and the way that on offense, I think you're underselling a little bit Mike Kafka. NYG, I think that Mike Kafka would be a pretty big loss if we lose him because he is a young offensive coordinator that has been playing with not a lot of his own pieces, and this guy has a lot of room to grow. So I would not want to lose either one of these guys. I think they're both incredibly valuable to this team, and they help out Brian
Just
Dable
think
in this
about
whole
Shea
coaching.
Tierney, though.
Yeah,
That's the
but
only reason.
Shea Tierney is a quarterbacks coach. No, I
I
don't know
know
what he's gonna be like as an OC. Kafka's already shown he could
that's
be
true.
a really good young OC. He just doesn't have all his players. Imagine what this guy can
Mhm.
do with a more solid offensive line and better wide receivers out there. So I think Kafka is one of the best young minds in the NFL, and I think teams are looking at a guy like Kafka
I agree.
as potentially the next, Kevin O'Connell, the next Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, one of those like young,
Mm-hmm.
brilliant offensive minds that could take the league by storm as a head coach. And Wink, I mean, losing Wink would be a devastating blow to this defense. He's obviously going to get opportunities to be a head coach as much as we don't want it to happen. He's going to get opportunities because of what he's done with this defense and because he's a brilliant defensive mind. I don't know if it's going to happen this year. I'm leaning right more towards. I've always thought that the one that would go first would probably be Kafka because of the fact the NFL is more of a offensive league and they're looking
Mm-hmm.
for those next great young offensive coordinators. That's why I always thought in the back of my mind, if the Giants' offense improved, Kafka's name would start being circled in the news as potentially being a head coach. So, I mean, I'm not surprised, especially with Daniel Jones, his improvement. Kafka has part to do with that, along with Shea Tierney and Dayball. Same thing with Saquon Barkley and some of those offensive playmakers, like the wide receivers. And I'm going to shout out to the wide receiver coach, too. Grow, he's done a really good job with those wide
True.
receivers. So shout
Yep.
out to him. But yeah, I'm not really surprised. I figured teams would start looking at our coaching staff and trying to pluck them off our team because of the fact we've been a team that's a lot of ways we've overachieved. In terms of the Jets, see, the Jets is a weird one because is the coach tied to whatever happens with Zach Wilson? I mean, there's reports varying all over the place that Salah is on the hot seat right now with the Jets, but you hear that the Jets don't want to give up, blow up another regime, another head coach goes after 2 years, or they get rid of a quarterback after 2 years. So I don't know. I think the best course of action, as crazy as it sounds and as unlikely as it should be, I think the best course of action is to keep Salah and keep Zach Wilson and get yourself a new offensive coordinator. Unless you believe in, Mike LaFleur, they need somebody that can get the most out of this kid because I just don't think that they're going to be ready to give up on Zach Wilson yet. I think they're still going to want to try to get something out of Wilson next year. So I think the best course of action is to keep Salah for at least another year, as well as the quarterback. Get a better offensive line, keep improving, the defense, maybe get you another
Mm-mm.
veteran quarterback
Mm-mm.
that could help out and
Mm-mm.
see what's going to happen going forward. But there's rumors all over the place. I mean, Arizona, you could see here Kafka or Wink Martindale potentially getting an interview with Arizona. I mean, you still have Indianapolis they can get an interview with. Obviously, Kafka's already getting an interview with the Texans and the Panthers. So, am I shocked? No, and no Giants fans should be shocked at all that teams are going to come towards our coaching staff because of the job that they've done this year and look to potentially, hire one of these guys as their next head coach. But I have the confidence that we have some guys in the organization that could fill in nicely. If Kafka goes, you can promote Shea Tierney to offensive coordinator. And if, God forbid, Wink Martindale does end up leaving, maybe you promote Patterson to a defensive coordinator, or Jerome Henderson. So we'll see.
Yo, bro. I put the link in the Big Blue Crew chat, man. If you want to hop on, Big Bro Lou. Shout out to G Nation, man. You know what I'm saying? Inside Sports, man. Part of the
What's up,
Big Blue
Lou?
Crew. You already know. But yeah, I don't look. This how I see it, man. I think Kafka's a year early. I think he has to build a little bit of a resume. I think he got a couple guys ahead of him. Think about what the coach in Detroit. Look what he put on film. Ben Johnson. I've been asking this dude's name in a couple chats. You know what I'm saying? But
He's terrific. He's a
he
terrific
he's
young.
good, man. So I mean, I think you got guys like that that are probably a little bit ahead of Kafka. But if you look at that, Ben Johnson, if you look at some of the other guys that are ahead of him, I think he's got to wait a little bit. It's different with Wink Martindale, though. I think Wink can get a job if he wants it, but I think it may have passed him by a little bit. I kind of feel like that. I kind of feel like he's the perfect defensive coordinator to lead the Giants, man. He's the next Spagnola. I keep telling y'all that. He's gonna lead us to multiple Super Bowls. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I hear you, Lou, man. Yeah, pause, bro. But that's what I think, man. And I think, yeah, I think Wink's happy here. You know what I'm saying? He's good, man. He's good money, man. I think Kafka will lose Kafka probably next off season. I think the Giants offense, when they get let's talk about it. Let's open up the conversation. DeAndre Hopkins. They trying to get rid of him. We already been talking about T. Higgins. So some of these wide receivers, like you say, Jeffy, somebody always shakes loose. Some of these wide receivers are shaking loose. Give Daniel Jones a DeAndre Hopkins. Maybe the Giants is putting up 30 points a game. And if that happens, and Daniel Jones does turn into one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, Kafka's gone. But right now, they're not there yet. They're moving in that direction, but I think he's getting an interview out of respect. It's like it's kind of like when you do good in whatever, you know what I'm saying? You get an invite, or to participate in a tournament or something. And that's kind of what the NFL coaching carousel is like. It's kind of like a tournament, you know what I'm saying? Who's better than who? And they go and everybody goes to the interviews and this person gets eliminated, that person gets eliminated, yada yada yada, and then as the wheels turn, somebody ends up, you know, not with a coaching job, and some people do. So I think that's kind of how it is, and I think there's a couple more guys out there with better resumes than Mike Kafka right now. Not undermining Kafka, but I think he's a year early. Could a team surprise and pull a trigger? Eh, yeah, you know. Um, Houston, they're crazy enough to do anything. That team is bugging right now. And Arizona, I don't know what's going on with them either. But outside of them two, I don't think Carolina is going to do that. You know, um, I mean, look, man, we have to respect the fact that, like you said, we do have interest in our coaches because our coaching staff has been that fucking good this year. They've been that good. Facts. But go ahead.
Well, you said
Coach.
it. Yeah, I'm here. You said it. You said it earlier. Um, the one Kafka is not going anywhere. Sorry, I don't see him. He's more of the scratch and sniff right now. And what I mean by that, if you're old school, you know about the old little perfume packs where you scratched and sniffed to see if you wanted to purchase it. Well, that's what's going to happen. He'll get the interviews. Teams are going to scratch, sniff, get a feel for him, give him another year to see, how he does. He's shown that with a less talented team, he can do things. But when you have star power, certain stars are divas. They're divas. That's another factor. How do you handle divas? Dable has the personality to handle any type of personality coming from the players. I don't know Kafka too well because I haven't seen him in front of the camera too much. He seems very mild mannered, very smart. Um, but you may want to see a little bit more, because the head coach also, it's not just about coaching the team. You're the face of the organization. You're the one talking to the public. So you also have to have, and you have to develop that. If one of the coordinators, and I'm talking about all three of them, special teams inclusive, out of those three, Wink is the one that I think will go. He's a veteran, he's experienced, he's well known, he knows his business inside and out. He's a hell of a coach. He's a hell of a coach. He's the one that I think would leave first. But they're all getting the looks because of what this team has done with the talent level in comparison to many of the other teams across the NFL. because they have done a masterful job in terms of coaching. So, but ultimately, to be brutally honest, I'm not worried about either of them any of them leaving. I think they're all here. They're all three of them are going to be here and rocking and rolling and ready to take this team to another level and get some Super Bowls. Get a Super Bowl or some Super Bowls. Whether it's this year, or whether it's next year, or even the year after that. But that's ultimately, and I don't think
What
that
you
they're
think
going
about the DeAndre Hopkins thing, Coach? You think D Hop is
to.
somebody they should pull the trigger on? He's available.
Right. No, okay. Okay. There's more just to do a trade, just to, the fan, of course, the fan of me saying, yeah, hell yeah. But you know
Hmm.
me. I'm going to look at everything. I'm going to look at first and foremost, do they think that they can coach him and he fit into the system? I think he can. Please don't think I'm saying that he doesn't. I think he can. He can adjust and he's a vet and he can fit in. But you never know until you sit down and you talk to him and really see where his head is first and foremost. Second of all, it is going to be the money. I mean, I do think Shane will work his magic. I don't really think it's going to be that major, but I mean, I've seen conflicting reports. Some say he's around 19, 20 mil. One said he's 27 mil. Okay, whatever. They'll figure it out in that regard. But you also still had, don't forget, we still got to sign DJ. We still got to sign. You make that move because once you sign him, that contract pulls that money off the books. So it lessens it. So your
Hmm.
first responsibility is DJ, and then where do you evaluate between Saquon or getting a big time receiver like that? But if you can work it out, yeah, get him definitely. The other factor is Kenny G. I mean, that contract could also be a factor that may stop them immediately unless they can work out some other things, whether it's, because remember, right now you get the most value post June with his contract. Anything prior to that, it lessens the salary cap and you get more dead cap money on the books. So
D
it's
Hop has 2 years and $34.36 million left on his contract, and he wants a
okay.
new deal.
Okay, so there you go. So I mean, now if you give him a new deal, then that can also lessen some of the money up front.
Right,
you know
right,
so
exactly.
so I mean, yeah, there's, like I said, there's ways around it. It can be done. I'm not saying it can't. I mean, if you can get them, go get them. Now the other factor, that I have to, it's just like negotiations, I have to factor it in, is his age. I mean, he's 30 years old. T Higgins is much younger than that. Right now he
Yeah,
costs less
but
money.
it's
So
about availability, though.
no,
You don't, yeah,
I
you know what I'm
agree.
saying.
I
If
agree.
T
Don't get
Higgins
me wrong.
available, I'm with you. He's the top option.
That's my point. So it's right now, if I'm the GM, because now I'm thinking like a GM, okay, I see he's available. Yes, do I make a call and see if there's some type of interest in starting to see if we can work something out? Yeah, of course. But in the same token, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can kill me if y'all want. He's not my number one target. He's just not. It's always been and always will be T. Higgins. It will
Hmm.
always be T. Higgins. He can do a lot of the same things he can do, and he's younger. Yeah, their skill sets are slightly
Who's the
different.
better route runner?
Probably Hopkins, but that's because he's a veteran too. I
Yeah.
mean, he's what, 6 years older than him, 7 years older than
Mhm.
him. So I mean, he's been in the league a lot longer. So yeah, he's going to definitely
Cause
be a
that's what
bit.
I'm looking at with DJ. I'm looking at guys that can run good routes and know how to be in that particular spot.
So
And
can
I know
T.
T
Higgins.
Higgins can do that too. I
Hmm.
understand that. You know what I'm saying. But given the situation, given the price it may cost to get one T Higgins versus a DeAndre Hopkins, you know what I'm saying, and also given the fact that, like we said, you got to pay these guys. So who's going to cost you more,
Well, you
in
don't
the
know.
long run?
Right now, if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to say Hopkins is going to cost you more, and here's why.
Over, but
Here's
when
why.
you, okay, I mean, right now in the contract, yeah, but I'm saying you gotta extend these guys when you trade for them. You know that, coach.
Yes, no, I know that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. It's not even about the contract or anything else right now in that regard. Didn't Arizona's GM step down?
Yes, he did.
So
Yeah.
He did. He did. He
you
did
don't
step
know
down.
who the new GM is going to be. So that's also another factor. Who's going to be the GM to take over, and what is his mindset? Is he going to say, "No, I want a number one draft pick for D Hopkins"?
He ain't getting it.
Whether he gets it or not, that's not the point. The point I'm making is you don't know who's leading that organization right now. So yeah, that's probably the owner saying that. If I'm not mistaken, that was the owner that said that they wanted D Hopkins or they're open to trading him. So
I think so.
so the
Let
owner's not
me.
the one that's going to work the trade. He's just putting it out there that they're open to it to. So when they get a new GM,
Yeah. Owner plans express this
Well,
to GM candidates.
it makes sense because the fact that your quarterback is going to miss a good amount of the season. You're going to have a new head coach. You have a new
hmm
you have a new GM coming in, and they probably want to shed some salary after giving Kyler that big
hmm
contract in the off season. So D Hop would be the one of the top guys.
and you're going to want to get something because basically you're blowing up the franchise. That's really what they're doing. In some regards, they're blowing up their franchise. So if they're doing that, they're going to want to. What you're saying is true. Yes, you're not going to get because we're saying we would probably give up a number two for T Higgins. I think you said in the past you would give up a three for Hopkins. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
3.
If you can get a three,
And
give
you
up a
got
three
two
for
of them.
Hopkins.
You know what I'm saying?
If you can give up a three for Hopkins, do it. Done deal. But I'm factoring in everything. First and foremost, who's the GM? Because that's the one that you're going to have to sit down and negotiate with. Is it a young, dumb, fresh guy coming into it? Then you might be able to hustle and bustle him. But if it's a veteran guy who's been around, what does his track record say? So I mean, it's great talk. Yeah, I love it. If you can get him for a third round, there you go. All right, you won't hear me complain about T Higgins anymore. But if I have my choice, I'm going T Higgins because he's younger and he's going to cost you less money right now than D Hop.
What's your thoughts on this, Jeff? Get in there, man.
I'm sort of the same way as Coach. If it came down to it, I would rather go after T. Higgins. He's younger. He's got a little bit more explosiveness to him. Hopkins has struggled the last couple of years with injuries. I mean, he is getting up there in age. He's a perennial Hall of Fame receiver. Obviously, he'd be that. He'd be like that Hakeem Nicks role type of wide receiver, or
Mm,
Plexico Burst, that guy that can go on the sidelines and pluck the ball out of the air and make you like those jump ball, hard nosed catches, but he's not really a guy that creates a lot of separation. I mean, he can because he's a very good route runner, but he's not like a T Higgins who can just burn right by you and use his speed. And he's also T Higgins is younger and he's also a bigger receiver too on the outside. He's pretty much a faster version than what we got in Kenny Galladay and Isaiah Hodgins. So T Higgins would be the least less more expensive guy, but also you have to factor in T. Higgins is probably going to command a contract with the trade because he's going to get paid after this year. He's going to be a free agent in 2024. So he's going to be commanding a
mm,
deal. So you have to
true,
factor in
true.
that too, because if you want to trade for T. Higgins, you're most likely going to be committing a long term salary with him too on that trade. So then that's going to factor in plans of maybe extending
Mm,
Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, Dexter Lawrence, Andrew Thomas, Julian Love, Xavier McKinney, whoever's on this team that you want to try to give a contract to, as well as other players that you want to look at in the offseason. Whereas Hopkins, he already has a pretty decent sized salary, and you'd have to take that on too. I mean, if we're building a team that is in a window to win a Super Bowl, Hopkins is probably the better short-term move because he's going to probably be a good receiver in the next 2-3 years. He is what 31, 30, like 30, 31 now. So you figure he's going to
mhm,
start tailing off a little bit in the next couple of years. So that's when usually wide receivers start, their play starts reducing and when they're around 30, 31, 32. And in terms of Higgins is more of a long term guy. So if you're going to trade for Higgins, it's a guy that you're going to be expecting to be here as part of the long term. So it's tough. because both those guys are going to command. Both those guys are going to be on the salary. So either way, you're going to be paying for the wide receiver you trade for, which is starting to make me believe, just thinking about the past couple of days, that we might be going to look for a number one in the draft. So if I had to pick, I'd probably want Higgins more. I agree with Coach. I'd want the longer term guy, the younger guy, the guy that you can, probably utilize more in the offense going forward. Hopkins, to me, as great as he is, as fantastic as he is, to me, he's more of a short term fix because he is 30, 31, and now he's starting to have injury issues past couple of years, as great as he is. So, yeah, I'm probably going to want Higgins if I want to trade. It's just he's probably going to command a little bit more money than Hopkins is going to have on his salary right now, but that's the kind of price you got to pay if you want to get a good receiver.
Yeah, and I actually agree with y'all. I would rather have T. Higgins, but DeAndre Hopkins is intriguing. One, because of the price. Um, Two, because as I pointed out, Daniel Jones, his skill set, he likes the guys that can run precise, crisp routes. Hopkins fits that mold. He's a veteran, and I just think he's a baller, man. You know what I'm saying? As is T. Higgins, you know what I'm saying? But we don't know the situation with Cincinnati as well, if they're gonna even have T. Higgins available. We know DeAndre Hopkins is available right now. So if you got to make a move, make a move. You know what I'm saying? But let's talk about the playoffs.
Okay.
Let's get into these playoff matchups. And we're gonna go around the league here. You know what I'm saying? So tap in, you know what I'm saying? This is a football show, you know what I'm saying? But it's Heart of the City. We definitely gonna get into a lot of the NBA things that are going on. Some of these things I heard in these Knicks chats, some of these things going on with Kevin Durant and this injury thing, people panicking. So we're gonna get into all that. But let's talk about the NFL playoffs, man, for a little bit here, man. Let's get into it. So Seattle versus San Francisco. I want to kind of throw a little mini preview out there, and then we'll give a quick prediction. I'm looking at this as Seattle is good story, good good job, Geno Smith, good job, Pete Carroll, the rest of the squad, but it this is where it stops. Seattle definitely has a chance to upset San Francisco because it's a division game, you know. But looking at San Francisco, the way they play and the defense of Seattle that have had trouble stopping the running game, I think San Francisco can come out there and kind of hide their little rookie quarterback, Brock Purdy, because I'm not buying the hype. I'm sorry. So, but I think in this game they get by. I got San Francisco in this game. Who y'all got?
Well, to me, it's not even about the quarterback. The reason why I think San Francisco is going to win this game is because of the trenches. And that's the reason why San Francisco, to me, is the scariest team in the NFC right now. It's because of the trenches. Because that team might be the most dominant team right now on the offensive and the defensive line going into this NFC playoff. As even with a rookie 7th round pick, that offensive line on San Francisco can bully their way over that Seattle Seahawks young defensive line. And remember, this is a key right here. Seattle's got 2 rookie tackles, Charles Cross and Cornelius Lucas, going up against Nick Bosa and Arik Armstead. And Geno Smith might be on the run for a lot of that time. You're talking about 2 of the better pass rushers in the NFC going up against 2 rookie offensive tackles. That right there is going to be the matchup of that game. Is can those 2 offensive tackles be able to hold up long enough to give Geno Smith the time to be able to find DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, or run the ball to Kenneth Walker, throw it to Noah Fant, etc. But I just believe that San Francisco is going to win this game, not because of their playmakers, not because of their quarterback, but because of those trenches. The offensive and defensive line is going to dictate that game. I think San Francisco is going to win that game by at least 2 touchdowns.
San Francisco.
Coach, get in there.
San San Francisco. It's nothing for me to talk about.
See?
Is it like that? Y'all really writing off Seattle?
Do you think that Charles Cross,
Yeah.
be real, do you think that Charles Cross and Cornelius Lucas are going to be able to handle Nick Bosa?
Hell no.
Exactly. That's the difference.
Jeff, everything Jeff said is so true. It's
See?
on point. And I would have given Seattle a better chance because on the flip side, they do have a veteran quarterback, even though he is a journeyman, and you are putting Mr. Irrelevant into the playoff. It's now one or done. So the pressure is intensified. I do think the quarterback play is going to come into play, but San Francisco is too smart, and they are very creative in the run game,
Mm-hmm.
extremely creative in that run game. And I think that's where they're going to really attack Seattle is in the run game. Because remember, Seattle, other than for the most part, Seattle has had trouble stopping the run. They
Mm-hmm.
really have. So if I'm San Francisco, that's how I'm attacking them. And I'm going to pound the rock right down their damn throat. I'm going to make them choke on the run.
Pause.
No,
Pause.
I mean that. They're going to choke. I meant it exactly how I said it. They're going to choke. They're going to be coughing and vomiting everything that San Francisco rams down their damn throat. I don't think Seattle is going to be able to handle that, and especially when it comes to playoff time. And just like Jeff said, you have rookies at the offensive tackle spots. Now you got to factor in the crowd too, because now the
Yes.
crowd is going to really intensify. It's not Seattle 12th man in terms of that type of noise, but San
Mhm.
Francisco, their fan base can get loud out there, and it's going to affect them. And you're going to see a couple of penalties, maybe one for a false start that's going to lead to a couple of holding penalties because then they're going to be too rattled. So, you know, 14 points, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can actually see more. I mean,
I was being nice, by the way,
they
Coach. I
just
was being
they just
nice.
they just bitch slaps the Cardinals this past weekend, and I think they were toying with them.
Yes.
So you
Cardinals
know,
are bad though. That's a
And by
bad
the
team.
way,
yes, yes.
Debo Samuel and Elijah Mitchell are both back. So add those two with the weapons they already have.
So it's this game, and I'm gonna put it to you like this. This is the other reason why I think that the NFL is smart. They put this game on. This is a West Coast team, and they put this game on first because they don't
Mm-hmm.
want to lose people while the playoffs is going.
Yeah, because it's
Get it
gonna be
on
a massacre.
exactly.
Yeah,
Get
this could
rip
be TCU in Georgia.
basically.
God damn.
Yes, you just rip the
Yeah.
band-aid off, get it over with fast, and just keep it moving. And
And shout
that's
out
why.
to Georgia too, man. While we on it, man. Shout out. I don't want to dismiss college football. I know coaches tapped into that.
That was brutal
Georgia
last night.
I mean, good
Whew,
God, man. And this is why I get turned off by college football. Because that should not be on TV. That was a butt whooping. I mean, come on now.
yes, yes.
I don't want to watch that shit. I
No, I
don't.
get it. I get it. I get it. To be brutally honest, the Big Ten
They
screwed
gotta
up
do something
because
about that. Yeah.
Michigan screwed up. Michigan would have been a better watch. I'll be honest with you. Michigan would have been a better
Yes.
watch.
Yeah, I
If
agree. Even
Michigan has a
Ohio
damn
State.
yes, then that when they played Ohio State, that was the better game.
Yeah.
That was a
Mm-hmm.
better game. Oh, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
sorry. Let me just say this, Jeff. Too, as you saw, I said it earlier. Yesterday, I said something incorrectly. Because I had said that there was a game for a national championship back in 1916, where Georgia Tech beat Cumberland 222 to nothing as the all-time worst championship game. That was actually a regular season game. So I stand
Okay.
corrected. So that was it. So back to what we were just talking about. No, I understand what you're saying, NYG. I get it. and most fans are like that too. I mean, I can't lie. It was hard for me to watch that last night because,
Yeah, man.
and I love college football, but it just you could tell
And I
TCU
feel
just.
bad for those kids, man. I mean,
Yeah.
that's embarrassing, man.
But on the
On
flip
national
side,
TV.
on the flip side, what that does is it makes those kids hungry. I do think TCU is going to, after getting over this, and Sonny Dykes is going to do a good job because what most people don't realize, Sonny Dykes was a first year head coach with that team. They
Hmm.
were 4-8
True.
the year before. So to go from 4-8 to the national championship game, that does speak to volumes to they do have a good program there.
Hmm.
You want to belittle the Big 12? Okay, you're not going to hear me argue that. I mean, the Big 12 is not one of the cream of the crop conferences right now, but TCU is definitely a good team. I do think they were more of a deer in the headlights, and things just spiraled out of control, and they lost their confidence. And Georgia knew it, and Georgia was the better team, and they said, you know what, we're going to put you to rest and we're just going to toy with you. And when you're dealing with 18, 19, 20, 21 year old young men, it's easy to crack that will. So, but yeah, but congrats to Georgia. You know,
Yeah, man.
Andrew, Tony, your boys did their thing. But back to the NFL and the
Good
playoffs.
stuff, man. Good stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I look at Georgia's defense, man, and hey,
Mhm.
I mean, we could use some of those cats
I, I,
on our
I,
squad.
I think that defense could shut down a lot of teams or several teams in the NFL.
Facts.
Man,
Facts.
they are nice.
Hmm.
No
Hmm.
cap, yo. They are nice, man.
What you call number 88, just brutally driving two
Alexander.
offensive,
Wow. Yeah.
mm.
just driving them straight into the backfield. That's once you really develop him into an
What's
NFL
good,
player.
bookends? What's good,
Mm,
bookends?
What's up,
what's up?
Bookends?
What's up, Book?
He's in
Shout
a
out to
good mood. He's
bookends.
he's a Georgia guy, so he's
Mm,
really
Yeah,
happy.
man. You heard what he say? He said, "Go dogs." You heard
Yeah, he's
he
he's really
hmm
happy. He enjoyed
he
that
Now,
ass
fired
whooping
up.
last
and
night.
now here's the other thing here, because they were talking about that this morning on was it Get Up or yeah, it was Get Up. Um, no one has ever repeated in college football in a championship, not even the almighty Alabama. And if Georgia can do that, they are definitely um, one of the all-time best teams if they can do that, because that's big in college football. You can do that in a lot of other sports. You can't do
Hmm.
that in football, not especially college football. You cannot do that.
Facts.
And they're right now. It's hard for me to see anyone beating them, even if they have a new quarterback coming in. It's just hard for me to see anyone beating them. I mean, and you look at their schedule next year. Their toughest game might be at Tennessee next year. That might be it. Maybe Florida because they always play and they play each other tough and it's at a neutral site. But they don't play Alabama, so I don't even think they play LSU. So it's like they only would have to face one of those two in the SEC championship. So it might be a three-peat. So it'll be
Mm,
interesting. So I'm going to be definitely on that next year. So
Yeah, they
big
took
time
a
facts, man.
the coach. They
Bookends
took they
agree
they,
with you. He
they took
says
that
three
triple
P.
pounding, right, bro?
Stop it, Jeffy.
Coach knows
oh
what I'm talking about.
yeah, I do. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
yeah, that's true.
yeah,
Yeah,
crazy, man.
Sorry, my
All
bad.
right, let's
it was a
let's
nice
get
getting it done.
into LA charges in Jacksonville. Now, this is a game that can get a little spicy because I think them Jacksonville Jaguars, man. I've been what I'm saying, on the Jacksonville Jaguars train
Hmm.
since it took off this season. I predicted them to be my sleeper team in that division. They ended up coming out on top of the division, and
Hmm.
Trevor Lawrence and the Doug Peterson pairing has definitely um you know took off, and think about Evan Ingram, think about Christian Kirk, think about Zay Jones, who I had on my fantasy team. Shout out to him, man. He got me he got me in the playoffs. So let's shout out to Zay Jones, man. He got me in the fantasy playoffs when some of my guys got hurt. But Jacksonville has definitely been on point this whole season, man. Against the Chargers, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Personally, I don't fucking like the Chargers. And maybe it's because of Eli Manning and hit that whole ordeal, or maybe it's just because I think they're the Dallas Cowboys of the West Coast. They have all these lofty expectations. They supposed to be good. They get all the talent, just loaded, pause, with talent every year, and they don't do shit. They're frauds. They're imposters. And I think Jacksonville, I think they lunch meat, man. I'm going Jacksonville, man. What y'all got for me?
Well, here's a key note. The Chargers are designating left tackle Rashawn Slater from injured reserve. That is a monster addition. We all know what that kid did last year. One of the best young left tackles in the NFL. So that's a major return for the Chargers, getting him back at left tackle. So that will help them out. But, I mean, first off, shout out to Evan Ingram. I don't care. I'm happy for the dude. I'm glad he's going out there and succeeding. I'm not one of those Giants fans that's bitter.
Me too, Jeffy.
I'm not bitter. I'm happy to see him going out there and succeeding. I've always liked Evan Ingram. I mean, of course, he drove me nuts, like he drove all of us nuts. But I'm happy to see him succeeding and being in the playoffs. But the thing with this one, the one matchup that concerns me the most, if I'm the Jacksonville, well, actually, the one thing that concerns me the most about Jacksonville is they're a young team, and they're getting into the bright lights. Like the bright lights with a young team, especially a young quarterback.
Yeah.
Like Trevor Lawrence
thinking about
Travis Etienne, all these guys. That's the one thing that concerns me. No. But I mean, the thing is, though, that's the thing that makes them scary. Much like the Giants, that's the thing that makes Jacksonville scary, is because they're unpredictable too.
They're a little bit different than the Giants, though. You know what I'm saying? Because Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, these cats are seasoned NFL guys. They just haven't been in the playoffs yet. But they got coaches that been to the playoffs, so they're going to be under the right tutelage.
So does Jacksonville, though. They have a Super Bowl winning head coach.
They're a lot younger than us, though. A lot of those guys are rookies or second-year players.
It doesn't matter, NYG. The reason why is because they have a coach. They have a coach. And remember, Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley and those guys. Yeah, Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley are seasoned players, but remember, they're going into their first playoffs too. Same thing with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what the hell these guys are going to do. They're unpredictable. Travis Etienne is a terrific young running back. Trevor Lawrence is molding himself into a franchise quarterback before our eyes. Christian Kirk, who every single one of us crapped on for being a ridiculous signing, the amount of money he had, he's 1,000+ yard receiver. Marvin Jones, still getting it done. Zay Jones.
So who you got?
I'm getting there. I like Josh Allen. I like Trayvon Walker. I'm going with Jacksonville. I'm taking Jacksonville on this because I don't trust the Chargers. I don't know why. I just don't trust the Chargers. I'm afraid like the shoe is going to drop with this team, and they're going to do something. Plus, if I had to pick between the head coaches, I'm going to take Doug Peterson any day of the week and a million times on Sunday over a rookie in Brandon Staley. So I'm definitely going with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and it has a lot to do with the coaching. A Super Bowl winning head coach can really do a lot for a team that is coming into the playoffs with a lot of young, inexperienced players. So I'm going with Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
It's Jacksonville. Really?
Mm-hmm.
We agree. We're okay.
Now, there's one other thing. Isn't Mike Williams? Wasn't he dinged? Wasn't he hurt?
Yeah, but it sounds like he's going to play. It sounds like
he's going to play, but I mean, that could become a factor.
Yeah.
You're
And
right.
that does still
Yeah,
concern
because
me.
they did that in the last game, a meaningless game.
Mm-hmm.
They put them guys out there, you know what I'm saying? And thankfully, our coaches, no matter me, guys like Big Dash, we all wanted to play the starters, you know what I'm saying? But thankfully, Brian Dable's a coach and not a fan, and he did not listen to the fans and he set his starters because that is going to be a disaster for
Mm-hmm.
the Chargers, man. And shout out to you, Jeffy, man, because the coach is definitely the suspect. I do not like that coach. And I
Neither
think
do
he's
I.
going to end up getting fired, man, because this team has too much talent to be where they are. But let's move on. Miami and Buffalo. Miami, Buffalo. This is easy for me. Buffalo.
Are we really going to talk about that?
Buffalo. No,
Yeah.
I'm going Buffalo. I'm just saying I don't have to explain it. It's
Mm-mm.
obvious talent, the momentum, just the vibe. It's all pointing Buffalo's way. This is a layup for them against Miami, a division opponent that they know and they're not gonna have their starting quarterback. What else can you say? But
Mm-hmm.
go ahead,
Mm-hmm.
predictions,
They're the
Jeff.
team of death. They're the team of destiny. That's why I've just been saying it. Right now, they have it all. So it's not even a question for me. I'm sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
I feel the same exact way as you two, Coach. I mean, I think Buffalo is the team of destiny too, especially everything that just happened last
mm-hmm,
Monday and the way that
mm-hmm,
this team is hungry after what happened to them the past couple of years. Yeah,
mm-hmm,
Buffalo Bills are the team of destiny this year, and I think that they're going to start out with a whitewashing of the
mm-hmm.
Miami Dolphins, especially without Tua and obviously without Bridgewater. Yeah, I'm going with Buffalo every day of the week and a million times on Sunday.
Facts. So Baltimore versus Cincinnati. Now, to me, this one is a little bit interesting because I can see a path for Baltimore, but is Lamar playing? Do we have any update on that? Because that changes everything. Lamar Jackson being out there changes everything. If he's playing, I give Baltimore a good chance for upset here. If he's not, obviously Cincinnati's going to win. So Jeffy, the reporter, do you have
Mm-hmm.
any? Do you know anything about Lamar playing or not?
Well, I think Lamar's going to play regardless. I mean, even if
Mhm.
he has to gut it out, he's going to play. There's no way Lamar Jackson is not going to play in this game with it being the playoffs because he has all off season to rehab that injury. So I think he's
Mhm.
going to be out there on the field. Maybe not 100%, but he will play. In terms
Okay.
of the game, Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati, other than Buffalo, I think besides the 49ers and the Giants, the Cincinnati Bengals have been the hottest team in the NFL. Nobody's talking about the Bengals and how this team
Mhm.
just keeps ripping off win after win after win after win. Burrow is probably one of the underrated MVP candidates this year. Jamar Chase comes back from injury and just keeps playing like Jamar Chase. Same thing with T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd. You're getting Joe Mixon going again. Obviously, their offensive line is a little bit of a concern still because they did lose Lyle Collins for the season. My key is going to be what's the health and status of Trey Hendrickson and Sam Hubbard, their defensive ends, because both of them got banged up towards the end of the season. I believe Hubbard's got a ankle injury, and Hendrickson, I believe, has an arm injury, and both of them are questionable going to the playoffs. If those two guys are healthy, and you can get them on the football field along with our old buddy BJ Hill and DJ Reader. I think
Mhm.
Cincinnati is the one team, and you guys might think I'm crazy. I think Cincinnati and Buffalo are the two teams that could represent the AFC this year over Kansas City. I just think that Buffalo is the team of destiny, and I just believe that Cincinnati is getting slept on by people. I'm going with Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It's going to be Cincinnati, but Adam Schefter made a good point about Lamar um, because yeah, Lamar probably will play, but don't forget his contract situation. So that may be a cause for concern because right now, with him not playing, he's saying it's saying how important he is to this team. So he should be getting top dollar. But if he goes out there and he doesn't play up to his abilities, they're going to use that against him in contract negotiations because they're going
And
to
they
say,
just signed Roquan Smith, coach.
mm-hmm,
To your
Yes, they
point.
did to
mm-hmm,
a long-term deal. Yep.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's the whole thing. That's the whole point. It's like, when you go into contract negotiations, you look for any little thing that you can use to either get more money or pay less money from management. So
It's a good point.
it's going to be interesting if Lamar is really going to go out there and put it all on the line, being that he's in that contract year. And you don't want to hear that as a fan. We don't want to hear that. We just want players to go out there and play. But hey, they're technically they are businessmen, and their
Yes.
bodies are their business. So,
Mhm.
and that's how they maximize and get top value. And if they can't, so that's something I'm going to keep, just a little eye on. I don't think it's going to be that big. Do I think Lamar's going to play? Yeah, he's going to be out there for his brothers. He wants to be out there, and if he can help this team win, he's going to do everything he can to help. But that was an intriguing thing when I heard him say that because I was just like, oh. But ultimately, I think
Mhm.
Cincinnati's going to win because they have more. They have the better talent right now, overall in comparison to Baltimore. And Lamar hasn't been here for a while, so you know it's going to take him a while to get his passing back up to the standards that we're so used to.
It's unfortunate with Lamar
It's
too because
tricky though.
he's in a tough situation. I mean, if he
Hmm.
Hmm.
plays, he could jeopardize his potential long-term
Hmm.
deal, and if he doesn't play, it's gonna be a bad look for for the fan base. Be like,
Right.
you didn't play when we needed you out there in the playoffs. So really, Lamar Jackson is in a really difficult spot either way.
I think Lamar Jackson, he could be a New York Jet next year. I don't know, man. Like, I,
Oh,
I
you
think,
sound like Greeny now.
I
You
think,
sound like Greeny.
I mean,
Sound
I
like
think,
Almighty Finesse.
I think though, man. I think the Jets are one of those teams that are really close that they can make a
Hold on.
splash on a quarterback like that. Zach Wilson ain't gonna get it fucking done, man. I'm sorry, but anyway, I got Cincinnati. Let's move on.
Hmm. Hmm.
Dallas and Tampa Bay. I cannot freaking stand Tom Brady. I think he's one of the most overrated quarterbacks of all time, and I would stand on that. But this matchup, Tom Brady is going to get it done, and Dallas is going home. I got Tampa Bay. I got Tampa Bay. Let my bro in here, Big Lou, man. What's good, G Nation?
What up? What up?
What's
Sorry
up,
it took
Lou?
so long. I was setting up my stream because I go live on Tuesdays.
Yeah, nah, you good, bro? What's
You hear me?
good, man? Yeah, yeah. You there? Can you hear us?
Shit just popped in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It got silent after I came on. I was like, damn, what
Oh,
happened?
nah,
Something?
nah, nah, nah. Because we
Uh,
was just into the conversation, man. So we
Bless you.
going, yeah, man, easy on that mannequin. But we going
No.
playoff
That's the
preview.
King Louis.
Okay, okay, all right,
King Louis.
got you.
King Louis.
But we going playoff
Yes, sir.
preview. So I was just saying we at the Dallas Tampa game. We didn't previewed a couple games. So now we at the Dallas versus Tampa Bay game. So I'm saying Tampa. I think Tom Brady, I don't like him. That you know what I'm saying?
Tom
I
Brady
think
beats Dallas. Tom
he
Brady
get the
beats Dak
job done
Prescott for sure.
with against Dallas.
Yep.
So you on the same page with me. So
Hmm.
let's let
He's not
coach
gonna
get in
take
there.
his final playoff loss. His final playoff loss will not be to Dak Prescott. It'll be to the New York Football Giants and Daniel Jones.
Dak Prescott is
That's
going
a
to
good
turn
point.
this game over. Dak Prescott is going to
The
be the
Giants are
biggest
going
reason.
all the way. We didn't make it to the dance to get kicked out. The Giants are going all the way. Everybody's sleeping. Everybody, team of destiny, Buffalo. I hear you over there, Jeff, you traitor. The Giants or the team of destiny?
No, no, no,
You
no, no,
too,
no, no.
Coach Ed.
Team
Traitor
Whoa,
Destiny
whoa,
was
whoa,
me.
whoa.
I
or
ain't
the
no
team of
traitor.
destiny.
It
I'm
ain't
not
no
a
Hell with
traitor.
traitor.
It's
all the other
I'm not
31
tra-
teams in the NFL.
I'm not a traitor. I'm being honest. I'm being honest.
Come
I'm
on,
just
man.
messing
I,
with y'all,
no,
man.
I know, I
See
know,
how
I
quick I
know.
get
I
out
know,
here
I
and wrestle
know.
everybody.
No. Look, I know that. I know that. It's like trash talking. When you give it, you got to give it back, bro. Come on now. So, no, but I got you. I respect your game. Come on,
He's
go.
coming at me hard over here,
But nah,
man.
No.
The Giants are on a epic run right now, man. We've done so much with so little this season.
Mhm.
A hodgepodge of linemen playing musical chairs with the linemen, wide receivers from practice squad, wide receivers mid-season from somebody else's practice squad. Like we haven't had a full healthy team, not even 80%. Like half of these guys weren't here in the offseason.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
We've built the team during the season. So I'm telling you, you don't go through all that and still make it to then take the wrong exit freeway. Nah, we're going all the way. I'm telling you.
Talk that shit, man.
It
For
might
real,
not be
Lou.
pretty. It might not be 4 playoff games with 35 points a game. No. It might be like 3 or 4 playoff games where we win 12-9,
Yeah.
16-13. I don't care. I'll take all of them. Bring that Lombardi home, son. Shut up everybody who's been talking shit all year. Make them all have to come out on ESPN, NFL Network, and all that and be like, oh, Daniel Jones is the MVP of the Super Bowl. Ha ha. Eat a fat one.
Just like what happened with Eli. They was all talking shit until he came out there
Listen, exactly when
and he did what he did. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Big
Peace out,
facts
fellas.
though. Yo. Good shit, Lou, man. Appreciate you, man. But where was we at? Dallas, Tampa. So I got Tampa. Got Tampa. Coach, you said what? Tampa.
Mhm.
Jeff, who you got?
The only way Dallas has a chance in this game is their pass rush has got to absolutely destroy that Tampa Bay offensive line. That's the only way they got a chance. Is they're going to have to make Tom Brady incredibly uncomfortable in the pocket. Otherwise, I don't trust Dak Prescott. I don't trust the Cowboys. They always go out there and find ways to lose in a Cowboys fashion. I'm taking Tampa by 10.
Let's go.
Mhm.
Let's
And I got
go.
Tampa. Like I said, Dak Prescott is going to be the biggest reason for them to lose because I mean, what the last 3 games I think or 2 games he's thrown he's turned the ball over 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
So
Bookends, real quick. He says my only concern is Tampa's O line holding up, and I agree because that's a problem. But Dallas normally they get pressure on what the outside. You know what I'm
mhm,
saying? Tom Brady has a problem with pressure on the inside,
mhm,
and again, the quarterbacks that are best against the pressure are the quarterbacks that are those cerebral quarterbacks like a Tom Brady, like Peyton Manning, that can identify the blitz and where the blitz is coming from. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm saying Kirk Cousins ain't that type of quarterback. I'm not fucking worried about blitz that dude. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? He
Well,
ain't
one
gonna
big
pick.
pickup for Tampa Bay too. They're getting their center back, Ryan Jensen, who was out the whole
mm,
season. That's a
There you
big
mhm,
go.
pickup for them,
There you
getting
go.
Jensen back in the middle.
mhm.
And Wirfs is back. I believe Donovan Smith, the left tackle, will be in the game. So it's going to help that Tampa offensive line,
Yeah.
but got to worry
Dallas
about where
lunch meat.
Parsons is going to be everywhere. That's the one guy you got to watch out for is Parsons.
Don't they
Much as
got
we all
Tristan Wirfs? Ain't he supposed to be Andrew Thomas's rival or
no,
some shit?
Wirfs is good. Wirfs is
You know
very
what I'm
good when
saying?
he's healthy.
Okay, so shit, they should be able to block up half of that pass rush. So they good money, right? All
Yeah,
right.
but Dallas has got a good pass rush. You can't hate them. They got a really good pass rush.
No,
So
I ain't hating
I,
on them. I seen it. You know what I'm saying? But I think Tom Brady, his old ass, I think I think he could make do with what he got out there, man. You got Mike Evans shit, you know, so
Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Russell
right.
Gage, even Kyle
Yeah.
Rudolph's old ass is over there.
Right. So let's go. Um, Giants, Minnesota. This is this last game, playoff preview. We're gonna go in. We're gonna talk a little bit more about the Giants, and then we're gonna get into the basketball. Um, I see it the way I said I've seen it, man. The Giants should control this game. I'm not discounting Minnesota whatsoever. They're a very dangerous team, especially when you got a guy like Justin Jefferson. Jefferson can take a game over like we seen Odell Beckham Jr. take games over. He's that type of receiver. But with a defensive coordinator as smart and as savvy as Wink Martindale, and when you got dogs on that D line and in the secondary, I think you can limit them. They're gonna get off. Pause. But I think you can limit them, man. And I think that combined with a smart quarterback that does not get baited. And shout out to Big Pat Dash, Coach E on Twitter that watch film. Daniel Jones doesn't get baited into those type of throws. I seen Davis Webb. He got baited a couple times, but the guys, the Eagles dropped it. Daniel Jones doesn't do that. He don't throw those every once in a you be like that first pass of the Colts game. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? After that, no more passes like that. So Daniel Jones does know how to take care of the football. Minnesota is a opportunistic defense. They're not world beaters. They just they kind of like us on defense. They get those opportunities, you know what I'm saying, and make the most of them. You know what I'm saying? Fumbles, interceptions, whatever have you, block punts, crazy stuff. So, but I think given that and given the fact that Saquon Barkley did not really play a whole lot in the first half of that game, like he was kind of on rest mode that game. Leonard Williams and Ojolari was out. I think in the second half of that game, we're gonna have all those guys back, along with Fedori Jackson and Xavier McKinney. Hopefully, given all that, look, if the Giants lose this game, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm not gonna be one of those fans that's gonna come out here and kill this team after all they done this season. But you really gotta fuck this up, to be honest, because this is this is on the platter for the Giants, in my opinion. So I got the Giants, of course. I don't think it's gonna be no blowout. I say 28-24, something around that. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Coach.
We're getting our asses handed to us. We're gonna lose 50 to
Go
nothing.
ahead, man. Get out of
We
here,
getting
man.
we getting
Do I need
shellacked
to
50
do I
to
need to
nothing.
put you in the what Lou say in the
We're
gulag?
losing. We're losing. Bro, cut it out. Cut
put
it
it
out.
put his ass in the
Cut it.
That was the
gulag.
shortest
Cut
gulag
it
stint
out.
I've ever seen.
Cut it out. You know damn well know I do not think Minnesota is winning. Cut that
Go ahead, coach.
out. Do I have some concerns? Sure, sure. There are some concerns. You know, the biggest concern, the one thing I'm only going to more so be concerned is not Jefferson. All right. Personally, let him get his numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Just shut Cook down. That's the biggest thing. Don't let him get running and then catching passes out of the backfield because then it makes it that much more difficult. And then Kirk Cousins can, because now we can't really get as much pressure as we want because we have to play true. And when I say play true, you have to honor the run as well as the pass. Kirk Cousins is good with play action. That I will say. He is good with play action, and that comes from them being able to run, and that's Cook. Now, if we can shut Cook down, and make him one-dimensional and leave the ball in Kirk Cousins' hands. That's who I want the ball. I want the ball in his hands, not Cook. If Dalvin Cook is running, then that's going to concern me. But I think we are going to do what we need to do. Hopefully, this kid Davis, the way he played Sunday, if he can play like that this week, I'm confident. He showed me a little something. I mean, he still needs some work as a linebacker, but he did show me something, and he's a thumper.
Mm-hmm.
And he's one that goes out there. He runs through his tackles. That's how you teach a kid to tackle. You run through the ball carrier. So you don't always try and reach and grab. You run through a motherfucker and let him feel you.
Let's
And
go.
that I think that him, and yeah, we're gonna get Smith back, and I think those two. I think our linebacker core will be all right. I'm not saying we're the elitist, but and if we could shut down their run
Davis.
game, that's going to be a big thing for us to win. Offensively, yeah, we need Saquon to really dominate. Sorry, we need him to dominate. We need Minnesota's defense to really key in on him, and then let DJ get out on the edge, give him the option, get that RPO going, and then let them not focus too much on the receivers, and then let DJ do what he did the last time when he was able to pick them apart. And then Bellinger, I think Bellinger is going to be a big key this week, from the tight end spot, because I think he can take advantage, especially up the seams. And I know he's going to be hungry because he wants to redeem himself from that fumble. So, I think he's going to really hold on to that rock, and he's going to lay somebody out because he's going to want to show that that was an aberration, and he's really a ball player. So, I think we're going to go out there and we're going to handle ourselves. So,
Yes, bookends. We get to watch a Giants playoff game. Let's go. Hit the like button, y'all. Let's go, man. Let's do this, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to Coach, man. Shout out to Jeffy, man. Shout out to G Nation Inside Sports, man. Go check him out, man. Go check out the Big Blue Crew, man. We all here, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's go Giants, man. But what you got for us, Jeffy, man? What do you feel the Giants gonna do in this playoff game? What's your prediction?
Well, the one thing I want to make sure this team does when they first get out there is don't get caught up in the bright lights. Rookie head coach, but Minnesota has a rookie head coach too. And if you hear all the pundits and you listen to the radio and everybody, a lot of people are on the Giants. A lot of people are actually picking the Giants to win this game. You'd be surprised. Minnesota.
That makes me nervous.
A lot of people are feeling like Minnesota's the underdog because they saw that game.
Yeah, that makes me nervous because the Giants never do well when they're favorites.
And a lot of people are thinking the Giants are going to go back to Minnesota and they're going to beat them. So Minnesota's going to look at that and be like, what the hell? Like, we're the higher seed. We're the home team. And you guys are all going against us. But at the same time, the things that get me pumped up for this game, Saquon Barkley and DJ running that football. I think the RPO, the read options, I think that's going to be something that's going to really, really dictate the pace of this game. And it's going to have a lot to do also with this offensive line being able to run block. Because Minnesota, the one thing about Minnesota's defense that could cause a problem is Dalvin Tomlinson and those defensive tackles being able to stop the run. We know how good Dalvin is stopping the run. Case in point, what he did for us a couple of years ago. But also, I think one of the biggest key matchups for this game is going to be Zadarius Smith and Danielle Hunter against Evan Neal. Evan Neal is another guy that had a really bad performance against the Minnesota Vikings last week. He was not good. Evan Neal is going to be someone that's going to be looking to redeem
on the Eagles film, Jeff, and he didn't look much better. No, he's really struggling.
He's mental. In a funk. It's mental right now with Evan Neal. Coach even pointed that out. It's mental right now with Evan Neal. He's got to try to blank. He's got to try to get that out of his head because Danielle Hunter and Zadarius Smith are terrific pass rushers.
They ain't going to take it lightly on them.
You know for a fact, and I would not be shocked if they try to put both those guys on the right side because they know Andrew Thomas is good, Bredesen, for the most part, since he's played, has been good. You know for a fact they're going to be targeting that right side of the offensive line. Evan Neal has got to have himself the game of the season for him against those two guys. When I look at the offensive side, when I look at the other side of the field, you got to put the pressure on. You've got to put the pressure on Kirk Cousins and not let him feel comfortable. I think what the Minnesota Vikings are going to try to do, they're going to try to get that football out quickly into the middle of the field, like Coach was saying. Got to keep Dalvin Cook contained. Not really because of his rushing as much, because of the underneath passes. Because Dalvin Cook is as deadly with the ball in his hands running it as he is receiving it. But I also think other guys we got to look out for is TJ Hawkinson and KJ Osborne. Hawkinson ate us alive last game. He had a monster game against us in the middle of the field. So that's another guy we got to look out for. And KJ Osborne, who we held in check, this kid is starting to emerge for them too at that slot receiving position. You can't even forget about the wily veteran Adam Thielen. So I think that Jefferson will get his. But we got to make sure those other guys don't go off too. Got to keep them contained. And also, don't be afraid to take a shot downfield. You've got to open up this passing game. Take the chains off DJ and let him rip. Let him throw the ball down the field to these receivers and let them go out there and make plays. Bellinger, I agree, is going to be someone that could be an X factor in the middle of the field. But I would think that these underheralded wide receivers are going to be looking at this game. And you don't think Hodgins and James and Slayton, and who even knows, maybe Kenny Galladay will make an appearance. These guys are going to be looking at this game right now, and they're going to be saying that we're the keys, we're the X factors. Those are the guys I'm looking for right now to make some big plays. And just to close it out real quickly, our special teams has got to be a lot better because our special teams is becoming a problem towards the end of the season, not named Graham Gano. Our kick coverage has not been as good towards the end of the season. Our kick return has really given us virtually nothing. And Jamie Gillen, this guy's becoming a problem in the punting game. We've got to be better on special teams because special teams is going to play a factor in these games in the postseason. They always do. Our special teams has got to be better. But either way, I have confidence the Giants will go out there and they're going to handle their business and we're going to win. In a close game, I'm not underselling Minnesota. I think they could beat us, but I'm confident that the Giants will go out there and they will win this game. I'm going to say at least by 2 field goals. I think it's going to be a 2 field goal game. We're going to beat it by 6.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Neymar. In the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? But I think you saying Daniel Jones. How much would you give Daniel Jones? I've been saying 3 years, 100 million. I think that's the contract. But I mean, people saying he could get 40 million. Some people saying he's not going to get nothing but 15 or 20 million. But I think what's going to happen in this playoffs is Daniel Jones is going to establish himself as a quarterback that can get it done in pressure situations. I don't know if he goes all the way or not. I think they go all the way. I mean, I'm the Giants fan, you know what I'm saying? I'm the crazy unpopular opinion, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. But I do think that the Giants are going to reward Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley for what they've done for this franchise. And that's what you do. You pay your guys. You got all this money in free agency. Why are you going to go spend it on somebody else's players when you got guys on your team that are definitely deserving and should be rewarded for their performances and getting this team and helping this team get to this point when nobody, very few people, you know what I'm saying? I was one of them. I was one of the wacky ones, shout out to G Nation 11 and 6. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I have a lot of wacky takes. You know what I'm saying? And I still think Malik Willis gonna be a good quarterback. Y'all just let the Tennessee situation pan out because Ryan Tannehill, he's another quarterback that could be on his way out. You know what I'm saying? But look, the Giants right now, they playing with house money, and we got everything set up for us to be able to go into this game and take care of business against Kirk Cousins. And it's gonna be Daniel Jones, and it's gonna be Saquon Barkley on offense, and it's gonna be the main hitters on defense: Kayvon Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence, Julian Love, Xavier McKinney. You're gonna see those type of guys make plays. Gerard Davis, y'all said it, man.
I
He's
like him.
another, he's
I'm glad you
another
brought him
guy.
up, Coach.
You know, look out for Landon Collins. He's
Mm-hmm.
another guy. So those guys you're gonna have to watch out for. The Giants are building a team of football players, not superstars, not these outworldly talented players. They're just building a squad of football players that know how to buy into a system. You know what I'm saying? Some guys ain't built like that. They want to be above the system, above the X's and O's.
Mm-hmm.
The
By the way,
Giants,
did you see Saquon's IG that he did earlier today?
mm-mm, I haven't seen it.
Apparently, he said something about Sterling Shepard. He's already back in the gym working out on that knee. But he says that this dude's going to be a giant for life because of what he's been doing and how hard he's working. So just shouting it out. It threw it out there on his IG talking about Shep, who's already back in the gym working out after just having surgery not
Good
that
for
long
Shepard,
ago.
man. Good for Shepard, man. But he's not playing football for the Giants next
No,
season.
no, I'm
I'm
just
sorry,
shouting it out.
not happening.
But
You know what I'm saying? Good for him though. You know what I'm saying? If he comes back, hey, maybe he takes a 1 year deal with another team and it flames out, or maybe it goes well and he stays there, whatever, and he retires after that and signs with the Giants. I think that's how his career is going to go if he's intent on playing. The Giants are not going to or and should not waste a roster spot on Sterling Shepard. I'm sorry. I'm against that. Nimmer says Giants 28, Vikings 25. Okay. I can dig it.
I could see that.
Yep.
Here's my
That's
salary. Here's
about
my
what I got.
salary.
Go ahead.
You want to know salary predictions, and I'm going to break it down too. But it's going to total out to be 4 years, 140 million. And here's how it's going to go:
Okay.
3 years, it's going to have a guarantee of about 75 to 80 mil. It's going to average 35 mil for those 3 years. That fourth year is not going to be guaranteed, but it's going to be 40 million. That's going to give you 4 years, 140 mil.
Mm,
I agree with
okay.
Coach. I think that's where he's gonna. Anybody that thinks 15 to 20 million is gonna get it done, you're being a Homer
Nah.
Giants fan. That's just like hoping he
Nah.
takes a hometown discount. That's
That's
never gonna happen.
disrespectful.
It
That's
is.
Hmm.
disrespectful, man, because you got guys like Jared Goff, you got guys
Hmm.
Kirk Cousins, Derek
Hmm.
Carr, some of these guys that are in Daniel Jones has pushed himself into that bracket, in my opinion,
Hmm.
Yeah,
of the
absolutely,
Cousins,
absolutely.
of the Cars, of the Goffs. So yeah, those
Hmm.
guys are making that money. He got every right to ask for at least equal to that. So
Hmm.
yeah.
So I could
Absolutely.
Disrespectful to
see
ask for, yeah,
that's why I
I mean?
could see something like that. The whole kicker is that fourth year. You throw the fourth year on just to give him a piece of a little security. Um, you give him the guaranteed money, 75 to 80. So he's going to have that money, and you're going to break it down and stretch it out over the full 4 years. Maybe you throw like 5 mil on the fourth year for dead cap purposes only.
Hmm.
But if he kicks in, then that 40 mil, because what is the market? The market is about 35. Now Lamar is going to change it. Lamar is definitely going to change that, because I know they might try and franchise him, but he's not going to take that. He's going to want 50 mil. And I think Lamar will probably get 45 to 47 and a half, maybe. But um, if you got Rodgers getting 50 mil, Lamar's definitely worth 50 mil.
Yeah.
So, and that's why Daniel Jones 35 is because of the market. That is about right. And people
Hmm.
can kill it, and
Yep.
that's why I say
Bookends
4 years.
agrees.
Yeah, that 40, that 35, and 4 years, 140. I could see that, man. I could definitely see that. So Shane, if you're listening, there you go. Daniel Jones, if you're listening, there you go.
Real quick, what do y'all think about this James Washington tryout possibly signing?
I didn't hear anything about James Washington.
Yeah,
Oh, Dallas
the
cut him.
Giant yeah, and the Giants have brought him in for a tryout.
Hmm.
Mm, I mean, what are you going to get
Yeah.
from a guy who's pretty much missed the entire season due to injury? He's a
Uh,
vertical threat. When he's healthy, the dude can go deep.
I mean, I'm
Okay,
just saying, you
is
know what
he
I mean?
better than? Is he better than Slayton? Then, if
No,
that's the
he's
case,
not. No, he's not.
then
Slayton's
he's
better.
not.
Yeah,
Mm,
I don't think
I don't
so.
want him. No, I don't want him.
mm. So
He hasn't played
I
all
mean,
year. You're pretty much asking a kid who
yeah.
has not played a single snap to go out there and play.
If you want to bring him on the practice squad and you can hold him on the practice squad, and then that's a different story. But other than that, I mean, you see, and the only reason I would say that because I'd probably say take Sill's spot off of the practice squad. That's the only possibility, if anything. Other than that, no, doesn't intrigue me.
Mm.
For a
Okay.
second, I thought
Uh,
that Graham Gano was a free agent, but I guess I was wrong on that one. I thought he was a free
Mm,
agent after this year,
mm,
but he's not.
mm. Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't think he was.
I think he's got one more year on his deal.
okay. Cool. 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 So let's do this. Let's spend a little bit of time on the basketball. Because I was in some spaces and Knicks fans, man.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, I got some.
Knicks
Breezy, where
Knicks
you at, Breezy? Get
Knicks
on here,
fans.
Breezy. No. Get Breezy on here, man. Get Breezy on here.
I know where you're
I
going with
sent
this
him the
one.
link. Yeah, I sent him the link. Let me make sure I send it to him. But yeah, the Knicks fans, man, they all over the place, man. Like what in the hell is going on, man? Now they saying, okay, keep Julius Randle. What are you keeping Julius Randle for?
The Jinx fans, to be honest with you, all right, I know where it's going, why they're saying that, because of the way, honestly, because of the way he's playing this year. I mean, he has been playing. I mean, and someone broke down his several games, and he's averaging like 30 something points a game. And I get why they're on him now because of what he's doing. He's not playing like he was last year, so I get it. I understand. And it's
Mm,
you have a lot of fans who are, you know, they're leaving the Obi Hive. Basically, that's really what it boils down to. So if you're leaving Obi Hive, you're going to jump into Julius Hive, and that's pretty much where it goes. So, I've heard that too. Trust me, I get it. We're Knicks fans. We're shell shocked. We're all over the place. But I mean, me, anyone knows me. I keep saying the same thing. Tibbs got to
mhm.
go. Tibbs got to go. Yesterday was a clear indication, man. You're up 17 points in the third quarter and you lose it. You lose it. I'm sorry. That's coaching.
I mean, like,
I mean,
yeah,
Brunson had what 40 something points.
44.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's coaching. I've heard it. As far as what
can
you're saying at NYJ, yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it.
so here was some of the conversation I was listening to, man, and shout out to the Knicks spaces, man. Shout out to the Knicks
Hmm.
fans. I mean, they are passionate, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Fan base, and I appreciate that. So basically they getting into who do you trade? Because if you think Jalen Brunson is a number two, you know what I'm saying? You need a number one. So
Hmm.
how do you get the number one? You're gonna have to trade one of two people, Julius Randle or RJ Barrett. Those are the two players that will command the most, attention. Those are the most highest salary players that you got on your team. So that's what you have to do. You have to move one of those two players. Now, there are fans in the space that say keep Randall, trade Barrett, and there's some that say, you know, trade Randall, keep Barrett. So, like, I'm trying to understand with Nick fans, what is the ultimate goal here? Who are you? What are you chasing? What is it? What is it?
Okay, here's the thing though. The problem is Tibbs treats Julius Randle like he's a number one in all NBA in all NBA All Star. Sorry, he does, and
And
that's not
people saying
reality.
that Randall is in with the ownership and shit like that. So
That
it's
part,
deeper
I
than just
agree with that part I'm
Tibbs.
not. That part I'm not. If he's in there sucking Dolan off, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
Pause,
No,
coach.
no, stop.
Oh.
Don't pause me. No, when I say stuff like that, I mean it. And somebody get offended, okay, that's you. Pull your panties up, man. This is New York. I can get down, man. I can get down. I can get grimy. I can get nasty.
Talk your
Don't think,
shit,
don't
coach.
think, don't think, don't think I'm a straight quiet boy. No, don't. But real talk, man. If that's what he
Word.
doing, that's what he doing in a business sense. Okay, he's smart. You want to brown nose it? Okay, you know that way your butter's bread. Okay, fine, whatever. I ain't mad at you in that regard. But the problem to me goes back to Tibbs. And Tibbs is treating Julius Randle like he's all everything. And Julius is a good player. Please don't think I'm saying that he's not. He's not. But for me, Julius Randle is a third option. Unless you have, somebody who's really that good and you can get him to be a number two. He is not your number one. Now, based on what the Knicks have, unfortunately, he is the number one option. He is right now as the way this team is constructed. If what's his name keeps playing the way he's going, Brunson is going to take that from him. He's going to take that from him. Now, I understand why they say trade RJ because RJ. Now, remember when we were saying that Julius is holding back Obi? RJ, in a sense, is holding back Grimes. Grimes is a better talent than RJ. He can shoot the rock consistently from outside. He's a better
Mm.
defender. He has good handle. He was a point guard coming out of high school. So he can facilitate really if you really want him to, if you really allow him to develop. So he's better all around in that regard. So I understand why you would do that. You also have Cam Reddish in the wings. So I get the logic into why you would say trade RJ. Now, if you're going to trade Julius, then that means you're putting everything into Obi. Now, Obi has to be developed because Obi has been stagnated. He's coming back off of an injury, so that also hinders him. But for the most part, all season long, even last year, the problem with Obi's game development has been Julius. And then if you look at the minutes with Tibbs, like Tibbs is playing a lot of guys 35, almost 40 minutes sometimes, where other guys are barely getting, 12, 15 minutes. So that's really where it boils down to in terms of understanding, the Randall and the Julius issue as far as trading. Now, if you're trading, what are you getting back? That's on the flip side too. So, like you said, if you're
Mhm.
trading him, what are you trading him for? But based on right now on that, if you're trading him and you're getting a draft pick, okay. And if that's what you're doing, then to me, you better blow this whole damn thing up. You better get rid of Fournier, let Derrick Rose go, and strip this thing down and restart and keep playing the young guys and let them develop because the young guys are doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. And
Yes,
that's what the
sir.
Knicks got going for them. That's the young guys because
Yes.
they do have that young talent and they have a log jam of veterans that aren't producing. You know what I'm saying? Fournier, Derrick Rose is on the bench. You know what I'm saying? He has
Hmm.
talent above him. So like some of these guys, you got to move on from, man. You know what I'm saying? Let this team develop. But Thibodeau, Tibbs is not that coach to
Mm-mm.
allow this team to develop. They
Hmm.
need a guy like
Kenny
we talk about it,
Atkinson.
Kenny Atkinson. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? They need somebody like that
Yeah,
to
you need an
develop this
active.
team.
Sam Cassell could be another. I mean, there's plenty of guys in the league
Yeah.
that you can bring
They
in
need to
to
they
help.
need to move on from Randall.
No,
See,
I'm not going to
guys
disagree with you
guys
there.
talking about trading RJ Barrett, trade RJ Barrett. This is what Nimmer says. Trade RJ Barrett. There's a other Nick fan saying trade RJ Barrett. You trade Julius Randle. I get it. He's he can score. He's okay. He can put up numbers, but those are empty stats, man. This
Hmm.
guy is he's a James Harden, man. It's empty stats. It doesn't matter. He doesn't make people around him better.
Thank
So
you.
you that's why you got to get rid of a guy like that. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And that's the same problem with guys like James Harden, you know, and even Russell Westbrook to a degree. They don't make guys around them better. They put up stats, but it's empty stats. It doesn't mean anything. They're not winners. You know, Julius Randle is one of those guys because of his attitude. You know, so
That's why I
that's what
say
it is.
Julius. That's why I say he's a third option. Second, if you have the right number one option, but realistically, he's a third option. He's holding up. I mean, again, this team right now is poorly constructed. Like Hartenstein. I mean, for everything that everyone talked about, with him and with the Clippers, and everything that I've seen, I'm just like I'm not impressed. I like Jericho Sims over him. At the beginning of the season, I was like, get rid of Mitchell Robinson. No, I was wrong about that. I was flat out wrong. No, you keep Mitchell Robinson. You bring Jericho Sims back in. Hartenstein, if you can get rid of him, get rid of him. He's the one I would get rid of in the low post. But yeah, some of these veteran guys, you're paying this money and they're not doing jack shit.
Hmm.
They're not. They're just taking up a roster spot. And now, Fournier, he's sitting on the bench. He comes in when guys get hurt, boom, boom, boom. He's still not lighting up the scoreboard. He's not.
The thing is, Coach, though, when you make a trade, you're gonna have to let one of those young guys go. So which one of the young guys or give me two, because you might have to let two of them go. Cause out of your young talent, you know what I'm saying? We already established it's RJ Barrett or Julius Randle's gonna be in the trade. We agree on Julius Randle getting rid of him. So say Julius Randle, and then you're gonna have to package a
Based on
couple of
based
your young
based on,
players.
I don't want to see him go. Please, no, I want to keep him because he's been playing fairly well. He's not as consistent, but he's giving me something, and that's quickly. But if I'm going to choose a young guy, it is going to be McBride, and it's probably going to. I'll even throw in Cam Reddish.
Hmm.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't want to give in Cam Reddish because he's long. See, the problem is they are not developing Cam Reddish. I see stuff in him. I mean, first of all, on the defensive end, that kid is long. He plays the passing lanes very well. He gets
Yeah.
a lot of deflections, and
Hmm.
when he's confident, that kid takes it to the hole. He's not confident
Sure.
you know, because of Tibbs and the coaching staff. But when he takes it to the hole and his game is on, I'm sorry, he's better than RJ. He's more athletic, he's
Yeah.
longer, he's taller. It's just okay, fine. RJ was drafted by us. Okay. I like RJ. Don't get me wrong. He has that New York mentality. He don't back down from no one. He can take it to the hole, but he's also very predictable. Most of the times, what is he doing? He's just like Julius. He's going left.
Left.
He's
And
going
that's
left.
another thing. You got two lefties.
Three.
Yeah,
Julius
right.
Brunson. Brunson is
But
left-handed.
right. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
that's fine.
What the hell
That's
are you
fine.
doing?
No, that's fine. That's okay. What about a team that has all right-handed players? That shouldn't matter.
I mean,
It's
it
it, it
doesn't, but it's just
it's
I
they're
mean, it's like
consistently going left.
it's
That's
different,
the issue.
right?
Now, when they go left and right, then it changes and everything. Then it's different, because then when you're
especially
trying,
Barrett.
yes, yes, then that's when it's different. But you know, ultimately, if you're going to trade, yeah, if you have to trade, and what are you getting back? I mean, if you're not getting back equal value, that's the other thing. I'm not just
Mhm.
going to trade him just to trade him. Sorry, I'm not. No. Mm-mm. If I'm not at least getting an unprotected first round draft pick from someone, then it has to be somebody of you're not going to
Well,
give me.
we trying
Hey,
to get
hey,
a
coach.
superstar. That's what we trying to get. We trying to get a number
You're not going to get
one
a. You're not going to
Coach,
get
to
I
a.
got a
pair
question for you then,
to
coach.
pair
Yeah.
with Bronson.
Coach, I
Go
got a
ahead,
question
Jeffy.
for you then. How would you list your young players from least likely to get traded to most likely to get traded? I'm talking about Reddish, McBride, Grimes, Toppin, Quickly, Barrett, all those guys lumped together. Jericho
Most
Sims,
likely, most
Robinson, etc.
likely, most likely to get traded is going to be quickly.
Okay.
Um, if they can, it is going to be Reddish. Those are the two I think are in. Those are the two I think are most
Over
likely.
Toppin?
Yeah, overtopping.
Okay.
Because they can give you more value right now. Toppin is way inconsistent. I mean, Cam Reddish is inconsistent too, but he's still a veteran guy over Toppin.
Okay.
So Toppin is, I would say he's probably in the 60 percentile to be traded.
Okay.
You
So
know,
Grimes is untouchable.
I'm not saying he's untouchable, but if he said list the players in order, for me, Grimes is a keeper. If I'm trading, it's just the thing. If I'm trading, I really don't want to trade any of my young guys. But if I have to, yeah, Grimes has to stay for me. He has to stay. He's that defensive dog, man.
You're gonna
Excuse
have to
me.
give to get. That's the problem. You're gonna if you want
Yeah,
to get a
I know
star
that.
at the
I know that.
trade,
I
you're
know
gonna
that.
Right.
have to give some of
I
these young
know
guys
that.
Exactly.
I
up.
know that. I know that. But see now, see that's the thing. Give me a star that I'm trying to trade for, because I'm not trading just to be trading. And I understand you're saying a superstar, because I understand there's a difference between in the NBA, a superstar is one and a star is another.
Um, say,
What about Bradley
jeez,
Beal?
I was gonna go
Oof.
Ja Morant.
That
Oh,
too.
Ja Ramatt. I'm giving you Brunson too. I'm
Shit, talk
giving you
about it.
Brunson.
I don't think anybody's untouchable for John Morant.
No, no, not on this team. No,
No.
no. Everybody is. If you're giving me Ja Morant, how many number one draft picks do you want? And
Mhm.
who on this team do you want? The only one I might consider keeping is Grimes, honestly.
Okay.
Honestly, but I know Grimes is going to be, he has to be included in that type of a package. He has to be.
Yeah.
But you're talking about John Morant. Now, on the flip side, I don't think John Morant can play for Tibbs because John Morant
Nah,
is,
you gonna have to change the coach. Yeah, that's
exactly.
gonna be the first thing you're gonna have to do is
And
get
if you
rid
get
of
a new coach,
the
if you get
coach,
a new coach in here,
and then
now I'm
you have to
telling
work on
you,
the trade. Yeah, to
Julius
get some
Randle, a
talent
new
in there.
coach, more than likely Julius Randle is gone.
Yeah, they gonna get rid of his ass.
Oh yeah, he'll be
So
the first one out the
Facts.
door.
For
so
real.
So, but if you give me John Morant, yeah, there's nobody on this roster, and there are
Because
no
you can
draft
work with
picks.
RJ Barrett.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, no,
They
yes,
need to get
I,
RJ Barrett somehow on the right path. That kid he's still young and he's so talented. They
yes,
got to get this
yes,
kid to start developing and becoming the player they hoped. He's a number
yep.
3 pick. You need Barrett to become the
yes.
guy. Have to be.
You,
He has to become the guy.
mhm.
How is his defense?
His defense can be good at times, and there's times. I mean, he's athletic enough, but there are times where he's a little rigid. It's like
But
that's why I
you're
say,
right, because your defense,
hmm
when you have a player, because remember, we're not talking about football, we're talking about
hmm
basketball. You play both sides of the
Mm-hmm.
ball, so
hmm
your defense by creating, because this was like I played basketball, you know what I'm saying, and
hmm
I would create
Mm-hmm.
offense off of defense by getting steals, blocks,
hmm
deflections,
hmm
fast break
Exactly.
opportunities. So maybe that's an area where they could work with RJ Barrett at
He's good
and
in there.
work on his
Yes.
defense. Yeah, and that will create, and when you get buckets, easy buckets, that creates confidence. And now
Hmm.
you feel better shooting outside, yada yada yada. But go ahead.
They need to do that with RJ Barrett. He
I
needs to
mean,
start. They need to get his
listen.
confidence up somehow.
RJ Barrett is okay defensively. I know last year he was saying he's a defensive stopper, but he's not Quentin Grimes. I'm sorry. He's not Miles McBride. He's not to their level. I'm sorry. He's just not as good as them defense, and I think they can go even further defensively. But if with them, RJ is a good defender. He is, and he's a good help defender. So in that regard, yes, he's fine there. And yes, he can play the lanes and he can do things to help to transition defense into offense. Yes, he's
Mhm.
good there. But if he's the one on one, I don't trust him all the time to be the one on one stopper. I trust
Hmm.
Grimes much better. I'll even try
Mhm.
trust McBride depending on who he's going up against.
McBride's a terrific defensive player,
Yes.
Yeah.
So and
Yeah.
for someone six
and
foot one,
Grimes
six foot
too.
two, he
Hmm.
has such Deuce has such long arms for someone of that stature. So
Hmm.
he can definitely get the steals. So defensively he fits. Now he fits into Tibbs' defensive schemes, but I don't know. Confidence is, you said the magic word, confidence, because when he goes down to the G League, he's lighting that shit up, man. He's averaging 30
Mhm.
something points.
Yeah.
And I know it's not the top level, but still, if you're averaging 30 points in the G League, you're going up against pros. So, but getting back to Randall, I mean, not Randall,
Barrett.
RJ, yeah, RJ, he can be a good defender. He can play in the right system. I think the issue here is we just don't have a good offensive system, man. We really don't, or we don't make the right adjustments. So it's I just and too many times it ends up becoming iso ball. It just I mean, Tibbs talks a good game. Like he talks about moving the ball, moving the ball, moving the ball, but I also don't see the ball at least touch the paint to kick you back out to get guys open. I don't see that all that often. I
Now,
don't. I
Coach,
mean, yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Finish your point first, and I'll ask you something.
And I was just going to say, if Julius can play the low post there to help create offense that way, because Mitchell is not that. Mitchell doesn't know how to, and that's where you should be using Hartenstein, because Hartenstein
Mm.
is a good passer. So if you and he's adequate I mean, offensive game. He's better shooting the rock, but it comes back down to the coaching and the development. And I don't. I'm off of Tibbs, man. That's all I can say. I'm just so off of Tibbs.
No, I understand, but
So,
Coach,
mhm,
it's since we're like around. We're talking about trades. The NBA
mhm,
trade deadline is actually it was a month from yesterday, February 9th on a Thursday.
mhm.
When we get to this point next month in February, are the Knicks still the same team put together, or do you think some of these players on this roster for you guys, and we'll talk about the Nets too, but the Knicks, is this team going to have anybody that's going to be subtracted off this roster by the time we get to Thursday, February 9th?
More than likely, yes.
Okay.
More than likely, yes. I think that right now, the way that where the Knicks are standing, Rose is going to try and make a trade. He's going to try, yes, and he's going to try and do something where he doesn't have to give up RJ or Randall. And it may come down to Quentin Grimes and quickly are the ones that are gone.
And that's gonna
If
be
he
a
if he if he,
bullshit trade.
if he trades,
Hmm.
I quickly I can understand, but if they trade Grimes,
Depends
that's
on who
just
you're bringing in, though. That's the point. Well, if
is
you're
any major name going to shake loose though? At the a lot
like
of big
y'all just
names
talked,
don't
You-
shake loose at the
You're
y'all
trade
not gonna get
deadline.
a major name without including Randall and Barrett in the deal.
Contracts are going to match
uh,
up in the NBA.
oh, okay. See, I was gonna say because if you're giving up 8 first round draft picks, yes, you can.
And eight for.
They
I
had
mean,
the Knicks have 11. Do you not realize that they have
Yeah,
11?
The Knicks do have a
They
ton of
have
first round
11.
picks.
yeah, I get it, man. But I mean, you want to put yourself in the position of the Brooklyn Nets?
I didn't say I wanted to. You said because the case you brought up
With no
Bradley
draft
Beal.
picks until
You
what
said you
20?
said
What we got
Bradley
one
Beal.
and then
You said
Bradley
Bradley
Bill.
Bill. That's why I said, if you're giving up quickly and Grimes and okay, now if you're gonna say, all right, they're not gonna take Julius because they have Porzingis and they have what's his name Archie Moore.
Yeah, Achimura. Yeah,
I
Yeah,
don't know if
so
I want Bradley Bill though.
I
I
don't
didn't
think
say
he's
I
leaving.
wanted them.
I don't think he's
I
leaving
didn't say
ever. I
you.
think he's staying.
You said what about Brad? Because I said who am I
Nah, Jeff
trading
said
for?
about Bradley
Oh,
Bill.
Bradley's.
I
I'm
just
I
threw
thinking
him
just said
out
about
there because he's always seems to be connected to the Knicks somehow. You hear Bradley Beal with the Knicks.
yeah. I think you should go after Ja Morant.
yeah, I would too. But let's be real, John Morant. They no Memphis is not
No,
trading
Memphis
John
is
Morant.
not trade. They're gonna lock him up to
They're
a long term
not.
deal. He's not going anywhere.
If they did, they would be foolish.
Yeah, their fans were outraged.
Because yeah, you know what?
They're
You want
tied for
RJ?
first in the conference. Why they're not going to
Yeah,
trade? They're tied for first in the Western Conference right now with Denver.
RJ. Listen, RJ over him. Remember, he went number two over RJ. Out of that draft, I'm sorry, he's the best player out of that draft. You can tell me
Yeah, I
Zion.
mean,
Zion has
uh,
just been too hurt. So yeah, you
Yes,
want it?
yes.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
okay.
touch Zion. I
No,
wouldn't go near
No,
him.
I don't
no,
trust him with his legs. He's
no.
already hurt again.
So
Yeah.
if that's the case, if you want Zion, bro, I'll give you all right, not 8 draft. I'll give you 5 first round draft picks. And we still have a boatload. I think we have 7 second round draft picks, and this is all over what the next 5 years or 7 years, something in that range. So it's like, you know what? If you're making a run, because the objective is to push yourself to the top of the Eastern Conference, and that means putting you into playoff position and fighting for championships. So if you're giving up first round draft picks at the back end, but you still have some, hmm, and a lot of these draft picks that they have are from other teams too. So it's not like they're giving up theirs per se. I'm talking about all
Yeah,
these other
true.
teams' draft picks that they have acquired. Because why were people so mad about not getting Donovan Mitchell? Because they wouldn't. I was even one. I'm like, I'm not giving up 8 first round draft picks. And then you know what? I got egg in my face off of that. But you know what? John Morant. Okay, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Throw the bag at him, bro.
All
Throw
right,
the bag
all
at him,
right,
coach.
all right. Look. All right.
The Knicks
I'll
need
get.
a star, man. I mean, Jalen Brunson is a good secondary
Yes.
piece, man. But they need a star, man.
And the other thing is looking at Memphis. I mean,
That's the difference
who's play,
between
who
the
play?
Nets and the Knicks. We got KD, we got Kyrie. That's why I'm not sweating KD's injury that much because
Okay, but
Kyrie is still there.
yeah,
You know
but
what I'm
now
saying? He can win you games. Now I'm not. He's not going. Keep us at the top of the Eastern Conference. I said 3-3. That was what I put on Twitter for the Nets. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is when you have a star or
yes,
stars, even Ben
yes,
Simmons was once in his prime considered a star.
hmm
That's scary. You were
So
saying once in his prime. He's still young enough to still considerably be in his
yeah,
prime.
I know. I mean, I'm kind of throwing shade there, Ben, but you know how I feel about Ben Simmons, man.
No,
I
I
think he's
know,
the
I
X
know.
factor of this team, man. I support Ben Simmons, but
but
um,
here's the thing when you say
you
about
gotta have players, man. That's
no,
what I'm saying.
I get
Point
it, I
blank,
get it,
period.
I get it. But now with that trade if you're saying John Morant, that means Julius Randle is staying, and the reason why, who plays his position over in Memphis? Isn't it what's his name Jackson?
Oh, Jaron Jackson Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
So
good too.
yeah.
you're not putting Jackson on the bench now unless you want to move him to the 5. Then but they have Adams at the 5 also.
Yes, they do.
So it's like okay,
Okay. I mean, if you gotta keep Randall, I mean, you keep him. I mean, you got Ja
yeah, no,
Morant.
no,
shit,
and but see that
shit.
also means you're gonna have to end up putting. You're probably gonna put Obi in there because Obi can come off the bench over there. So
Right,
and
right.
that
You're gonna have to
but
put somebody in the tray. Yeah,
but now that means now I don't have to give up Grimes or quickly because now I'm giving you Obi. So and some draft
exactly.
picks.
That's
So
the
now,
Knicks' advantage. They got so much
Well, there's a
talent.
rumor that just popped up yesterday, earlier today, about the Dallas Mavericks apparently expressing interest in Emmanuel quickly. So you already see the rumor mill going around. You're going to see a lot of rumors coming out because obviously we're less than a month until the trade deadline. So a lot of guys are going to be rumored all over the place for being traded, including our team with the Nets. But I don't know now with KD going down. I think it's going to make the Nets more than likely to stand pat and try to trust that these depth guys on this team could step up with KD's absence along with Kyrie to be able to handle the load. And
So how you feel about it, Jeffy? Go ahead, man. Let's transition to the Nets, man. The winning team in New York, along with the Giants and the
well,
Devils and Rangers. Go ahead.
the one thing that still gives me the what I mean, it's just very
that's
ironic
funny.
that
That's funny.
what
No, NYT, that was funny.
the Knicks were winning too. It's just they don't win consistently.
What? Who?
Yeah,
Who?
No, go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff. Y'all still don't
I,
run the city. Y'all still don't
that's
run the
fine.
city.
You know what? Knicks
No, no,
continue
no,
to run the city.
no.
Run the
These two,
city. We'll win the
no, no,
titles.
no. But these two are coming at me hard, like we run the city. I'm like, what?
Where the
I
hell is
don't.
Big Fan Breezy at?
I
Come
don't
on,
give a
man.
damn if you guys run the
You already
city.
know.
Yeah,
I
no,
want
I
a
know you, Jeff.
championship. All Knicks
Exactly.
fans that say that, we run the city. We
No,
run the city.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
run the
cause they,
city.
no.
cause
You know
they,
why I
cause
give
they
a
like
damn
the
about
stars, cause they got Spike Lee at
championship?
the games and
No,
all
it's
these,
not.
I
It's
all
don't
not
these
even
other
care.
that.
guys at the
You wanna know what?
games.
You wanna know what?
Championship.
Here's the thing. Because the bottom line,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
y'all want
man, we're
everyone wants
about
championships.
wins.
No, no, no. I get it. I get it. Yeah, it's about
We're about
championships
dubs,
ultimately.
man.
But no, y'all see the thing that everyone slips mind. Everybody doesn't put into their mind. These owners, this is a business. Period. You could talk
Oh yeah,
championships
I
all
know
you
that.
want. No,
I
no,
know.
but
I know.
that's why when I say run the city, that's where I go. Bottom line is dollars and cents,
You're
and the
not
Knicks are
wrong.
double in value over the Nets. Period. Case closed. And you want to talk about run the city, and there's more Knicks fans in the city. Sorry, that's the truth. Now, if you want to talk about because y'all have stars and y'all are winning right now, I digress. I back up. That's what it is. You know what? Y'all run the city in that regard. But you know what? Don't come at me with who runs the city because when I say the Knicks, sorry, that's the truth. Like you always say, be honest,
When
NYJ.
the Nets bring a championship to Brooklyn, all that shit gonna change. So,
No, it will never change. It will
yeah,
never
yeah,
change. The
well,
Nets will
yeah,
always be
well,
the little brother.
yeah, well,
That's like
yeah,
the
well,
Clippers out. That's like the Clippers out in
yeah,
LA.
well.
No matter what,
New York respects champions. They don't respect
I didn't say they
perennial
don't.
losers.
I didn't. I
The
didn't say they
only
didn't.
reason the Nets ain't getting
Mm.
no respect right now is because we haven't won anything. Once they win, it's a wrap.
Y'all been
So,
to
so
been to more finals
hold
than
on.
us. I mean, hey,
Hey,
you want to be
it,
technical? You want to be
hey,
technical? The Knicks have never gone to an NBA final and got swept. Talk to me,
look,
man. Talk to me.
the Knicks got the championship. I get it. Or the
The Nets got
championships.
championships too, bro. I
Right.
mean, even in
In
the
the
ABA,
ABA.
and yes, they probably would have gotten one if
So
they
that's
didn't
what I'm
have to
saying.
trade Dr. J. But that we're not even going to. Our championship was back in the '70s. Most Knicks fans don't even know about that. So let's,
Hmm.
because everyone always says, "What have you done for me lately?" They go on the Janet Jackson tour. I get it. I get it.
Right.
But the bottom line is, when you say who runs the city, it's going to be the Knicks. Just like with the Giants and the Jets. Who runs the city? It's the Giants. Who is more
Of
valuable?
course.
With the Yankees and the Mets. Sorry, Jeff. It's the
That's
Yankees.
fine. It's all
With the
good.
Rangers, the Islanders, and the
Yankees, of
Devils, it's
course.
the Rangers. So to me,
Rangers,
I
yeah.
always when I look at it, I look at your fan base and the money. Who's more valuable? Period. That's running the city. If you want to talk, if it's just strictly about the wins and the losses at the current moment, because it's all cyclical that way. All of that is you're going to win at one point, you're going to lose at one point. But am I going to be alive when the Knicks win? I hope so. But more than likely, it's a possibility that they might not win while I'm alive. Okay, same thing goes with y'all. So when you say run the city for me, bro, understand when you come at me like that, I'm going to talk money to you. Period. Case closed. I'm going to talk fan base. Period. Case closed.
Nets and Giants winning this year.
From your lips to God's ears.
All right,
Stop
bro.
playing.
All right, bro.
From your
Stop
lips to,
playing.
I'm not going that far. All right, I'm confident, but I'm not going that far. But from
Who
your lips to
who's to
God's
say that
ears.
can't happen? Who's to say
He
that
didn't
can't
I
say
didn't
it.
say.
happen?
Did I say that? Did I say that can't
Okay.
happen? I said from your lips to God's ears, it
Unpopular
happens.
opinion sports. Hit the
That's
like button,
fine.
y'all. Hit the like button. The Nets and the Giants are going
F
to
it.
the
The Mets are
championship.
winning it all this year too. Throw
Fuck
it out
that.
there too. No, not fuck it. The
The
Mets are
Met,
winning it
Met,
all this year.
Mets
Not
are not
fuck
even
it.
beating. The Mets are not even beating my Phillies.
Yeah. And
That's
you
my
guys and
second
you
favorite
guys
team.
will never be able to get past that Houston problem.
You a Philly fan now, coach?
No, I
Hold
said
up.
that's my second play. That's my second favorite baseball team.
Oh
And
nah,
what the
man. We
hell,
don't do
coach?
secondary
Really?
No,
teams.
no, no, no,
Nah,
no, no.
fuck that.
Phillies?
It's yeah, and
Can't go
it's
from the
because
Yankees to the
it's
Phillies.
because when I was choosing an NL team, I love Ryan Howard. My three favorite baseball players are Frank Thomas, Ken Griffey Jr., and Ryan Howard. I mean, and that's in the new era. Back in the old era, it was always Don Mattingly. So I have to be honest there. But in the
I
new
like
era,
Ryan
Derek
Howard too.
Jeter, Mariano Rivera,
see,
Bernie
that's the new era.
Williams.
That's the new
That
era.
that's those are my favorite players.
See,
They're
that's
all
the
David
new
Wright,
era.
Yankees.
Jose Reyes, Carlos Beltran,
See,
Carlos Delgado, Al Leiter,
but my point
Rick
being,
Reed, those
Yeah,
guys.
my
Andy
point
Luke
Pettit.
being,
Wendell.
as far as why I chose the Phillies, that's why, and also their color scheme. I have to admit, that's my high
David
school
Cone,
color scheme.
The
So
Phillies could suck it for all I
David
care.
Wells, David Wells, man.
yeah,
Shout out to him.
They could suck it for all I care.
What?
That's how I feel about the Phillies. It's not as much vitriol as I have for the Braves. I hate that
no, I know,
organization.
I
They
know,
have
I know.
tortured my baseball team for years. But
Exactly, exactly. But
since we went off course here about
exactly.
hatred and everything, back with the Nets.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I'll say about the Nets that gives me a lot more confidence now compared to last year. Last year when KD went down, and it's literally very ironic that it happened around the same time. When KD went down last year, let's just be real. Kyrie was still dealing with the vaccination stuff. You had not the same depth that this team had last year compared to this year. So this year, even though KD's gonna be down for maybe a little bit less time than he did last year, you got Ben Simmons, you got Kyrie Irving, and you got a much better supporting cast right now compared to what you had last year. So yes, can you replace KD on the court? No. What it's going to do is that Kyrie is going to have to go out there consistently and score at least 20, 25, 30 points a game. He's going to have to do that while KD's gone. Because I like these other players on here, but none of them have been capable of consistently going out there and scoring at least, 20 points per
TJ
game.
Warren has been consistently scoring.
But not the
but he's been
scoring
coming off the
KD's
bench.
do.
Right.
Yes.
And I get it. And he's going to get more minutes. And I can see a path to where he can score. Cam Thomas, he's another guy that can score the bucket. You know what I'm saying? And Seth Curry and, of course, Joe Harris are both going to have to step up.
It's going to
And
have to
be
be a
more
collective
consistent.
thing. You throw Royce
Exactly.
O'Neal in there. Royce O'Neal has been a guy that's been
Yeah,
inconsistent
he's hit or
offensively.
miss, man.
But he's been big for us for some games too. He has hit 2 game-winning shots, including the one
I
against
know.
Miami. He's good. When
He's
he's on, he's
inconsistent
good.
though. Yeah, he's inconsistent, but yeah, he's gonna have to step up, of course. You know what I'm saying? And Ben Simmons, man. And Clax.
Claxton, I think, is going to be the one to assume the number 2 role in this team, where he's already playing like a defensive player of the year. His defense has been unbelievable this year. What Claxton has been doing in the middle of the paint, shot blocking at least 3-4 blocks per game. I mean, the guy's becoming a defensive stalwart. We're just going to need a little bit more. We're going to need a little bit more from an offense. So, TJ Warren, Cam Thomas if he starts playing, Royce O'Neal, Patty Mills, Joe Harris, Seth Curry, all these guys, Edmund Sumner. All these guys are going to have to collectively step up, but I'm confident. I'm more confident now because this team is more deep. They're deeper. They're a much deeper basketball team compared to last year, where they'll be able to withstand not having KD out there, so they won't absolutely collapse like they did last year, when literally this team couldn't buy themselves a bucket most of the time. So
right.
I think this team is going to still be okay. Maybe we dropped a couple of games here and there without KD. Yeah. I mean, when you don't have Kevin Durant, it's like obviously. it's
Hmm.
not going
That
to help your
Celtics
offense
game is
completely.
it's gonna be
That's a
tough.
key one. That's going to be a tough game
That's
on
gonna be a
Thursday
tough
against the
game
Celtics.
to go against, man, without KD, man, because Kevin Durant, man, he's been waiting for that game. He has
Yeah,
been. You know what I'm
playing at
saying?
an
And
MVP level. But who steps in at that starting lineup now for KD? You think he's going to be T.J. Warren? I mean, he's the same type of player, really, as KD, that sort of
I,
stretch
I
four
would like to
player,
see TJ
stretch
Warren get
four.
more minutes because of his consistent scoring. Because that's what you're
Yeah.
going to be looking for. Now, Kevin Durant, he does bring defense and some other things too, but mostly you're trying to get more balanced scoring. So having TJ Warren in that role is definitely going to be, I think, key to the Nets' success, without Kevin Durant.
Well, you brought it up
But
before, too. You need guys like Joe Harris, Seth Curry, T.J. Warren, Edmund Sumner, Royce O'Neal. Those guys that have gone out there and given you blips at times of really good play, but not
mhm,
consistently. There's been some
right.
times even T.J. Warren has gone out there where he scored like almost 20 points. And there's some games where he scored like 2 or 4. You need guys to be able to play on a more consistent level because remember, KD was playing at an MVP like level this year, and you're essentially taking out a consistent 25, 30 points per game consistently on a night in and night out basis without Kevin Durant. You were
You're
asking a lot
gonna
of these other guys to step up their game and have to provide more of an offensive punch now on the court compared to what they were doing now before, where they were playing pretty much at a role player type role. They're going to have to step up their games now and be more prominent guys on the offensive end. They could do it.
a-
They just got to
and this
show
is
it.
where a guy like Cam Thomas can step in and come off the bench and provide that
Yes.
scoring that
Yes.
they're gonna lose from having TJ Warren in the starting lineup. So
Yes.
this is Cam Thomas breezy. Where you at? This is Cam Thomas. This is his time to shine right here. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna need that scoring coming off the bench, man, in that second unit. And Cam Thomas can get some of those minutes, man, and provide some of that scoring. We know the kid can score. So hey, look, you know, what you lose on defense, you gain on offense, and vice versa. So Cam Thomas, yeah, it's not gonna be the best of defense, but he's gonna give you scoring, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what you're gonna need in place of Kevin Durant. Him combined with TJ Warren, with Royce O'Neal stepping up, and then some of the other guys we talked about, man, that's what's going to have to get it done. And I think they can get it done. Um, I say 3-3, man. If Kevin Durant is out for 2 weeks, three and
Sounds
three,
like
man.
a month. They're saying it could be about a month he's going to be out. Maybe like a
I
little bit
heard
less
two.
than
I heard
last
like
year.
2 weeks.
He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks, but it sounds like
Yeah.
it's going to be about a month. That's what Woj tweeted yesterday. So we'll see. It all really depends on how. It's not
Right.
going to be as
So
long as it was last year, where we like missed 2 months almost.
right. Just play 500.
Yeah, that's all you need to do. You're right. Don't fall off completely like they did
Right.
last year. Because this team last year at this point, they were in first place, riding high. KD goes down, and we all saw what happened. They dropped all the
Yep.
way near the playing game, and it
Same
just
thing.
derailed their season. So
But I think this is a tougher team, man. I think Jock Vaughn is that type of coach that can just mentally, you know what I'm saying, keep this team together. They got pieces, man. They're a good defensive team that can get you by in some games, especially against lesser talent. So I mean, they should be okay, but that is a concern. You know what I'm saying? And Kevin Durant, man, and a lot of these stars, man. Let's talk these star players in the NBA, man. They're hurt, man. Steph Curry, LeBron, AD. You know what I'm saying? Durant. Like these guys are hurt a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I know that's part of the game. You know what I mean? But you got to factor that in to consideration, man. And that's why the NBA they have this rest thing where they want to sit players, and then people complain about that. So it's kind of a give and a take. It's like, what do you do, man? Because guys get hurt a lot, man. These athletes, man, because they're putting their bodies to the brink. Like,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? They're going 100, 1,000, 1,000,000% out there. So that's something to be on the lookout too, man. You know, just talking about the Knicks. Cause when you trade for a star, man, you gotta factor in that this guy more than likely is gonna be spend a lot of time not playing. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be up to you as a GM to build a team strong enough to withstand your star player when he's out for a significant period of time.
Oh, I don't know. I apologize. This is like going to come out of left field, and we don't normally talk about this subject, but this is a major breaking news that's going on in the wrestling world. Apparently, the WWE has officially been sold to Saudi Arabia. Saudi
What?
What?
Arabia apparently is in control, and the company will be sold to Saudi Arabia. Just
Fuck.
broke. Not even joking. Just broke on the news
Seriously?
right now. Not yeah. Vince McMahon today took over power again in the company, and they've been talking about selling the company, and it just says it right here. According to Cassidy Haynes of Bodyslam.com, the WWE is purportedly ready to sell the company to Saudi Arabia. Yep. Not even BSing you on this one. This is 100% factual. I know we don't talk wrestling, but this is a monster story.
Okay,
Monster story.
so okay, so what does that mean? Okay, so like break it down, man. You're the wrestling expert. What does that mean? Because that's wow. I never. Yeah, that's crazy.
So
Well,
you sold the wrestling to a country?
no,
Right.
it's
What
the
the
Saudi
fuck?
Arabian government. Like it's the Saudi Arabian government. They have an investment fund that they put together that
It's
owns a
still a
couple of
country
other.
though.
Yeah,
Isn't that
because
still a
they have
country?
a deal. They have a deal with Saudi
Hmm.
Arabia to have a couple of events over there in the country for a while. They've had a long term deal with Saudi Arabia in terms of having a couple of shows there like Crown Jewel they just had recently. So
Hmm.
it says it right
Mm,
here. I'll read it from here from Cassidy Haynes. Sources have told me that World Wrestling Entertainment has sold the company to the Saudi Investment Fund. Vince McMahon was placed back on
Hmm.
the board of directors with many under the belief that Vince was looking to sell the company. Now that's become a reality. Not only that, but the public company is now going private, which actually could be a really good thing under the new ownership. When it means it goes private, you don't have to worry about stockholders, shareholders, that kind of big type of corporation type thing. You can just go back to being an under the radar product, which actually could be a benefit to the WWE going forward. But this is major news. And Vince McMahon, he's back as the chairman again, so he is back in power. So even though the Saudi government will be in charge, they'll be the owners of the company. Vince McMahon will still be the chairman and CEO of the business. So this is a monster deal. I know we don't talk
Hmm.
wrestling, but this is a huge deal in the wrestling community.
Hmm.
Huge deal.
wow.
I don't even know what
Um
to say.
and
Mm,
and I have to
sorry.
say and no, no
Mm,
I will say this, man, and look, this is my unpopular opinion. So I'm not associating this with Jeffy or Coach. I think the NFL is very similar to the WWE. Vince McMahon actually said that, and you see a lot of fuckery in the NFL, man, that we can't explain, and we chalk
mm.
it up to yeah, yeah, whatever. But you know, just saying, WWE is not insignificant as a lot of people brush off. You know what I'm saying? Remember, Vince McMahon tried to buy an NFL team.
Don't even
So
get me started about WWE. I mean, I can go on a rant about WWE for hours, as many other wrestling fans can, about Vince McMahon coming back into the company when to be real, the company has been on a roll in terms of they sold out WrestleMania, highest buy rate in company history with
yeah,
ticket sales. The ratings have been the highest they've been in years. They've been
because what
selling
is
out
what is
shows.
what does wrestling do, Jeffy? Real quick though, they sell storylines. What does the NFL do? What do we all talk about? The storylines, this player and this team versus this team and this coach
Yes, but
versus
the
that
NFL
coach.
isn't
And
scripted. The
see what
NFL is
I'm
not
saying?
scripted like wrestling is. You script these things in
You also
wrestling.
have to. You also understand the entity of the WWE was owned by one person. The
Yes.
NFL, the teams are owned by separate owners. So I get where you're going, NYG, but
Yeah, that means they
that's
have
that's
mutual interest in the
yes.
outcomes. So
To a certain extent, the outcome is bottom line is dollars and cents. But
yeah,
I don't even care
okay.
about the dollars and cents. I don't even care about where they get sold. It's the creative that scares me because that's the reason why a lot of fans were turned away from the product because Vince McMahon is an old school guy who's stuck in the 80s mindset where if you're like a big guy, muscular guy, 200 plus pounds, you like look like a Hulk Hogan or a John Cena, like a Batista, those types of guys. If you look like a big guy, you're going to be more like a world championship material instead of these littler guys that WWE has been hiring a lot more lately that do like the flips and dives but can wrestle incredibly great matches because that's what Vince McMahon believes in. Whereas Triple H, you guys know, you guys have to remember who Triple H is.
mhm.
The Game,
Yeah, I
those guys
know.
back
Yeah,
in the Attitude
Hunter
Era.
Hearst Helmsley. Yeah,
He's been taking over the WWE as a. I know this is like going on a left turn. We've also been talking wrestling. This is a monster deal in entertainment world. Like people don't realize how big of a deal this is in sports and entertainment. But this is Triple H knows how to book shows that can key to what the fan nowadays wants to see. And that's the biggest difference is that Vince McMahon did not give a damn what the fans wanted on a television basis day in and day out. He would be booking these stupid segments that nobody wanted to see, 2-minute matches, nonsensical storylines, nonsensical character buildup, and that's what he was not doing. And the second Triple H took over, and this guy obviously knows the business from being a wrestler for years, and obviously he's been a CEO and a president of talent relations. He knows what the fans want, and that's why you've seen the peak in interest with WWE at an all-time high. So that's the reason why the WWE has become on a resurgence lately. But now you have to wonder with WWE back under the control of Vince, and now the fact they sold it to the Saudi government. Lovey Smith, sorry. I don't even know what the hell. I don't even know what the hell to say. I really don't. This is very scary for me right now as a wrestling fan. I really don't know where this company's going to go next.
well, the thing about it is you talking about wrestling and you talking about them selling it to a foreign government, and we've been talking about a lot of things with these major corporations, NFL,
Mm-hmm.
NBA, yada yada yada, and they're getting more international. NFL has talked about having teams in London and Germany and different international places. So this is not something. It it is a big news story, but it is something that has been trending in that direction for quite some time, to where these sports are getting more international. They're trying to broaden their audience outside of the Americas. So
Well, it's just like what Coach said before. Remember, this company's been owned by one singular man for a better part of 4+ decades, 4 or 5 decades. So
yeah.
that's why it's such a groundbreaking news because Vince
Mhm.
McMahon has been the owner of this company for a very long time. So it's very,
Right,
very,
Nimmer.
yes,
Shout out to
absolutely,
Hamlin,
Namar.
man.
No, no, don't worry about it. Absolutely, Namar. Shout out and prayers up to Mr. Damar Hamlin. That's the best news you could hear is that he looks like he's going to be able to get out of the hospital. So wonderful news to hear about that. But I just want to finish my point because I don't want to make it all about wrestling because we don't talk about wrestling much. But it's just the fact that it's going to be under the ownership of somebody else, and we have to wonder what is this government going to do with the product. I mean, taking it private, I think, will help out the company because you don't have to worry. You could start becoming a little bit more edgy with your product because you don't have to worry about sponsors, you don't have to worry about shareholders, stockholders, that kind of stuff. And you could go to a little bit more of an edgy product, like what we saw in the Attitude Era when people fell in love with the product. Not saying it's going to
Mhm.
happen, but you could do that now if you go private. The question is, how serious is this Saudi government going to be when it comes to running this company? And is Vince McMahon going to once again be in control of the creative, and that could be spelling disaster for the WWE in terms of the fans and what to expect going forward. So that's what I only worry about. But go ahead. Just want to talk about that because it is a big story.
Nah, man, good stuff, man, Jeffy, man, and
Mm-mm.
definitely appreciate that, man. Appreciate that news drop, that breaking news, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, Jeffy T is the reporter in this trio. You know, we got the coach, I'm the fan. So breaking news right here, man. WWE. WWE is a big part of sports in America. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It is a sports, and it definitely is big news, man, to consider, man. This big thing that we all grew up watching wrestling be
Mhm.
sold to a foreign country. That's
Yeah, I could
American wrestling. That is big news, man. But
I could
shout
send you
out
the
to you, man.
article in the back. So
Yeah, I would definitely like to check that out, man. Where you at, Breezy? We've been sitting here waiting on you, bro.
Yo, bro,
Pull
I
up.
called you out a minute ago.
Coach
Don't
here.
where's
yeah.
coach
Don't
at?
front.
Hey,
I've been
you
called
guys
you.
go ahead. You guys go ahead and talk your noise. I'm just
Coach
gonna
here.
read
This,
up. I'm gonna read up a little bit
yo,
more on
you
some of these
serious?
articles. This
This,
is some check. That's where I got the news. By the way, if you want to check it out, I put it in the private chat.
I got you, bro.
No problem. But come on, Breezy, get up here and you and Coach start going at it. I want to hear this. This is gonna be entertaining stuff.
yo, are you serious?
About what?
No, it's just college football. You know, it's one of the kids that was always on a meme. He played football at East Orange High School in Jersey, and he went D2, but
There you go.
he just got signed to an NIL deal by with Popeyes. He's the Popeyes
Wow.
meme kid.
Hmm.
I hate
The-
Popeyes.
but it came out in 2003 when he was like 9 years old.
Hate that
Yo, that's
place.
deep. So that's what I'm talking about, NIL, man. And that's good,
Yeah.
man. I like hearing D2 kids getting signed for NIL. I like that. That's a blessing right there, man. All right, Breezy, what's up, man?
Chilling, just enjoying the show. I'm on a way to Jersey. That's why I was just listening.
All right,
Oh, word. All right.
let's get this talk going on. You talking about the Nets run the city?
That's fact. Stand clear of the closing. See, I told you.
No, you don't. What did I just tell y'all? What did I just tell y'all? Y'all can't run the city. The Knicks got a bigger fan base, and their value doubles with the Nets. So how you gonna run something when you can't even step up to the plate financially? Now,
Financially,
if you want to talk on the court right now today, I'll digress. Y'all have the better team right now, but y'all don't run this city, bro. Y'all don't. New York has a bigger fan base. The Knicks have a bigger fan base, and they're more valuable, plain and simple. And that's what's running the city. Okay, go ahead, bro. I'm done.
It's bullshit, man.
Go
It's
I
ahead.
all
think he's this.
bullshit,
I think
man.
the connection might be a little rough with him because
Yeah,
I think
he
he's
in
on
a,
subway.
he in the subway, man. He going through the
Yeah.
tunnel, man. I already
Oh,
know what time it is, yo. So
no,
that's
no,
why
no.
I'm like,
I
that's why I'm
wait, I
speaking
wait.
for him. It's bullshit, yo. It's because that's what he gonna tell you.
No, no,
No,
no.
the damn
But
niggas
see,
with no damn
no,
city.
I get it. I get it. Like I said, that's like trash talking. I get it. I get where you're coming from. Y'all want to do the Mike? Y'all want to do the Janet Jackson? What have you done for me lately? All right. Johnny still don't
Yeah,
win no championship. They talk about winners. Well, what's winning? Championships. Nets ain't won no NBA
yeah, and
championship.
neither have the
So
Knicks.
exactly. So neither one of us
So
should be talking about who
all
run the
right,
city.
then. You know what I'm saying? So now you got to break it down to who the best team is. If you get
Okay,
all
no,
that out the
no,
way,
no, no, no,
and
no.
it's the
What
Nets.
did I just say? What did I just say? Because y'all have the
Because all
star
that is
power.
scrap. That's even. Championships is
No,
not
but
we not taking
y'all
it
have
back
the
to the
star power.
we doing even Steven. Because you can go to your NBA ABA days with the
Yep.
Nets. And you
Yep,
can go to your
exactly.
aim the 70s with the Knicks. So we even
Exactly.
Steven there. Nobody's done anything lately. So we're
Exactly.
going on the
So,
team. The team.
but right now, I will admit, y'all have the better
We run
team.
the
I did
city.
say that. That's not running the
Right.
city. Y'all have the better team.
Shout
Okay,
out to
because
Barry. What's good,
all right,
Barry?
come here. What
What's
do
good, man?
you consider running the team then? I mean, running the league. I mean, running the city. What is your thought process about running the city just because you have the better team?
I'm
Running
just
the
entertained
city
by
is the
this.
best team to me.
But when you say run the city, that means you own the city. That means everybody is rocking for you, right? Or am I misreading that?
Yeah, everybody's gonna be rocking for the Nets
Is going to know.
when we
You
win the
said you run.
championship.
You said you run. So that means you're doing it right now. So right now you have the bigger fan base than the Knicks, right?
It's not about the fan base, man.
But
Nah,
how you
man.
running
Nah,
something?
man. Come
That's
on,
why I'm
man.
no. Understand
Right, Barry.
where
Eight
am
no.
where am I?
Ain't it
See,
9-0? Actually, damn, didn't we get another one on them?
that's why I'm
But
trying to understand when you say run the city. You're only talking about the two teams. It's not even a fan base. It's not about anything else. It's just the two teams. You have the better team. So, in other words, your terminology to say you
and
run
we're
the city
better
is
than you though. When we
I
play
didn't just,
y'all, we
I didn't
win.
listen.
You don't.
NYG. I'm not arguing that. I did not just say you have the better team. Didn't I just say
Right.
that? So when you
Okay.
say run
So
the city, I'm including all the fans and everything, or are you just basically saying it's
if
about the
you
two
want
teams?
if you want the glitz and glamour, you can have that.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Mr. Starry Eyes, you know, Hollywood, want the fans, want the attention
Listen. What I'm
and the
asking you. Listen. What
and
I'm asking you. Listen. What I'm
that
asking.
sound like that. You know what that sound like? That sound like Dallas Cowboy fans. That's
No,
what it sound
listen.
like.
What I'm asking
That's
you.
what it
Listen. What
sound
I'm
like.
asking you. I'm asking you a question. When you say run the city, are you just talking about running the city as far as the two teams? You have the better team, so that means you run the city because you have the better team. Is that what you're saying?
We run the city because we have the better team, because
Okay.
we beat
Okay.
y'all,
Okay. No.
and
Then I
and
digress. I back up.
we
Based
have
on
the
that,
star power.
okay. Based on that criteria, I am backing up
We
and I'm keeping
actually
my
get
mouth
more
shut.
attention than y'all when you consider, I mean, all the drama. I mean, I don't want to
Listen
talk
to what
about
I'm
that,
saying.
but
Listen to what I'm saying.
if you want to go there,
No,
Mr.
I didn't.
Attention, Mr.
I,
Hey, look, it's the Knicks. Woo wee,
First of
we
all,
run the
you
city.
know,
No.
y'all know I kill my Knicks.
No.
Y'all know I kill my Knicks. But when you say run the city, I want to know what it is that you were saying so I can debate it. Based on what you just said, you have the better team, you have the star power, you've beaten us head to head.
Yeah, and we're
I
the
have to
future
fall
of
back.
New York. When we
I
win
ha-
the championship this year, that's
uh,
when
see
we will
that's
submit
where
it.
no. See, when you say that you win the championship, so when you win the championship, now you're taking it to a different level. What do you mean by when you win the championship? So when you win the championship, does that mean you're pulling the fans now? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
man.
Okay, okay,
New
okay,
York
okay.
reps
I'm
for
going to wait and
winners,
see.
man. New York reps
I'm
for
going to wait and see.
winners.
Yeah, I'm going to wait and see. I disagree with you. If that's the case, then why is the New York Giants fan base so loyal? Because we know our fan base has been brutalized with
That's a
losing.
different sport. That's a
But no,
wholly different topic.
The
What's
Knicks
up,
fans,
Ronnie?
Miss Ronnie,
Hey,
what's up?
how you doing, Ronnie?
The Knicks fans for 20 plus years have been brutalized, right?
Nah.
The Knicks fans base has been brutalized, right, for 20 plus years, right? And it's still strong and loyal to it. You just said they're about winning. So what is it? Either they're about loyalty
I
or
mean,
they're about winning.
I can't say nothing about the fans. I'm
I
just saying,
just
you talking about the city, like in general. You talking about all
love you too,
Brooklyn.
Miss
You
Ronnie.
talking about Queens. Talking about look. Let's break it down. Staten Island, Long
Yeah,
Island.
yeah.
Like, come on now.
You can also
And
include
Jersey.
By
Jersey.
the
I
way,
mean,
this is
break it
entertaining
down.
as hell
That's
right
the
now, so
city.
I'm just enjoying this.
You can include the lower part of Connecticut. I get where you're going,
Whatever. Let's go
but no,
there.
what
Let's
I'm
go.
asking you
Oh, this
is
is
what
so
you
good.
just said when you win
This
the
is good.
championship. So you're saying the fan base is going to transition away from the Knicks and they're going to follow the Nets because they win
They
and
already
be a
are. Look how many.
Oh,
Look
so
how many Kevin. Look
oh
how many.
oh
Who? Look
so
at the
so
jersey sales. Who got Kevin
no,
Durant
no,
net
I didn't,
jerseys as opposed to
bro. I have
anybody on the
hold a
Knicks?
minute, hold a minute, hold a minute,
Anybody
hold a
on
minute,
the
hold a minute.
Knicks?
You're talking about
Julius
merchandising.
Randle, get the
No, no,
fuck out
wait a
of
minute.
here.
Dude,
Nobody
bro,
buying his
no,
jersey.
no,
So
no,
you want to
no,
talk
no,
about running the
stop,
team, running the
stop,
city?
stop. I am
Oh,
not talking
coach.
about no Julius Randle and his jersey.
Then
Because let's
who?
be no,
Who is running the city on the Knicks?
listen to me. First and foremost, because you just talked about merchandising. I got a LeBron jersey. I got a Melo jersey from when he was in
But I
Denver.
went
I
from
got
I
no.
argued
Listen
with
to what
you
I'm
with
saying.
the best team. You said
But
nah, screw that. It's about the fans and the popularity. Now I'm telling you, y'all not even the most popular team. The most popular
that
player is
so
Kevin Durant.
no, okay. So now you're
He
saying
plays
you
for the
have the
Nets.
bigger fan base. You just said you're the most popular, so
Come
you have
on.
the bigger fan base. I asked you that a while ago.
Brooklyn,
Right
we go
now, yeah.
hard. We go hard. Brooklyn, we go
Okay,
hard. We go
y'all have
hard.
some great marketing. I give you that. Y'all have some great marketing. The thing that hurts
What
the Knicks. Wait a minute.
marketing? It's the
That right
truth.
there. No. That slogan right there. I loved it. I always did. But let me back it up. The thing that hurts the Knicks the most is James Dolan because we hate him. We hate him.
You're
If
Yeah,
not
he
wrong
had
about that one.
if
right.
I'm
I agree.
telling you, Knicks fans would go much harder for the Knicks if it wasn't for him. But you're saying you just said if you win a championship, y'all the fan base is going to transition. When I just said we were dealing with losing, and you said that New York is about winners, and I
Round
said, well,
two. Ding ding.
our fan base has been loyal to the Knicks
Hmm.
for the longest while. Our fan base is bigger. But you just said, oh, when you win an NBA championship, that's going to change. That's all the Knicks fans are going to.
Right now the Nets fan base is bigger than yours right now because nobody supports the Knicks. It's just a few
Oh,
hardcore Knicks fans and they real
Yo,
loud. That's all it is. Y'all got the loudest fan base. Y'all are the Dallas
mm,
Cowboys of the
can
NBA. You got the
no, that's
loudest fan base, but
no.
don't nobody really
No, that's
fuck
the
with y'all
Lakers.
like that.
That's the Lakers and the Celtics. I'm sorry. You can say that all you
The
want.
Knicks
That's the
is
Lakers
right
and
up there, if not
nah.
one of the worst. I'll tell you. They loud. That's all
yo,
it
can
is,
y'all hear
man.
me?
Go
Yeah, I hear
ahead,
you. What's up,
Breezy.
bro?
Finish cooking this
I was
dude,
saying
man.
that in
You
the
ain't
book,
Yeah,
cooking me, bro.
I'm
in the
You ain't
cooking
I re-
cooking
you,
me.
coach.
You are not
Stop
cooking me,
playing.
son. Don't even go there.
Ding
You're not
ding.
cooking there.
Ding ding.
You are
Stop
not cooking
playing.
me. Because what you saying does not make sense to me. It
Bring
just
that
Trust me, I got
doesn't.
bell.
the
I,
best
Because I
player
hit you with the economics.
and the
The
best
only thing you
team.
want to give me, the only thing you want to give me is y'all have star power. Y'all have beaten us head to head. Y'all winning right now for the past few
Doesn't all
years.
that matter?
Okay.
Yeah.
What else matters?
In
Bree,
today's
Bree,
day
Bree.
and age, I guess so. In today's day and age, I guess so. Because what that
I,
tells me, what you're telling me, honestly, to keep it real and be serious, what you're telling me that there is no loyalty amongst fans, period, to the team. They just gonna go with whoever's winning, period. So if the Knicks were winning and the Knicks were winning championships, then all of a sudden our fan base is gonna get bigger.
No, you
You're
said
gonna,
who run the city though.
but
I'm telling you.
I asked you earlier, and what do you say? Because y'all beat us head to head because y'all have the star power. All of that. You said that. Am I correct? Did you hit me with all of that? And you said
Right.
that's the reason why you run the city. It wasn't about the fans. Because broke it down and I specifically asked about
And
the
you
fan
start
base.
talking about the
And,
fans, and then I had a
then
rebuttal for that, and I said
you
Kevin
said it's
Durant
kind of, no. That's not
is
the
the
rebuttal. You
most
said,
selling jerseys out of
okay,
anybody in the area.
okay.
Debate
So
it.
just because he's selling jersey, that means that's the fan
That
base.
means the
And
fans
okay, wait a minute, wait a minute.
support him, which means they
Yes.
support the Nets. So even
Oh,
though
so
they might be Knicks fans, they really support Kevin Durant.
okay, so now
Got
here
him.
you go. Here you
Got
go.
him.
So no. So then
Ding
that
So they
means
really
ding.
that
Nets fans.
no. Hold on a minute. Don't ding ding none. That's bullshit. Then if that's the case, what about Steph? When Steph comes over here, his jersey sells out here. You can go through the
That's
whole
another one.
NBA. No. But the point I'm
So
making is you talking about running the city, and you
the
said because
fact is,
his
there's nobody
jersey
on the
sells.
Knicks that's in the
I'm
top
not
jersey
talking.
selling. So
Yes,
your
you're
team ain't
right.
popular. They
Okay.
whack.
Okay. So the okay. So you said
They ain't
jersey
running
sales
nothing.
is the reason why you're and
I
popular.
love this
You're
coach.
popular, but your ticket sales. what you're doing every time you sell out your arena, that don't mean nothing. You just said that don't mean nothing. You said your team is more popular because everybody in the media wants to talk about the Nets and all this and that. So that's why you run the city. But like I just said when I first hit you with it, I said, so if you talk about running the city based on that and the popularity, who's the more economically valuable franchise? It's the Knicks 2-1. How you
Uh,
gonna run something?
Ooh,
No, you can't
economically.
go.
Oh,
You
so,
can't go woo
so
woo.
you okay?
You,
So you got old money. We talking about right now. You
okay,
know what I'm saying? You talking about the
now it's
old money,
old money. Now it's old
right?
money.
It is. It's
Okay,
old money.
okay,
They ain't
okay,
generating shit right now. They
okay,
whack.
okay. You want to say they whack because they haven't been winning? I'm not gonna argue with that, NYG. I'm not. I'm not. I can't argue with that. I can't argue with you about
None of these kids
KD and
growing up
Star.
representing the
Okay,
Knicks, man.
okay. Hey, you want to say that?
They
That's
rocking
fine.
KD jerseys, which
Then
means
that
they
goes
Nets
back.
fans.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
go.
okay, okay. So
Stop
that's
playing.
okay. Then I'm old school and I'm antiquated and I don't know
I
shit
respect
about
it, coach. You
basketball.
know what I
No,
mean? And it's
I
all
don't.
love.
I don't. No, no, I
But
know that.
yeah,
I know that. I don't take this personally, bro.
this
Stop
Yeah.
it.
debate, you can't
Stop
have
it.
this debate.
Stop
This
it.
debate
Stop it. I'm not.
is
It's like
Stop it.
not in void.
Stop it.
it's like watching that part in a scary movie where he says this is some good shit. That's exactly what this is right now. This is good.
No,
I'm enjoying this stuff. Like this gets.
no.
I love it.
Listen. NYG has some good points,
No, I know,
but
I know. I'm just enjoying the
I
combo
mean,
though. You guys are
yeah,
both
no, I
bringing
know.
it.
I'm enjoying the banter too. Trust me, I love this. I feed off of
I was
this.
gonna say,
Facts.
I was waiting for
He
Breezy to
hit me
come
with
in.
some
I
stuff.
was
He's
waiting for Breezy to come in and channel his inner
like, Breezy,
cannabis and go for that second round
Yeah, he just
KO.
he getting off the train. He probably gonna go to the store. Cause this is New York, man. He gonna go to the
yeah,
store, whatever. You know what I'm saying? He gonna hit the crib, whatever, take a shower, whatever, do his thing, and he'll be
Yep.
back on. I say within like 45 minutes or so. We still going. But go ahead.
yeah,
Hmm.
no. As far as this
That's New
show,
York
I
shit.
mean, yeah, I mean, that's like being in the barbershop. We're gonna sit there, we're gonna go at it, go back and forth. In the end, is love, is respect. I love it and respect this man to the fullest. I'll rock and I'll step in front of a bullet in front of for him. That's how much I love him. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't take
Facts,
this
man.
as
You already know. Yeah,
disrespect. Yeah,
this
It's
is
just a
light work.
sports combo. This
yeah.
is not
We
the
just
Nets. Are you
playing
serious?
around, man.
This
You
is
know what I'm
barbershop.
saying?
No, this is
At
barbershop.
the
This
end
is
of the
like the
day, yeah,
barbershop.
ain't nobody put ain't no the Knicks or Nets put no money in my
No,
pocket, man. And
yeah,
this what
no,
me
No.
and
none of that.
Coach talk about. We talk about
Oh, I
different
can't
things,
believe he
man.
went out there and he said that.
Right.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
anybody who's listening and watching and want to take it and go out there and okay, fine. Were you entertained? I hope you were, because that's part of what we're trying to do. We're trying to entertain y'all.
Facts, man.
So,
And shout out to Ronnie, man. Shout
and
out
I'm
to
sorry,
Ronnie, man.
Breezy. I'm sorry couldn't get a word in edgewise this time when it comes to the Knicks and the Nets, because normally you do.
Mhm.
He'll be back. He'll be
Yeah,
back, man.
I know.
But Nimmer says, Ronnie, my score predictions: Giants 28, Vikings 25. Ronnie says 31-27. I didn't give a score prediction, but I'm going 28-24. That's gonna be my prediction for the Giants. Now, one thing real quick to bring it back full circle with this front office news. If the Jets fire their offensive coordinator, now that would be a
Mhm.
lateral move. The Giants would have to grant them permission. Do you think they put in a request to interview Mike Kafka?
Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't they?
Given what, because this is what people are going to
No,
look at.
no,
They're going to look
I
at
think he's going to want a head coaching position, not an
no.
offensive
right.
coordinator
I don't
position.
think Mike Kafka is going to do it. I'm just saying. I'm just
Yeah, no, I get where you're going. Yeah, that's how would the Jets want to talk to him? I mean, I understand the Jets, would they put in a request? More probably. It
Mhm.
makes sense. Now, if or as an offense coordinator or lateral move, I wouldn't. No, I can't see him
What
doing it.
about
Not
if
if.
they fire Salah?
Oh yes, 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 Yes,
Mm,
you have to allow him to do that. You have to. You can't block that.
yeah.
You can't. There's no way. Mm. I mean, because usually in their contracts, it's going to be in their contracts. Lateral moves they can block. Most teams block unless they just say it's best that we separate. But if it's for the head coaching, you can't do that. You got to let them go because that's the goal. You want to become a head coach. You want your own
Mm-hmm.
ship.
Mm,
So
facts.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do it, Ronnie. I was just
no.
throwing conversation out there, man,
Hmm.
because you never know. You never know
Hmm.
what's gonna happen. I think
Absolutely.
Kafka, I say by the end of next year, going into that next coaching cycle, he's
Hmm.
really gonna be strongly considered because I think the Giants are gonna build
Hmm.
a good offense. You know what I'm saying? Because they're
Yeah.
going to keep the continuity and these guys are going to be comfortable in this system, especially the offensive linemen. You got to think about guys like Neil, Thomas.
Hmm.
Hopefully they keep Bredesen. Maybe Gates is back. Glowinski. They're going to have that continuity, man. Jones is going to be processing much faster. Hopefully they
Mm-hmm.
get some receivers that can run some good routes, man, because I think ultimately that's what Daniel Jones wants, man. He wants receivers that can run crisp, sound, precise routes, man. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Not looking for guys that's gonna be all over the place like Kadarius Tony, even like
Ronnie.
Darius Slayton at sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
that's what we're talking about, man. So once we get those guys in here, this offense is gonna be the offense that people want to see, man. I truly believe that, man. They're gonna get rolling, man, because they're smart enough to keep the continuity with this squad and not blow it up like people want them to do. Get rid of everybody, bring this guy in, bring that guy in. They're not gonna blow it up. They're gonna keep, and I'm gonna tell you a guy that is very important in this whole thing is Isaiah Hodgins. This
Facts.
guy's good. I watched the film. He's a good receiver. He's
He
not a
is.
number
He was
one.
just buried in the depth chart in Buffalo
Right.
because they're stacked
Exactly.
with good receivers.
Right. He's a good receiver. And they're gonna add to him and Wandell Robinson. And they're gonna bring a couple more guys in, man. And they're gonna be cooking with Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones coming back. So that's how I see it, man. But that's going to give Kafka the resume going into the next season. But this season he'll be back. He'll be back. No sweat. What's good though, Lou, man? Tap in, man. What's good, bro?
As far as Kafka, if he's smart, which I think he is, he knows that he's only been the offensive coordinator for 5, 6 months. He knows that if he goes and jumps up too fast and falls on his face, it can hurt his career. You don't get offered head coaching jobs often unless you're connected with the right people. You've seen guys become coordinators and stay there their whole career. So if he's smart, he himself knows that it's too soon to make that jump from first time OC to head coach. So I'm not worried about him going nowhere. Shout out to Ronnie Nimmer, everybody, what's going on? Um, but yeah, I'm not worried about anybody hiring him. Not saying that he's not good. I don't think anybody's gonna convince him that it's the best opportunity for him. That's a dumb move for his career,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion. Now,
True.
Wink, I can see, people coveting him because he's been around, he knows the game. But I think he's a guy that they kind of have pigeonholed as just a great defensive coordinator.
I agree too. Tudo, what's good, Tudo? Shout out to Tudo, man. You know what I'm saying? Always pulling up, man. Um, what do you guys think, Jeff, Coach, man? What do you think about Kafka versus Wink? Do you think one of the two we lose one of the two, or you think they
Happy New
both
Year,
come back?
Ronnie.
I know we kind of went over this conversation a little bit, man, but you know what I'm saying. Shout out to the Big Blue crew. We got the crew in the chat, man. So let's get it in, man. Let's talk Giants, man. This is the team of the hour of the moment. Let's go.
What do you
What
mean
y'all
of the
got?
hour? What do you mean of the hour?
Of the
I've been
moment, of the
telling y'all
hour.
all season we was going to the playoffs. I've been saying this shit all season. Everybody tore my head off. Oh, Lou, you crazy. Lou, you bugging. I gave us 7 wins. I give us 9 wins max. We going to the damn playoffs.
We got a path to go to the Super Bowl though.
We're going
So
to the Super Bowl, sir.
let's
Listen,
let's talk because I know Coach Jeffy, they got a little bit of pushback on that, man. So let's
look.
let's talk about it though.
All
Let's
right,
get into
right
Yeah.
it.
now,
Okay.
we
Mm-hmm.
play the Vikings. I think we beat the Vikings.
Yep.
I think the
think
Bucks beat the Cowgirls.
we all think that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Tom Brady beat the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We all there.
So now us being the lowest seed, we have to play Philadelphia,
Mm-hmm.
right? I
Okay.
think we beat Philly.
I agree.
And I think Tampa Bay gets it done and we play Tampa in the conference championship.
Interesting. I
Mm.
think it'll be
Disagree with
San
that one.
Francisco,
I think
but
it's San Francisco. I
could
think
be
San
Okay.
Tampa.
Francisco.
Could be Tampa. I think
Because
San
they're going to be.
Francisco though.
I think it's San Francisco because they're number one. Their defense. They can get after the quarterback.
Their
They can get the
defense is
pressure
good.
inside
They're
and
gonna light
outside.
Tom
And
Brady's
what is
ass up.
Tom Brady? What is his biggest weakness? Getting pressure right up in his face first and
Yep.
foremost. Getting him off of
What's
his
good,
spot.
Taj? What's
What's up,
good,
Todd?
man? Shout out to
What's up,
Taj. Shout
Tudo?
out to Tudo.
But I mean, I see that. The only thing I would say is because I'm intrigued, even though I do think San Francisco is going to beat the living daylights. They're going to jam it right there in their damn throats. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. But on the flip side, if Seattle, because it is a division opponent, if Seattle were to figure out a way to win, then that means we would end up going to Tampa Bay, because then Seattle would go to Philly. So but based on the scenarios you painted, I get where you're going. I
Yeah,
can see it.
Seattle ain't
I
winning that
just
game.
Minnesota, I think we definitely will win. I mean, we have to respect it. What I said earlier, don't let Cook get running. I mean, that's the biggest issue. Make them one dimensional so we can get after Cousins, because once we get after Cousins with our pass rush, I think we'll get after him and smack him around, and he's going to put that ball in Horn's way, and we're going to get some turnovers because I think he's thrown a turnover in every game this year. So, and like NYG said earlier, he threw we missed out on what, 5 of them, you said earlier?
Yeah, it was about 4 or 5
Yeah,
that
so the
he threw.
opportunity is going to be there. So, I definitely am confident there. Frisco, if we're facing them, or the Eagles we know. So, and based on what we just did this past weekend, our confidence would be sky high, 1,000% there. The Frisco, Tampa Bay, I think it's going to be Frisco, and that's going to be the challenge because Frisco, their running game is definitely there. They're very they get very creative with their running game. So some of the things that they do, and they can attack the edges as well as running it right up the middle. And plus they got their playmakers. But now the question is the rookie quarterback. But by then, will he still be deers in the headlight, or will he calm down and continue to play like he's been playing? So I can see where you're going as far as getting to the playoffs. But on the flip side, I can also see, you know what? We just got to handle Minnesota first, and then move on to whoever it is. More than likely, Philly.
And shout out to my bro Lou, man, for tapping back in, man. Tudo put it up, man. Came back from your show, man. You know what I'm saying? Definitely tapped into your show, man. You know what I'm saying? I always give a like, man, and a view, man. Definitely support, even if I can't watch the whole joint, man. But I'll definitely catch it back on the replay, man. So but yo, let's get it in, man.
I try to watch everybody's shows, bro. I try to
Yeah, me
support
too.
everybody.
Me too.
I'm just not the type of person who lives in my phone. I'm not from that era. But when I do pick it up and I get an alert that one of y'all posted something, I'll watch it more than once. I give it a thumbs up and I give it a few views. You know what I'm saying? Just because,
Facts.
I want to see everybody eat, bro. I'm not from that hating era. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
I'm from
Me
the era
too.
where we worked as a team. Niggas had lieutenants, captains, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm from the era where we had teams, bro. So, you know,
Real shit, man. I appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? You, Pat, Joe, Taj, Ronnie, everybody, man. The whole big blue crew. You know how we get it in, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we here to do, man. Talk
Chef
Giants, man.
Ronnie.
So, Coach Jeffy, y'all didn't talk about Philly. How do y'all feel about the Giants? Because we all in agreement
Oh,
that
hold on. I
that
don't mean to interrupt. Sorry, Jeff.
that
Jeff.
What?
Kenny Galladay finally got a fucking touchdown. Can you believe it?
No, I can't. I almost
Jeff has
fell out
been
of my.
calling for that shit since week
I've been.
one.
I almost fell out of my seat when I was calling that game and I saw that. I almost fell out of my seat when I saw him going up there and plucking the ball. I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Kenny Galladay on the last play probably of his Giants career makes an unbelievable catch for a guy that we asked to do that since we signed him. The exact type of play we asked of Kenny Galladay, and he does it on the last
And
play of his Giants career. You gotta
here's
be
the
kidding me.
ironic part to that, Jeff. Not only did he have a tough catch, it was on their best DB on
Yep.
Slay.
He mauled Slay. He mauled
Yeah.
seriously on that one, which is beautiful.
and
And
it
Shout
was
out
the
to
former
guy
team,
he
KG.
and it was
former
the guy
teammate.
he played with in Detroit.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
You know, so shout out to Kenny Galladay, man. But he ain't gonna be no factor in this playoff, man.
No.
He's not.
He's a
He just
test tube, maybe.
yeah, maybe in the red zone, but I don't think Daniel Jones is really feeling Kenny Galladay like that. Pause, man. But I don't think I don't really think that's why they put him in there with Davis Webb. You know what I'm saying? That's why they put him in there with Tyrod Taylor. You know, so I don't think Kenny Galladay is gonna see much burn in this playoffs, man. But if
I
he
really
were to do
believe,
that,
I really believe that they
wouldn't it in the
what
Philly game? We talking about this Philly
no, I'm saying
possibly.
I
Would it
really
be
believe that Kenny Galladay and Daniel Jones situation all stems from that game where Galladay was flipping on the sideline and they try to
yeah,
play it down like he was arguing with Jason Garrett.
yeah,
He was spazzing on DJ. Him and DJ
yeah.
had some words, and that was
Mm-hmm.
it. There was
Yep.
no chemistry after that.
Yeah, he don't fuck with
Mm.
Galladay. And that always felt like that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody saying Galladay is washed. You know what I'm saying? But he don't get no targets because Daniel Jones don't fuck with him like that. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Because you would still give the guy targets, but he don't get no target because they don't want him out there. You know what I'm saying? He's not the type of receiver that they looking for. You know, he doesn't run crisp routes. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't get separation. You know, he's not a speed guy, a quick guy. So, but yeah, man. Philly, man. How y'all feel if we have a rematch with Philly, man? What's your thoughts on that?
Go ahead, coach. I'm still reading more up on this WWE story.
That's what I feel about Philly.
Uh,
They no, seriously, all jokes aside, it's definitely going to be a hard fought game. Don't get me wrong. It always is when it's a division game. Um, we're going to be confident. You know, number one, coming off of a playoff win in itself, and number two, with what we just did, where we're playing second and third stringers, and we forced them to keep in their starters just to win the game. So, you know, that's gonna amp it up, but that's also gonna elevate the confidence. Now Philly is gonna be angry, yes. You're gonna be like, oh well, you forced us this, forced us that, but we're just gonna punch back, you know, because we're gonna say,
Bills,
look,
Neymar. That's easy. Bills
Bills
win.
gonna win. Bills
yeah,
going to the Super Bowl.
yeah, they're the team of destiny right now. So, but they're gonna feel like, you know, in a sense disrespected. But we're just going to say we played our reserves and you still couldn't dominate us there. And the first game was a fluke, and we're ready for you this time. You know, plus you're going to study up film. You're going to be completely ready. We're going to have played the game already, so we're going to have a level of continuity. You know, they can say, "Oh, well, we're resting our guys. Guys are going to be coming back." Yeah, okay, that's fine. You know, but we're going to be ready for you. We're going to have our key players back. Adore is going to have played the game already, so he's going to go from Jefferson to Brown. So he's not going to fear anything. We're going to have McKinney back. We're going to have the key guys on defense. Offensively, we're going to be ready for them. The only concern, Jeff, you always speak to it, would be Evan Neal. Is he mentally in the game? Or is he going to be beat up mentally because he's going to have to handle the pressure? Now, I do think we're going to get physical, a lot more physical. Dave was going to have us physically ready. And I do
Mhm.
see us trying to run that rock a lot more and trying to control the clock a little bit more because this game, last game, was a low scoring game when you really break it down. So,
Coach, to your point though, when they put Gates in and Bredesen in, remember they put
hmm
Gates in at
hmm
center and Bredesen in
hmm
at left
hmm
guard. Didn't the run game get better? You
yes,
see what I'm saying? That's
yes.
what they need to do, man. They need to quit fucking around, man, and let them guys go in. You know what I'm saying? Because Bredesen I'm telling you, Bredesen is a good player. You know
hmm
what I'm saying? And we
hmm
know what Gates can do at center.
Yes.
You know, and Neil is a good run blocker for all the slack he get it from for his pass blocking. He can run block. So that's what you do to Philly. You
hmm
run the rock, like you said, and you keep them off the damn field.
What's up, Lil?
I said this on my stream last night. I said this in the off season and in the off season the season before last. Offensive linemen in the fucking draft. That's all I'm gonna say. Now, don't be surprised if you see a lot more RPO in this Minnesota
hmm
game from
hmm
DJ.
hmm hmm Exactly. I said he killed him the last time. So, and it's going to force them to. It
Mm-hmm.
actually they're going to have to keep a guy back because when you play the RPO, you have to read whoever it is. If a
A
linebacker
spy.
comes up for the
Yeah.
run, you pass it. If he stays back, then you give the ball to
Yeah.
Saquon. So it helps us and it creates a level of confidence and aggression that can carry over and run you through the playoffs. So
And
so
his tackle is still hurt on the other side. Minnesota's tackle
yes,
is still
Yep.
yes,
hurt.
Yeah.
So
yes. So, and I think one of the other linemen, and they're getting another interior lineman back, but they have two offensive linemen down, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, backup center and the right tackle O'Neal is
Yeah.
out. So they're getting Bradbury who didn't play the first time. He's gonna be back. It sounds like he's gonna be back at center for them.
hmm
Now
So,
I'm very optimistic about this game, but there's one concern: special teams. They gotta get that shit cleaned up. That shit has been a disaster
fair.
the past few weeks, man. And all that little trickery shit they try. I know people were saying they just trying to put different plays out there on tape, and I get it, man. But you still can't execute, man. Jamie Gillen, I don't know, man. He worries me, man, as a punter. I know he has the Legatron or whatever they call it, that bullshit, man. But he can't directional kick, man. You know what I'm saying? And we lose field position a lot. And when you lose field position, yeah, your defense is strong enough to hold them to 3 points, but those 3 points add up. Three, three, three. Now you
hmm
that's nine. You know what I'm saying? So now you know a 9 point deficit. You know, from blunders, from special teams. You know, kickoff coverage, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I do want to see Thomas McGahee get in these guys' asses, pause, and straighten that special teams unit up, man, because that's got to get cleaned up, man. The offense and defense, I feel confident about. Special teams, not so much outside of Graham Gano. How y'all feel about that, though?
I mean, what you said is definitely on point. I mean, we definitely, especially in the punting game, because that's the issue right there. And getting good, consistent return with it, whether it's in the kickoff or in the punt. So that sets up your field, and that helps you in the long run. Whether you're playing deep in the minus territory or you're in the plus territory. So, it's important. And then especially with the punt, yeah, he has a big leg, but he has no control over it, none whatsoever. Just because you can boom a punt, sometimes you up kick your coverage, and they can't get down
Right.
there, and the other team has, opportunity to make guys miss, and then the directional, The purpose of the directional is trying to get it between the numbers and the sideline, so you limit their opportunity to return. So it makes it easier for you. And if they try to go to the other side, you still have the opportunity to spread it and attack it. And they're not going upfield; they're more going sideline to sideline. So it allows you to cover it. So but yeah, you're 1,000% correct in terms of that, NYG. You know, we definitely have to do a better job there. Special McGahee
Dory's
has
playing.
to. What?
I was answering Nimmer. He said, "Will Adoree Jackson play?" I said, "Dory's
Oh,
playing."
oh,
So,
oh.
go ahead.
No, I thought you were talking about he was going to be back on punt again because it's like,
Oh
Oh, nah,
no,
hell no. I
no,
would
no,
lose
no,
my
no,
shit,
no.
bro.
Yeah, no, 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 no.
Lord
Yeah.
have
look,
mercy.
I tried to
Hell no.
defend it the last time, but nah, you can't this time. No, no,
Uh-uh.
no, no. But yeah,
Nah, didn't we
special.
sign that dude Mickens or whatever for punt return?
He hasn't been up not once. I don't get it.
Just put
I
Richie
mean,
James back
No,
there and
I
have
think
him
we just
fair catch it.
elevated him though. I think we just elevated him from the practice squad this week.
okay, if
Richie
we
James has
elevated
been
him,
okay at just fair catching it. Just fair catch it,
look,
man.
look,
Just fair catch
why
it.
why can't we do what Dallas did with what's his name? That they brought up from the
Devontae
USC. I mean,
Turpin.
yeah. Why can't you do the same thing? Turpin is pretty much their returner. That's it. He'll go in on as a receiver if the game is out of control, but that's pretty much it. Why are you not doing the same
We got
thing?
Khalil Pippleton, the kid that's been sitting on the
Yeah, that's my
practice squad
point.
for it feels like
Nah,
weeks.
yeah, that's right. Shit,
That's what I'm
man. They ain't
talking
even
about.
try him.
That's
Wow.
what I'm talking about. You could use him, and
It
there you
must be
go.
it must be something about him, man, that he's not dependable, reliable.
Some
And
iffy
They
hands.
yeah.
then why is he on the practice squad as a whole? He's been there for what,
Well, I
damn
mean,
near.
because they probably want to hold on to him to try to
Yeah,
develop him, coach.
But shit, guys, I'm
yeah,
about
but
to
when
slide
you're
and
on
hit
the practice squad,
How
another
old is
team can
he?
offer you, another team can offer him a contract, and he can go. So you don't really have control. If you're trying to develop him, okay, I get it, but
Yeah, but
He is
somebody
only
can take him.
24 years old, so he's still young
right. I
enough
mean,
to
you can't
develop
do
him.
but
Oh, all
so
right, I
much.
didn't know
You
he
know what
was.
I'm
No, I
saying?
didn't know
Yeah.
he was that young. I didn't know he was that young, but
He's small. He's a
Jeff,
short guy too. He's only 5'9".
Jeff, Coach,
what's up, brother? All right.
NYG. I'm about to slide out, man. I got to work in the morning, but
All right,
shout
Lou.
out to y'all for y'all. Make sure y'all tune in to the Heart of the City, man. Subscribe, hit that thumbs up button.
Appreciate you,
I
bro.
already know
Appreciate
what
You
it.
know
it
what I'm
is,
saying? And
and
likewise, man.
Right. Make
Tap
sure
I'll
you
into
see
the
guys
Big
y'all
tune
Blue
into the
Crew.
Giant Cave.
tomorrow.
Tune in that Giant Cave, everyone.
No,
Just,
check out the boxing, yo.
That
The
too. The
leather to
leather
the
to the
face.
face.
I'm
That
doing
Yes.
shit is
two of them
fucking
Saturday. I'm doing
fire,
two of them
bro.
this Saturday.
I was listening into you on the fight with Tank Davis. Yeah, y'all get it in. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. Say less, man. You know how we do, man. But check out Leather to the Face, man. Definitely,
I'm
man.
doing two of them this weekend. I got Saturday, Cy versus Tempers at 1 p.m. Saturday. And then at 10 o'clock, another Leather to the Face for the Rivas fight. So it's four good boxing matches Saturday, but two of them are at 1 p.m. and then the other two are at 10 p.m. So
I'm
I'll
Yeah.
gonna
be
give
sitting in
out
front of
that a
this
Judy chop.
I'll be sitting in front of this camera all day because I'll be calling the boxing match. Then we're gonna jump to the football, then back to the boxing.
Mm,
There you
I'm,
go.
I'm gonna have a
it's
long
the
Saturday.
lineup.
Yeah, long Saturday. But I'll see you guys before then for sure.
All right,
All
have a
Most
right,
good
brother.
one,
definitely,
Lou.
man.
Peace.
All right.
Appreciate you, bro. Have a good night. Yeah, man. Y'all go subscribe to G Nation, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my bro, man. It's my brother, man. So good shit, man. But yeah, man. Y'all got any other thoughts, man, on this playoff, man? How y'all seen the playoff thing playing out, man? You know what I'm saying? This the freestyle session. Oh, here he come. He ready now. Breezy, what you got, man?
Yo,
They've been
I'm
waiting on you, man. What's good, man? I've been
I'm
holding
like,
it down, man. I've been cooking. I've been over here cooking coach, man.
You ain't
Some
cooking nothing,
saute,
man.
some
You
fried
ain't
eggs and
cooking
shit, man.
nothing. You ain't cooking nothing, man. 'Cause your food, your effort at cooking, man, is trash.
yeah.
Trash.
All right,
Uh-oh.
try this on for size.
Salute,
Now,
Lou, man. Salute, bro.
Salute to you,
but
bro.
Appreciate you.
or first
Come
salute
on. Come on, little
salute
boy.
the
Come on, little boy.
salute the
Come on, little
channel and
boy.
Salute the channel and the panel first and foremost. Um, shout to the who are heart of the city. Y'all know what's up. That being said, again, I refer to the book. The book says the Knicks fans were riding high from that 73 championship. No, the 70, the last championship they had before the merger. Now, I said that to say, anytime I got a Knicks fan on the ropes, they love to defer on how they won a championship in the Nets, the NBA championship, and the Nets didn't. Now, let me add this. The fact is this, that's true. But to ride high on a championship that you won in that same decade is one thing. To ride high on a championship that it's 2023 now, bro. What we talking, 50 years? So it's like, I mean, y'all can defer to that when I'm cooking, but when we talking about now, and I'm not going to go with NYG22 and say that we got more fans than y'all. I don't know if he said that. You said something like that?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
He said y'all are more popular.
I said KD and Kyrie is more popular.
More popular, so, and that's because
right. So I mean, if you're talking about running the city, it's about popularity and all that, right? You're talking about fans. Y'all got a bunch of old. Y'all got a bunch of 80, 90-year-old fans. Y'all got old fans.
And you don't have no young fans. That's what you're saying. You don't see none. Okay.
No. I'm not
as many as the
Nets.
What
about Almighty Finesse? He's a young fan.
Not as many as the Nets.
Okay.
Listen, what I will say
is good stuff. By the way, I love this.
Go ahead. So Greasy.
It's funny y'all say that, right? Because I got the podcast on Friday, KVN, who run the City of the Podcast, and he's a Knicks fan. And again, he used that same argument. And what I did was I said, okay, as far as running the city, I have a criteria. My criteria is who wins the most home games, who wins the head-to-head matchup. And these two components, in my opinion, are very important because the home games are the home games and both play in New York City. Correct? Right? We're on the same page there. And when it comes down to just how you say, it's the home games and it's the head-to-heads. So since the podcast started with me and him, and I love to pour salt on the wound, the Nets haven't lost. We've beat the Knicks every time since the podcast started, and this is for over 2 years. It's 8 games straight now. So yeah, y'all could defer to the championships, of course, but that happens once a year. We play y'all 4 times a year. And for the sake of the show called Versus, he didn't name it. He didn't want to name it Knicks and Nets or Knicks or Nets. He wanted to name it Knicks versus the Nets. So versus y'all, we got a better home record, and we got a better record. And we, what I'm saying? We got a better record, better home record, and we got the head-to-head matchup. So yeah, we run the city. It's fair to say that.
Okay, so
and we got the better players and the more popular players.
Okay, so based on that, if that's the criteria, again, as I said to NYG a little while ago, then I will digress based on that. You want to be dealing with Janet Jackson with what have you done for me lately? Okay. Number 2, I don't just go on the old championships. All right. I mean, if that's the case, then the Knicks ain't get swept in the NBA Finals. I mean, come on. If you want to go there, I don't go on that. What I told them earlier, because I wanted to understand, running the city, the Knicks are more valuable because financially we've
because y'all got a bunch of old fans with a bunch of old money that pump up the Knicks.
Listen,
I got you, YG. I'm gonna let him cook.
Listen. Based on that, but see now when you guys put it that way, you're talking about the popularity, whose fans are buying whatever jersey,
they pump
who's
up
more
the
popular.
Knicks on TV
On a minute.
they garbage.
No, they don't. They don't.
Yeah, they do.
Everybody kills the Knicks, bro.
They talk about them. Them to even be relevant is crazy because they have been trashed.
Talking exactly.
Right. That's because of the fans, the old fans like Spike Lee and all these other people that's tapped into the Knicks.
It kills me. You sit here and you say the old fans. I know so many young Knicks fans, and I'm talking about 5 to 15.
They indoctrinated.
Whatever. They still young. You can't sit here
Oh
on one
man.
side. You can't on one side talking about, oh, you ain't got no young Knicks fans. When I tell you they are there, whether it's passed down, because just like with
Yeah.
the Giants, with the Yankees, yeah, it does travel downfield. Kids following their parents.
Of
Yes, that's
course.
how you get your fan base. The Nets, you are building something. I give you that. But you know what? Y'all still ain't to the magnitude that you're saying. Okay, y'all got KD, y'all got Kyrie. I have to respect that. And if that is the criteria, okay, if that is running the city, then the Nets run the city. Woohoo! The Brooklyn
Glad you
Nets
said
run
it.
the city. But to
Yeah.
me, but no, I said
Glory.
based on your
Come full
criteria.
circle. Appreciate
No,
it.
based on your criteria.
No,
It
no,
is
yeah,
not
that's
my criteria. It's not
right,
my
right, go ahead.
criteria. I don't consider the Nets. The Nets will always be. I don't care if you have KD and Kyrie. They still the little brothers. They the little brothers trying to see if
Mm.
they got a bigger dick than the big brother. That's the
Wow.
reality of
Pause.
it.
Oh
No, that's the
shit.
reality of it. Because that's really what this is
Uh,
about. That's
yeah,
who
no,
got
no,
the bigger
I
dick.
really
Who
was.
got the
Yeah,
bigger
no,
dick? Let's be
I,
real. That's what this is about.
no, no, I'm being real, but that's not what it's about. You know what I mean? Like I
No,
never pulled up.
that's how I take it. I'm saying
Oh, okay,
me.
okay.
That's me. That's the Nets are the little brothers. They will always be that to me. You can win a championship right now, okay? NYG said, oh, if they win a championship, they're going. Or Knicks fans are going to transfer over there. I don't see it, bro. I don't.
I,
I
hold on,
don't.
coach. Coach, let me say this, coach. Let me because I your contrast about the big brother, little brother. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you what I think about that.
Hmm.
I think it's not that. I think the fact that as a and again, I'm referring to the book. A lot of the stuff that I'm getting my knowledge from and basing my opinion on is because of the book and knowing the actual real history between the Nets and the Knicks. And again, I'm rooting for the quote unquote little brother or the little guy, but we
Hmm.
doing
Hmm.
big things. But hold on, but Pete,
Hmm.
the reason
Hmm.
why I said that is because far as Big Bank, Little Bank, what the Knicks did to the Nets for us to even be where we are, like far as location. Like we was in New York, then
Hmm.
we went to Jersey because y'all we couldn't get to Manhattan. Or they didn't even in the book, they didn't even talk about Queens, Brooklyn, or Staten Island or Long Island. It ain't that's not even an option. If you was gonna play basketball back then, the only place that you can play for the most part was Manhattan. And if you couldn't play in Manhattan, you couldn't play in New York. They wasn't even mentioned in the
Hmm.
borough for real.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I'm saying that to
Okay.
say the Knicks blocked the Nets, made it their business
Okay.
that we wouldn't compete in the city. Right. So now you understand where my pain come from. You feel me? From the county of Kings. I'm born here. I'm a born king.
Mm.
I'm from
Talk
Brooklyn. So
about
I
it.
said that to say when we got
Facts.
our team, when I watch they built the Barclays, I'm like, yo, all of this goes to show if the Knicks was really holding it down like that and winning championships in the 90s versus the Bulls or whatever, or just winning whenever the Bulls didn't win or dominating whenever the Bulls didn't because Michael Jordan or whatever, outside of just competing, no, actually winning the championship, then yeah, I will probably, you know what I'm saying, give y'all more of a Laker vibe, like, yo, 17 championships to 0 as far as the Clippers. That's heavy. 2 championships to the Nets, 0. That shit, I respect it, but it ain't. If it's feasible, it's in the reach. Like it's possible to get those two chips. Like we
Okay.
feel like we could. You know what I'm saying, get that. That's possible.
And the
Okay.
Knicks
Okay.
lost the opportunity to run the city in the 90s
Uh huh.
because that was their opportunity. Like you said, when
Mm-hmm.
when Jordan retired and they had
Hmm.
those two the back-to-back Rockets championships when the Knicks
Hmm.
probably should have been in both of them joints. You know what I'm saying? But they goofed up against the Rockets. We all know what happened. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And then the following year, I think they lost to the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Championship. So, or was it the
Hmm.
Magic or one of them teams? I forget. But look, man, that was the chance, and you messed it up. So that was your chance to put your stamp on the city. You know what I'm
Uh huh.
saying? This city is
Yup.
wide open right now. Like my man
Okay,
said,
if
Exactly.
you feel that way, that you know
Yeah,
what, y'all
we
younger than
do.
me,
I do.
y'all young, y'all much younger than me. So you know what, and y'all, this is your criteria. Okay, I'm saying it's your criteria. It's not
No,
mine.
no, but
Don't
that's what I'm
I don't
saying. I
subscribe
respect
to
that.
it.
There's only
Yeah.
you don't
I
have
respect
any
that.
other criteria to
But
look
right,
at.
but no,
No,
no, but
listen
this
to
is
what he just said.
hold on,
I
hold
don't
on.
go on. Hold on,
But
no,
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 but
no,
what?
no, no. You can't tell me that's the only criteria. I don't subscribe to just because the head to
No, no,
head
no, I'm not.
games and all of that and everything you're saying and who has the superstar thing. I'm sorry, I don't.
No,
I
no,
don't.
I'm not saying that you you know what I mean, gotta agree with me. I'm saying my criteria is heavier than a lot of Knicks fans' criteria. So I take it to you. What you want to talk about?
So
Like,
this
what
book,
is your
the book you're talking
criteria?
about, when was the book? When was the book? When was the book written?
The book was
Did you?
recently written. I just bought this book. It's in my book bag right now.
No,
But
no, no,
you
no.
know,
I mean, when was it? The author, when did he write it? If I'm not mistaken.
no,
Or
recently. I mean, like
okay,
very
okay,
recent.
okay. So it's a historical. He's getting historical information and putting
Yes.
it into the books. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. What is my criteria? I told you when I talk about running the city, I include everything, and it does include economics. It does include the fan base. I mean, let's be real. I mean, I don't know the Barclay. I
So
don't know how often. I
way
don't
to
know how often.
categories.
I don't know how often the Barclay is sold out. You have to tell me. The Knicks, the Madison Square Garden, no matter what, whatever the reason, it's always sold out. That's all. That's a
Right, whatever
fact.
the reason. Let's
And
talk
Bro,
about the
listen.
reason though.
if you were to take a true poll and pull and see and go around and ask how many fans are truly, because you're telling me the Nets are more popular because everyone's buying KD's and Kyrie's jersey, so that makes them more popular. So then you have more fans because they're buying the jerseys. That's what you said, NYG. I don't subscribe to that. I subscribe to if you were to ask a person if they were a basketball fan in New York City, which team do they subscribe to? Is it the Knicks or the Nets? That's it. Plain and simple, real simple. I still feel you will get more Knicks fans than you will Nets fans. Is the Nets fans growing? Yes, because you have those guys. Yes, I will agree to that. But you
But
still don't
how is
surpass
that the
in the
only
No,
fans.
criteria? How
For
is that the
right?
only
me, for
criteria?
me,
By doing
for
a
me.
No, no.
survey
All right.
on
So hold
No,
on.
no, no,
All
who
right.
that's
like
not what I'm
what
saying. I'm not
team?
Right.
saying
Get
doing
out
a
of here,
survey.
man.
I'm not
Right.
doing
Hold
a
on. Hold
Come
on.
on,
survey.
man. We talking
What
about
I'm
Oh, I
championship.
am
We talking about
no,
enjoying the
winners.
hell out of this.
no,
This is fun.
NYG.
I love
What
How is
this.
I'm
that the only
saying,
criteria? That's the
NYG,
only
that is
argument you
not
Hold
the
on.
got,
only criteria.
coach. That's
Listen, what I
Uh,
it.
just said. I said when you talk about running the city, New York City. I don't care if it's sports. I don't care if it's business. You run the
uh-huh.
city when you talk about economics. Period. Now you want to talk about blocking teams or whatever. Let's go back through history. You want to talk about what the Knicks did? The Yankees have been doing it for years. Why do you think the Dodgers and the Giants left New York City? Because the Yankees were blocking them and they wanted a bigger opportunity to grow. It's always happened. What happened when the Giants? The Giants were in the Polo's ground. The Jets were trying to do that. They were regulated to Queens. The Giants still went out into the what went into Jersey, and the Jets still couldn't get into to Manhattan because why? They were losing, like you just said. They didn't have a good fan base. Everything that you're talking about. They had to move to Jersey to build themselves, and they're still regulated to second class citizen. So sports, it's always done that. It's always been about that. You always will have somebody as what I call big brother, little brother, first class citizen, second class citizen, however you want to categorize it. That's always how I look at it in terms of the categories, in terms of running a city. Period. You want to include wins and losses, okay? That's inclusive in there, but you have to include the totality, not just what you're doing right now. Let's be real. Because we
Listen.
talk about the Celtics and we talk about the Lakers, we talk about the Bulls,
Nah.
we talk about what they did in the past to in included into what they do. Your whole history, it makes up who you are. It cannot be a small piece.
Right. Now I agree. Now that being said, and you said what have you done for me lately, but let's take it there. When we talk about the New York teams, and it's a question I'm asking the panel because
Hmm.
I don't necessarily hold on, I don't necessarily know the answer.
Hmm.
Which like the Yankees, all of the New York sports team, what decade did they run? You could
Who?
you
The
could fairly
Yankees?
say that when you compare basketball, first and foremost, the Knicks they had no competition. So it was just them. It wasn't like the Giants or the Jets or the Yankees and the Mets. Y'all got this whole complex to be the only one. And y'all the ones that was
Mhm.
uncomfortable with sharing the space. Every other sport Football.
Yes, you're right. I
Yeah.
don't disagree with that. I
Right.
don't
So hold
disagree
it.
with that.
So what I'm saying is hold it down. Like I said in the book, they talk about competing, when it comes down to being competitive, the Knicks ain't want no smoke. Oh, it's a territorial, but it's all bullshit. Y'all ain't want to compete because y'all
But
knew
that's
y'all was scared.
business.
Hold on.
Wait a
Y'all
minute,
knew
wait a
y'all.
minute.
Hold on. Hold on.
No, because that's business.
Hold on,
What
no,
I'm
no, no, no,
talking
no,
about.
no, 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 no,
Go
no,
ahead,
no.
go ahead, go ahead,
Let
go
me finish.
ahead.
The NBA did the merger. The Knicks did some extra shit to make sure y'all made it bad for the Nets. Now, that being
Mm-hmm.
said, y'all knew we were the ABA darlings, the ABA championships, two-time championships. Y'all knew if y'all dissembled that team, we weren't going to be where we were, and now we that. And now y'all feel that. And I'm telling you, that
I don't
vibe,
feel it from
yo,
the. That's the
that
whole thing. I
listen,
don't
Nick
feel it from the
fans,
Nets.
where's
I
listen.
think.
the Nick fans at, man? Come help out your
By the
No,
way,
you.
fellow
by the
No,
way,
first and
brother right
foremost,
now.
by the way,
no, no,
by
no,
the
no, no,
way,
no,
He's getting
because I'm a grown.
barbecued.
no,
Yeah, I'm not being
I'm gonna
barbecued because
say,
there's not a
I'm gonna
damn thing
say.
y'all saying. Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, no, I'm not gonna say anything. The only thing I care about is the last thing I just shared, and that's those two guys, Kevin
I
Durant,
see it.
Kyrie Irving, and that championship. That's the only thing I care
Okay,
about. I don't care who runs the city.
and
I
Listen,
again,
don't care about any of that stuff.
again,
I want
no,
to win a title. That's all I
Jeff,
want.
Right.
I'm
I
cool. I'm
seen
cool with
that.
you. I get where you're going. Number
No,
one,
I know, I know, I know.
nah, I'm
neither one
kicking
of
a
y'all are
wild
barbecue.
dust. I
No,
don't want to
y'all
just
not
win a
barbecuing.
championship. I want Knicks
Y'all,
fans to know that we run a city. That's what I want
No,
right
I
now.
want
never
to just
will
win.
run
I'm
the
all
city.
about
You
winning.
never will. You never will. You want to talk about old school? You can't because you got old school. It's still. Look, bottom line. See, that's the thing. Everything is about the dollars and cents. I cut the bullshit. It's about the dollars and cents. America is a capitalistic environment. Period. Case closed. You talk about blocking a team from whatever. Businesses do that. You have to include business into the whole concept. You're just talking
Basketball
about
was the only sport that did that. The Jets was winning championships
no.
back then. It's the only championship they
I'm
won.
talking about. You're talking about blocking another business from coming into their territory. Businesses do that. I'm saying that's normal. I look at it from see that's the problem right now because this is my area because this is sports business. I did this. I went to school for this. Businesses do that. You have
So
to
can I
work
ask you a
around that.
question? So can I
Yeah,
ask you a question?
yeah.
What do you think about the integrity? And I'm choosing my words wisely.
There is no
Of
integrity. Stop. 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 No. 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 No.
listen,
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
listen. Hold on. I don't know if he was going to say there's no integrity in business. I don't know. But what I am saying is this:
Mhm.
when it come down to the New York Knicks, they're the odd one in the group. They're the only sport where they don't. It's not a two-team city, right? You got the football two teams, baseball two teams, right?
Hockey
In
got two as
basketball,
well.
y'all blocked it from it being two teams, and that's what I'm
Mm.
saying. I'm making elbow room.
I
There's
get
Nets
what
fans
you're
making
saying. No. No.
elbow
No. No.
room.
No. 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 I see. You're not
Nets
understanding
fans
what I'm
making
saying.
elbow
I
room, man.
do. No. I get what you're saying. That New York Knicks blocked the Nets when they were coming over from the ABA from being within the New York City. They were regulated to either Long Island or into New Jersey. So now that you're in Brooklyn,
No,
you're
and y'all
trying to.
dissembled a
You,
championship
okay.
team.
Wait a minute. Okay.
That
Did
part.
December? Whatever. The point
No,
I'm
that's not
making.
whatever. That means we
No,
come into the league
no,
whooping
no,
ass.
no. Whatever. I see it as
No, we come
whatever.
into the league.
No,
Listen, we played
whatever,
19 games and we were
whatever,
15-4. That's not whatever.
whatever,
We would have been winning from
whatever.
them.
Let me
That's not
finish. I'll
whatever.
let
That's
you
what I'm
talk.
telling you.
For
Redemption.
me, don't tell me how
Redemption
to think.
season, man.
I see it as whatever.
Redemption.
That's how I see it. Now
Y'all gonna
I'm
give us
saying to
ours.
you, I'm
Y'all
not
go,
giving
y'all
this.
owe
I've
us.
never
All right, all right,
disrespected
all
the
right,
Nets
all
like
right, all
this.
right,
Hold
all
on,
right, all
hold
right.
on, hold on.
Let
Wait a minute.
let 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 Coach get in there, and
No, number
then
one,
Breezy,
I've
you can rebuttal.
never
Next hungry.
disrespected the Nets like this. Because what y'all don't know is when the Nets were going to the NBA Finals, I was buying tickets and I was there and I was rooting for the Nets. I
Oh
was
wow.
rooting. I was rooting for them against one of the teams I grew up rooting for, the Lakers. I grew up a Lakers fan before I became a Knicks fan.
And the Lakers can go fuck
Okay.
themselves for all I
No,
care.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
No, that's not what I'm
Sounded like you
saying.
really
What
feel
I'm saying,
I
bad.
know, I know.
getting back to the main point, Breezy. What I'm
Yeah.
saying to
Shaq.
you, when you talking about the Knicks blocking, I'm saying to you, it doesn't matter what industry. That's business. I know so many businesses have done the same thing. Other businesses wanted to come into a certain area and had to go somewhere else. I'm looking at it from the business perspective. I said in the beginning, one of the biggest criteria from me is economics. I said the Knicks are more valuable than the Nets 2-1. We all can agree to that. That's one of my criterias. Period. Then I talked about the fan base. The NYGs, and I said if you went around and you talked to people and you asked them, but NYG said, "Oh, you talking about a survey? That's the only criteria." No, that's not. That's one of the key points. Now, you guys were talking about, oh, the popularity, because I get it. The NBA is about popularity. It is
Mm.
more about that than any other sport. I get it. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA it was ingenious back in the days because they marketed their players. They are
Mm-hmm.
masterful at that. They thank you, David Stern, for that. Because if it wasn't for him, graduate of Rutgers University, if it wasn't for him, you would not have the NBA the way it is right now. Because now you want to go back to the 70s, the 60s, the 50s. It was brutal and it was not like that. And most people did not want to come out and see an NBA game because they were not interested. So what did David Stern do? He went into marketing and talking about the players and highlighting the players, especially with MJ when MJ was coming in. I know all about the history of the NBA. I know what the NBA is all about. I get it. I
They're
do,
not,
bro. It is
but
about
it's
the
still
popularity in that regard of the players so you can get the fans in. Get the fans in, the young fans, and then they grow roots with whatever teams. That's what y'all are trying to do. That's what you're talking about right now. I still do not agree with, in the long run, that you are going to supplant and take away a large facet of the Knicks fan base and make them Nets fans. Will you get some if you're winning the championship? Yes. But now, if it's
nah.
flipped the other way, you would probably lose some Nets fans doing the same exact thing if the Knicks did the same thing. It goes both ways. Period. For
I
me,
hear you.
this is for
Nah,
me.
I hear you, man. You got casuals, you got bandwagons, and you got guys who was fans watching, the
Hmm.
Barclays being built. You know what I'm saying? So, it's what and Nets fans, that was Nets fans but in Jersey. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's
Hmm.
real like that. So I'm saying that to say, yeah, you got, some from the roots, some not, but more than anything, when it come to business, I think it's good business for it to just all be a two teams city. Football,
Now it
basketball,
is.
and baseball.
Now it is
So
because
so
because
it's a good look.
yes, and it's good because the NBA knows that now. That's why they're like they want them in Brooklyn. Because don't forget the Knicks. I mean, the Nets before they went over to the Barclays, where did they when they left the house? Now where were they playing? Downtown Newark, and you had a facet of Nets fans that were arguing about keeping it right there because it's right across the river from New York. It's easy
Hmm.
to get to. It was right next to the train station, so literally the
Hmm.
same concept. So it would have brought great industry into the New Jersey, but they didn't want to do that because then it
I
would have built up. It would have built up New Jersey. They wanted to
I
bring the Nets into New York because, yes, what you just said, it creates that level of competition. It
hmm
does. I know
Yeah,
that. That's smart
Yeah, and the
business.
and the Knicks are
yeah.
the Knicks are the only team in New York that is really threatened by their rival team because I don't feel like the Jets is challenging the
You
Giants,
think the Knicks are
or I don't
threatened
I
by the
don't I
Nets?
don't think I don't think the Mets is challenging the Yankees. Look here, man. The Knicks haven't the Giants win. The Yankees win. That's what holds the Jets
I
and the
don't
Mets
believe
back.
that.
The Knicks
I don't.
don't win.
MIG.
The Knicks don't
I,
win.
I know
They
a lot
don't
of
win.
Mets and a lot of Jets fans, and they are tortured. And I know just as many that are for the same thing. They won't go to, but they're still Jets fans. They'll watch at home. But if the Jets were winning, they would
Giants
feel that
run the Gi- but if we talking about running the city, I'm saying Giants,
in terms of
Yankees, and
economics, and that's
Nets.
the difference. That's the difference between the Giants and the Jets. It's economics. The
so
fan
what I'm
base,
saying,
the numbers. Go ahead,
right,
Breeze.
right now, listen, I feel you. But what I'm
It ain't
saying
just
is, right,
economics, but
I hear what I'm picking up what you putting down, right? But
Hmm.
to that, if we make good business,
Yes,
us being here is
yes.
good. So I'm saying it was good business then. So, but y'all blocked it. So
Man.
we got a chip on our shoulder that we want to make a trophy. So we want
Well,
to
all right,
take
wait,
the
wait,
chip
Breezy.
off our
Let
shoulder
me ask you a
and
question.
get a championship. Feel me?
Let me ask you a question, Breezy. Okay, because
And
you
we got to
rocking
go
hard
through
for
the
the Nets.
Knicks to do
No, no,
that.
no, no.
And you
Okay,
know what I'm
okay,
saying?
okay,
We
okay. I'm
confident.
thinking you talk hard for the
8
Nets.
straight
Okay, you
wins.
talk. Wait a
8
minute,
straight
wait a minute.
wins.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, you're born and raised in Brooklyn.
Born and raised.
How long have you been a Nets fan?
Since they got to Brooklyn. I like the
Oh,
players.
okay.
I like the players before Brooklyn.
So
Like I can tell you,
before that, what were you a fan of then? What
I ain't
team?
gonna lie. I was a fan of players. So in the game team,
Okay,
Wow,
I
so
was
that
I
means
was
I'm the
listen,
longest standing
listen.
Nets
I'm a
fan
t- I'm
here.
a listen. I'm a t- like when I was growing up, and I'll be honest, it'd be because of the game too. Playing the game, playing different teams, knowing what player is nice, that kind of thing, for real. So
Yeah.
just me being innocent, not loyal to nothing. But when they came to Brooklyn, it was a different vibe, a different feel. Like yo,
When you play, when
I
you
feel like
play,
it's
when
our
you play
team. I
sports,
never
yeah, it's
felt like that
different.
with the Knicks. With the Knicks, I just felt like it was your team because it's the only team. But it's like the Nets give you a chance to decide, just the same way the
No,
Mets and
I
the
get
Yankees
that.
do, or the
How
Giants and the
Breezy? How
Jets
old are
do.
you?
Y'all didn't even
Breezy, how
give
old are you?
fans a chance to
Breezy, how
decide.
old
So
are
I
you?
just feel some type
How
of
old are
way
you?
about it now that I'm
Breezy,
from
how old are
here.
you? How old are you?
I'm 41. So when
Really?
I'm saying, yeah, I'm 41. So what I'm saying is, I remember Timmy Hardaway crossover. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah.
I ain't from Golden State, but I like that. Even when he went to Miami, I'm like, oh, nah, I'm still a fan. No lie, when
My
Spiro
bad,
came
my
to
Couldn't
the
bad.
Knicks,
stand
I
Tim
thought you was in
Hardaway.
your 20s. I thought you was in your 20s, Breezy. I really did.
You ain't
oh,
like
nah,
Tim?
thank you, man.
No, that
But nah,
I'm the youngest
I
on the
know
panel.
I've been
I'm the
watching.
baby.
Yeah, I've been watching basketball a long
How old are
time.
you, Jeff?
I'm only 37. I'm gonna be 38 later this month. I'm
Oh
the baby
shit.
in the panel, and I'm the one that's been
Oh,
net. See, you guys, like, Breezy, you just said you became a fan of the Nets when they moved to Brooklyn. You were more about the players. I've been a Nets fan since the beginning. I've watched this team all the way when they first came to
But you
Jersey.
from
I'm
Jersey
die
though.
hard.
yeah,
I'm a
Yeah, you
No,
from
but
die-hard
see,
Nets
Jersey. That's
fan.
different.
no,
and
but
that's
Yeah,
the thing.
yeah,
That's what's so
We're from
funny.
I even
Brooklyn.
watched the team a little
No,
bit when they're
Me,
in the
look,
ABA too.
me and
yeah,
Breezy are from Brooklyn. So obviously, when you get a team to come to
yeah,
your
of
home
course,
city,
Well, of
you're
course,
gonna be a
yes,
yeah,
you gotta
fan of that
change.
team.
of
yeah.
course.
Nah, you
But
see me like
NYJ,
I'm.
NYJ, what did I tell you? I said I grew up a Steelers fan, and when did I become a Giants fan? When my dad took me, and I learned that Jersey has a football team. So I get where you're
Mm-hmm.
coming from.
Right.
I mean, I was 12 years old, but I get it. I
Yeah,
understand, and I relate to that. But once you get into that, you stay with that and you grow with that. Just like we're talking about little kids now and the popularity. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But also with the same token, when you have, like you said, that's that old money, that's that old, yeah, you're right, and it passes down. Just like we know with Giants tickets, what happens? It passes from one hand to the other within the family. Same
Yep.
thing with the Knicks. Same thing with the Knicks. Same thing with the Yankees. So yes, in some regards, you win early and it stays. You build your fan base there. I agree with you there. The only thing I don't agree with is that you made it seem like if the Nets win a championship, if the Knicks have 1 million fans, you're going to lose at least half of that.
Nah, I'm not
And,
saying the
and
Knicks gonna lose no fans. I'm saying the Nets are gonna gain fans. We can gain fans without y'all losing fans. I'm telling you, kids growing up are going to
yes,
become Net
yes,
fans.
I
That's what I'm
agree with
telling
that.
you, man.
I
You
agree
think
with
about the
that.
youth
And
too.
you still
No,
got all those
no,
fans that are from Jersey too that have been supporting the Nets
but
even when they moved
Facts.
to Brooklyn.
but
There's a
that
lot of
goes.
Nets fans that are in
But
Jersey.
that goes just like you were talking about gaining through the youth. Yes, you're right. You're going to gain some because the Nets win. But
Cause
just
ain't
like I
nobody
said,
messing with the Knicks right now.
but
They
see,
don't
that's
have no
the
stars. Nobody's
okay,
on their
okay.
team. Nobody
You
likes
keep
them.
saying nobody's messing,
Fucking
and I
Julius
get it.
Randle. Nobody
No,
buying his jersey.
all right. See, because
You'd be
that's the thing.
surprised.
You're
Well, maybe
talking
I'm
about that.
wrong. Maybe
You're
I'm
talking about that, and that's where I
maybe I'm
say
going a little too left.
no,
So we're going out there
Yeah.
no,
getting that blue and
no, or
orange
maybe
number
I'm
30
just too
jersey.
literal. Don't forget, I'm because my kids call me Captain Literal. I'm very literal with what you say
I know.
because when you say that nobody's right, and I said earlier, just like within the family, grandfather, son, and then a child, I deal with cats right here in my building that
Yeah,
their
true.
grandfathers are taking their grandchildren, granddaughters, or grandsons to the Knicks games, and they're loving it. So I get where you're going. So that's what I'm saying. That's what you don't get. I want the Nets to build up and have that great rivalry and be competitive. And this way, New York City is dominating basketball. That's what I want. I want the Knicks and Nets to be battling for the Eastern Conference championships.
Oh, that'd be
Sometimes
so
we
good.
win, sometimes you win. That makes it better for the city. That makes it
I
better
agree.
for. But when the Knicks are dysfunctional like this, it's an embarrassment. I will sit here and I will,
How long
I
they been
feel like
dysfunctional though?
20
It's
plus
like,
years. I get
oh
it.
my god,
Yes, you're right. And what
it's
and
like,
when
do
we
you
go
never
there,
get your act together? I mean,
no, wait a minute, wait
do
a minute.
you
What is the
never
issue? What is the
sober
issue?
As
up?
long as that
What is
owner
the
is there,
issue?
they're never
Do
gonna get
you
the act
never lay
together.
off the
What
pipe?
is
I mean,
this?
you never give
No,
it a
but what is
rest.
the issue? The issue is
Gee
the owner.
whiz,
And if you have an owner that is this creates dysfunction, there's not a damn thing you can really do unless he does something where he gets kicked out.
man.
And
And like
yes,
I
as a Knicks
said,
fan,
and it's on them fans that keep going there. Like you said, all these billions of fans you talking about going in there pouring money
It's not
into the
just fans.
garden.
I will say this
That's
about
the
coach: it's
point.
not just fans. It's
And the
just
media, right? It's the media
it's
too.
people that come out of town that want to go visit
mm-hmm,
Madison Square Garden. It's not
mm-hmm,
just fans that go there. It's
mm-hmm.
because
Right.
it's a
Facts. I
place to
agree.
go.
Why
Barclays
do you
is the
think they
same
build
thing,
exactly? The Barclays is doing the same thing to.
but
They're
it's not
following
like
the Knicks.
Madison Square Garden. So I will
No, it's
say
not.
that.
But they're doing this blueprint is the same thing. Get that stadium, get that to where fans want to come and do other shows there. So that way it builds up interest, not just in one entity, but
Yeah.
the why do you think it's a masterful idea to have the Liberty there? I love that. I'm a Liberty fan. I hated when they initially left Madison Square Garden. Then when they went over to the Prudential, I was just like, yo, leave them here. Leave them in Jersey. But then it was like, oh, they're going over to the Barclays. All right, cool. I grew up in Brooklyn. I understand about Brooklyn. I know the heart of Brooklyn. My grandmother used to live on right across from Saratoga Park on Halsey Street, so I know all
Mm,
about
mm,
Brooklyn and the J line and all of that. And I used to love it. I used to love riding with her, going up into Queens on the bus as a kid. So I get where you're coming from. I get the
Mm-hmm.
heart of the city. I get all of that because I'm a Jersey boy, but my heart is New York. What do I rock in sports? The Yankees, the Knicks, the Giants, and Rutgers. So you can't
mhm.
tell me I'm not New York. I am New York. I just live in Jersey when it comes to
Yeah,
sports.
facts.
But
Facts.
I want the Nets to step up. I want the Jets to step up. I want the
Appreciate that.
Rangers and the Devils and the Islanders to be up there. I want the the Red Bulls and New York FC to be out there rocking in
Yes.
soccer. I want all of that because I will always stand by the token in sports that when you can make it in New York City, you can make it anywhere. I don't care. You can sit here and kill me with the star power and all this and that, but too many people can't make it in New York, period. And it hurts their cachet.
That's
They
a
can go
fact.
somewhere else. They can go somewhere else and play, but because you could talk to J.R. Smith and he will tell you his best time was when he was playing with the New York Knicks. What does that say? And he won a
Mhm.
championship in Cleveland, but he's
Yeah.
telling you his
He's
best
also a
time.
meme in Cleveland too.
Okay. But the point I'm making is his best time was being in New York, whether it's
That's
the
true.
Nets or whether it's the Knicks. And that's what I'm getting at.
True
Because I
that.
rock for New York. I
Me
do.
too. Me too, bro.
So, and when it
I'm
comes
with
to
you.
the Nets, yes, I look at the Nets like the little brothers. I do. But I love my little brothers, just like I love I got my little brothers.
And
We gonna go at each other, but I'm gonna defend you and I'm gonna fight for you. Why? Because you're part of my family. The Nets are part of the New York City family. Why you think we doing this? Part
and
of the
I and
city.
I fu- and I fuck with the Knicks too. You know I do. You know what I'm saying? I pick on them. Look,
I know, I know.
I was more optimistic than you were
You
coming
Yes.
into
were.
this season.
No.
You know
And
what I'm
guess what?
saying?
Guess what? Guess what? I
So
figured
I
out why
mean,
I'm so I'm so negative on the Knicks right now. To be brutally honest, because I don't see them on a consistent basis. Because me and Steve were talking about that. He's like, "Hey, you just don't see the Knicks. That's why and it hurts your heart." And he's right. It does. It does because they took it from my network, so I can't see it. Just like Jeff, he can't see the Nets all the time. I get it. I get it, and that hurts. And that's why right
I
now
miss it.
I'm so down and negative because I'm not normally like that. I'm a coach. I'm gonna do everything to try and be positive and supportive. And you want to call me a homer, call me a homer because I
that's
believe in the
where
mental.
we can really break bread at is watching film. If
Hmm.
you up to it, You
Oh,
get
I
in.
talked to Jeff about that.
We,
Yeah,
you, Breezy, Jeff, if you want to get in, we can do a NBA film session. You know what I'm saying?
that's
And
what I got
we
over
can
there.
hash all this out. You know what I'm saying? And we can see why the Knicks is struggling and what's going on the court with RJ Barrett and Julius Randle and all these other guys. Um, me and Breezy, we've done one already with the Nets. But we also want to see what I want to see is coming up here. How are they gonna rotate guys in with Kevin Durant being out? Who's going to step up? Who's going to get the minutes? Who's going to be able to get the pick up the scoring? So we can do one with the Nets too, but definitely want
Yeah,
to break down some Knicks film with you, coach, so that we can look and
We can talk
see
about that.
what's
Yeah.
really going on. You know what I'm saying? So you could put your eyes on the court, since you're saying you don't get to really watch them like talking about.
Hey, I'm always down for that.
Yeah.
Anytime watching sports film, I'm always with it, man. And it's helping
Mhm.
me and learning, teaching me. Yo, bro, I'm with that always. So
See, I,
go ahead, Jeff.
I don't even care about the Knicks right now. My main focus is that damn team in Beantown. That's the only thing I want to see. I want them damn Celtics. Breezy, NYG, you
Yeah,
guys should feel the
fuck the
same way.
Celtics.
It's about the damn Celtics. They're that team right now that's in our way.
the
That's the
The
team we want to take
Celtics,
down.
they can't
Take
help
them
it.
down.
I'm whipping with a belt
Marcus
here.
Smart's punk ass.
Right.
Relish,
Fuck
he's
'em.
a flopper. He's a
Yeah,
flopper. He
he
ain't.
is
He's
a
a fraud
flopper.
and flopper. Man, they can't stop us. Yo, and I just
Mm.
to again, I know it's a Knicks fan in our presence, so I don't want to give up too much game. But what I will say is this: Jacques Vaughn broke a record in December, 12-1 as a head coach. I'm confident because we won without the Pacers and KD wasn't there. I'm confident because we won that Miami game the other day. And I'm also confident because KD said in the offseason the reason why he asked for a trade is because he felt like we should have won some of them games when he was injured. I think JV makes love to the pressure. He says this is our opportunity. Kyrie, he playing for more than one reason.
Oh, what happened?
Oh no, he's just getting good.
Oh shit, he was
Talk about
cooking.
making love with Kyrie, and then also,
Right.
Damn.
I'm like, well,
Hey.
what's going on here?
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
damn.
Oh
No,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
confident because of the depth on this team. That's what gives me the most
All
confidence with this
right,
next team.
Hold
there he
on,
is. Go
hold
ahead,
on, my
man.
fault. Hold on.
You got a little excited with
I'm
that
not.
one before you cut
Hold,
yourself off.
hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm back.
Nah,
I'm back.
bugging.
I'm back.
Yeah.
It's a ship. It's a
Oh,
ship named Champion. It's a champion
Yeah.
ship.
what
Yo,
the fuck was that?
yeah, hold on. I'm also confident because I feel like again, man, it's one thing to like a coach. And you're a coach, so I'm speaking
Mhm.
more to you than anybody on the panel.
See, y'all bought out the damn.
Hold
Y'all
on.
talking about goddamn all this shit. That's why we say pause, cause in this damn
Oh, the bots are here. The
60
sex
fucking
bots.
9 motherfucker
Yeah,
gets out of
okay.
here, man.
Well, you knew they were
You
coming.
start telling you, we
Huh?
start talking anything sexual. Here
Pop right in.
you
Sir, I'm here.
go.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, you got to make the right turn. You know what I
Nice.
mean?
Yes.
Right,
the,
Yo,
man.
the
for real.
road could get slippery. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Mm,
I'm
mm,
just, that being said,
yeah.
I feel like the experience, I mean, he was in a situation where he wasn't a good head coach, right? So he know what it is to be a bad head coach, right? So, and
Mhm.
opposed to Nash with no experience. So, case in point is Jacques Vaughn first opportunity as the Orlando Magic coach. He wasn't. He was under Stella, right? And
Mhm.
Nash, people will say the same about him. So what I'm saying is, they first time as head coach, in contrast, they had like records. Maybe Nash had a better record, maybe because of the roster, right? But when
Mm-hmm.
you look it up, I'm saying it matters when it comes to coaching and style of coaching. And I think Jacques Vaughn has seen a lot as an assistant coach with the Brooklyn Nets. And from the experience of seeing all of these coaches in front of him and staying until he became a head coach is what makes him a good coach or a great coach.
Yes.
Because of that, I'm confident. So I said all that to say
that's good. That's beautiful.
Are we gonna get a Cam Thomas sighting?
I think his style is more of a, if I call your jersey, then I need you ready. You know what I'm saying? If I call your jersey, I need you ready. So, I might call your jersey. I think he's that type of coach. I watch the post game interviews too. Sometime before I do my recaps, I watch the post game interviews. I love to listen. I'm a student of the game, so you know what I mean. I think the game not just physical, is mental too. So you know what I mean. The media, they be asking straight up questions like, how did you do this and how did you do that? And if you see how Jacques Vaughn handles the media, And again, I started watching it more. I always did watch it, but I'm just, I guess, more attentive. I guess with everything with Kyrie and what the media says or whatever. So I'm just paying attention how questions were answered, because after that thing that happened with Kyrie, I was watching how JV was answering questions for the media, and he was always triple C's, cool, calm, and collective and whatnot, right? You know what I'm saying? Breaking it down, speaking to them, getting what he needs to say, and keeping it basketball. And he's been doing that, and it shows in the record. He's been keeping it basketball, and it shows in the record. I think he's had many challenges along this, and for him to be 18-2 in these last 20 games is impressive. It's actually a Nets record. We've never been 18-2 in 20 games. So that's why I'm saying I'm confident in Coach Jacques Vaughn.
I am too. I'm very confident in the coach, and I'm confident in the entire staff as a whole. I think the entire staff as a whole, I think the entire roster, they're going to step their game up. I would put TJ Warren in that spot, take over for KD. And you got to rely on these shooters. You got to hope that Seth Curry, Joe Harris, Yuta Watanabe, I think Markieff Morris might get a little bit more play now. I mean, you could see Edmund Sumner getting out a little bit more. Got to get Royce O'Neal to be able to put up some more points. Claxton's got to do his thing more on the offensive end. So I think it's going to be a collective team effort, and I want to see Cam out there, and I want to see Mr. Day'Ron Sharpe be dusted off, get him up from the G League, and get him out there on this team.
Yeah, now I could go on and on, man, but I know it's late, man. I don't want to get into it because, I just think it's interesting that they got Day'Ron Sharpe from college in his rookie season, round 1, 29th pick. They keep him in the G League for a reason. He stayed warm. He stayed ready. He's 4 for 6 behind the arc in the NBA. Listen, he can play basketball, bro. That's all I can say.
Yes, he can. Absolutely.
So the Nets have what is it? The Celtics, the Thunder, the Spurs.
I reckon it's tough in January, bro.
Jazz, Warriors. That's the next 6 games. I said 3. I said 3 and 3. In that stretch. What are y'all predictions? In that stretch of games.
6-0. 6-0. I think the Nets could win all those games, even the Boston game. I do. I think they could. That's not a hard schedule.
Let's go.
Yeah. I don't think I could have said it better than 6-0, man. You heard what Jeff said, man.
This is the toughest game coming up is against Boston. If we can beat them, the rest of these teams, the Nets should be able to handle even without
Knicks 0-6, man. Knicks 0-6.
I think Coach might actually agree.
0. They're gonna be 0-6, man. I can't believe they lost to the Bucks, man.
Baby.
Wow.
Can't believe it, man.
What?
Jalen Brunson, career high, man. Season high, man. The way it go, went to the L column, man. That's a shame, man.
Wasted.
That's a shame, man. Who pain is that? Is that your pain? Is that your pain, Knick fan? Did you care? Did you care that his season high went to a loss? Did you express your pain?
Man, we can't beat up on Coach though, man.
I'm being nice.
Y'all can beat up on me all you want. I ain't paying y'all no damn money. That got me captivated. Trust. I ain't gonna get y'all in trouble. I gotta do something that I'm enjoying.
Nobody
Hmm.
bashes the Knicks more than Coach does. Coach bashes the Knicks on a regular basis.
Oh
Even though I do like,
man.
I do like her Giants T-shirt.
Speaking of bashing, man, how about this Correa situation, Jeffy? What the fuck's up with that, yo?
Oh my God! We want to talk about a goddamn disaster. It's the Carlos
how
Correa.
did he
Why is that a disaster? Why isn't it?
he end
No,
up on
I'm
the
not even talking.
Twins?
I'm not even talking about with the Mets. I'm talking about just Carlos Correa's situation in
He ended up on
general.
the Twins, and he took half the years. That tell you it was something wrong with his injury.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
mean
why he
Exactly.
it's
took.
got to be. That's the
Yeah,
reason why two teams. It's got to be something wrong. Two teams now decided not to
yeah. The
sign him to a
Yankees ain't
contract.
fucking go that
Oh,
route.
imagine! Oh my God!
Come
Imagine if
on.
Cashman signed him.
Jeez, gee whiz, they be killing them.
Why didn't the Nets do the same? Give him the same contract though.
The Mets.
Yeah. Why didn't they just give him the 6 for 200 then?
They actually came out where they wanted to offer him a 6-year, $176 million deal.
He's damaged goods. I wouldn't give him nothing either. Get the fuck out of
No,
here.
I'm just
Move
saying.
on.
Yeah.
Let somebody else. Let that be somebody else's problem. What? Who is it? Who signed him? Minnesota.
Minnesota. Yeah.
He went
Yeah.
back with Minnesota. He played
Let
with them last
them.
year too.
Right. Let
I
them
think
deal with that shit.
it'd be
No, you want
funny
me
if
to be?
Go ahead, Jeff.
No, you go. You go. Go ahead, Coach.
No, I was just gonna say. I was gonna say it's funny if it was Minnesota that did all this stuff just to get him to come back.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They got nobody else on that baseball team. They can enjoy being in second or third place every
No,
single year.
they
No
ain't going
Nimmer.
nowhere.
No Nimmer. No, they lose to the Pistons.
What did Nimmer say?
Do the Knicks beat the Pistons?
No,
They should.
no.
Why
The
would they
Knicks.
not beat the Pistons? Damn, are they
I
that
love
bad?
coaches. Yeah, I love coaches' optimism.
Yeah, he's not optimistic, but he defends this this uh uh
I don't defend the
disastrous
team.
franchise, man.
Listen to me.
What is
I
up with
don't
this?
defend the team. I'm not defending the team, but I am defending the Knicks because I am a Knicks. I am a Knicks fan, so I'm gonna rock for my team.
I
Yeah, I could
get
talk
it.
trash about my team and whatever. Nobody else
Yeah,
can.
it's one of those things. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
He just doesn't like
yeah,
it's the owner.
yeah,
The owner turns him off, like
I
it
don't
turns
like
a
the
lot of
owner.
Knicks
I don't
fans
like
off.
the
yeah.
head coach. I
No,
Mm,
don't. I
I
yeah,
can't
don't.
blame
I
him.
admit it. I admit
yeah.
it. You
I
Yeah,
could
know.
whip my
if I was a
I
Knicks
could
fan, I'd deal
I
with the
could
crap
punish my
out of.
kids and talk shit to my kids, but you can't.
No.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
I understand. I
So,
Yeah,
understand.
if I was
I
a Knicks
but
fan and I had to live with the 20 plus years of garbage basketball, I would be bitter. I'd be pissed off. I'd hate everybody,
there you
everything to
go.
do with that organization too. You're sick of losing. Every single year, this
Mm,
team doesn't even give you a glimmer of a hope.
they
I'd
do.
be
Yeah.
aggravated too. The
They
You
Nets
wanna
do.
did
know?
that to us.
You
We'd
wanna
be
know how?
pissed as well.
I want to know how much I want to get rid of these coaches, and I'm not trying to put shade on what I'm about ready to say, but I want them to sign you two as our coaches. I think you two would do a hell of a job with the Knicks, Breezy and NYG, getting the Knicks into contention
I agree with
over
that.
over Tibbs.
If I was the coach of the New York Knicks, man, I would definitely
Smack them into shape.
pretty much tell James Dolan, you know what? Because I mean that's what
Hmm.
you got to do, man. I
Yeah, you
Hmm.
mean
got to do that to the owner.
you gotta coach. You gotta let the coach, man. And if these guys are meddling and even you know
Rose
uh
and president, yeah.
yeah, him too. You know what I'm saying? So hey, look, man, just let the guys coach, man. Let the guys GM. That's what got the Giants right, man. John Mara
There
stepped
you go.
the hell out of the way,
Yep.
and let them do
Exactly.
their thing. You know what I'm saying? The Jets and the Johnsons, they need to do the same damn thing.
Tuh.
You know what I'm
That's never
saying?
gonna happen.
That's the problem with some of these teams. You see the Mets got right when they got they owner out the fucking way.
Hmm.
So
Yeah. Well, he's still
that's
there. He's just a partial owner of the team now. Like they're
right.
not the majority of the owner like Steve Cohen is now. Thank God.
Right. But exactly, you know what I'm saying? Point taken.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's what
even
I'm
the
saying,
Nets
man.
owners haven't been great. I mean, look, we played revolving doors with our owners for the past few years. We had Bruce
Yeah, but
Ratner,
they
then we
pretty
have
much
Prokhorov, now we have
stay
Joe
out the
Tsai.
way. He's Joe Tsai, he I think he gets the message.
Well,
Like step
Prokhorov
the
was
fuck
like
back. You know what I mean?
Prokhorov was
Yeah,
different.
he was
Mister,
different.
I want to win the championship
Yeah,
within a
he
couple of
all
years.
his Nah, I don't, I don't have nothing
That
nice to say
was
about him.
no.
But yeah, he got us in this goddamn situation we is in now. So, but
Yes, he did. You're right.
um,
He's the one that facilitated that or helped facilitate
yeah,
that deal for you know who, Mister
exactly,
Paul Pierce and Garnett and those guys.
exactly, exactly. So that's where we at though, man. But these owners, man, look, I know, man, you own a team. You gotta be, you want to be, you know what I'm saying, involved, but you gotta hire the right guys if you don't know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And 9 out of 10 of these owners don't know what the fuck they doing. So
No,
that's
they don't.
where we gotta talk about, man. But we're gonna wrap it up, man. Breezy dropped off. Good Nets conversation, man. Always with my man,
You
big
want,
fan Breezy. Go sub to him, man. You know what I'm saying?
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, sub to all these guys on the
Do
panel.
you want me to just do the Mets
NYG,
thing real
Jeffy
quick
T,
or no?
and Coach Eds. Yeah. I'm just giving a
Oh
primer.
no,
You
my
know what I'm
bad, my
saying?
bad. Go ahead.
Because I know people will pop back on. Then I had to go. Another hour long. So
It's like the old days.
I'm just saying we're wrapping up now. So, but yeah,
Yes.
go ahead. Tap in with the Mets real quick.
Well, honestly, I mean, from just like I don't want to make it too long-winded, but honestly, with the whole Correa situation, it just reminded me so much of the Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving nonsense with like, will they be traded? Will they be not here? Oh, one story comes out now. Another story comes out now. It's
Mhm.
like an ongoing saga for felt like a year. And it was like just a month of just every story breaking with this whole Correa situation. And I didn't care if the Mets signed him, obviously would put them in a better position to be a dominant team in the NL because they could have that added hitter now. So
Yeah,
am I
because they need
upset?
that.
We do. We absolutely do
Yeah,
because now we got the same lineup we did last year, plus
yeah.
the kids that are coming up. So it's really just
Y'all need a bat that can pop, man, for real in that
well,
lineup. That's the
well.
difference.
The problem is it's going to have to be these kids they're going to bring up from the minor leagues because there's no guy really out there that we could come in. Everybody else is signed, all the big
That's what I
names.
hate
So
about New York baseball, man, because the Mets got the pitching that we need and we got the hitting that y'all need.
well, I
It's
don't even know if we
blended
have
together.
I don't even know if we have the pitching. I mean, people are thinking you guys are gonna have like a great pitching staff next year.
I
That's
have
what
to
the
see it to
experts are
believe it.
saying. It's what the experts are saying. They're saying it's gonna be good.
Experts, hell, I
Cole,
don't listen to
Rondon.
experts. You know me. I ain't unpopular opinion sports for nothing. Fuck the experts.
I know.
I
Just throwing it out
I
there,
need to
but
see it, yo. Yeah.
just with like the whole Correa situation, to me, it would have been icing on the cake or like the cherry on top. Am I disappointed that Correa is not a Met? Yeah, of course. I mean, he's a good player.
Mhm.
He would have been an instant upgrade at third base, but I want to see what these kids can do. I've been talking about them for a while. Brett Beatty, top prospect, is going to get an opportunity now to be the third baseman. You got Eduardo Escobar, the veteran. You got another prospect in Mark Vientos. You got Ronnie Mauricio, another prospect who's been playing a little third base now that Lindor's at shortstop, who's been lighting it up in the Dominican League. So I want to see what these kids can do if they get the opportunity. You got Luis Guillorme. So, I mean, the Mets are going to have to rely on these young kids. You got Alvarez at catcher, too, who the Mets are putting a lot of stock in that
I
this kid
like
is going
I
to come
like
up.
Francisco Lindor. I like
I do,
him.
too.
He's very promising, man. I will say that, man. And then you got your man Alonzo. He's coming back
And
too. So
McNeil. And
and
McNeil, too.
McNeil.
That's another
Yep.
one. So, but
So
they're going
we
to have
got
to
a
rely
couple
on these
guys,
kids.
but they still need that. I still feel like they miss a little oomph
Well, they
in the
might have
lineup.
it. They might be this Francisco Alvarez, the catcher that's coming up from the farm system. It could be Brett Beatty.
Yeah,
Could be
we'll
these
see.
kids. Sometimes you bring up the kids and they end up turning into
That's
a
true.
Aaron
That's
Judge or
true.
a Ronald Acuna or like
Yep.
these players on other teams. So you got to give them a shot. I mean, Boston. I mean, not Boston. Well, Boston did do it when they had Betts, they had Bogarts, they had Bradley Jr., they
Mhm.
had Devers, all their young players that helped them win the World Series last time. It was the young players coming up and building the core of that baseball team. So I mean, you
Mhm.
need an inflection of guys you bring in and young players. Really,
Mhm.
the only Mets only have a few guys that are homegrown in that infield and the outfield. It's Brandon Nimmo, who's thank God they brought back at center field. You got Pete Alonso first, and you got Jeff McNeil second. So you're like I said, you're going to rely on a lot of these kids to come in and hopefully do the job. And the younger guys are going to have to come in. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm
What's good,
hoping,
Jay?
but
Appreciate you tapping in,
hey
bro.
Jay, salute to you too, bro.
Hmm.
But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
disappointed.
man.
Yeah, but I'm not like really upset. We'll move on. Saving the money for maybe next off season if we want to go after Otani or Machado.
Ooh, man. Yeah,
Yeah, I
man.
think Otani's the guy. I think we're gonna go get Otani next year.
Yeah, man. Yankees gonna get Otani, man.
No,
Put
you're
in with
not.
Judge, man.
He's
Look,
gonna be
man, we're
sitting
gonna
in
have a
Queens. He's gonna be sitting in Queens,
we're gonna have a
batting right in
dominant,
front.
a
Batting
dominant
right in front.
lineup.
Oh, he's gonna be batting right in front of Pete Alonso. Fuck is up on the freaking
Man.
The Yankees.
Yeah, man. The evil
There's a new
empire
kid
is
in
back.
town. Yeah, the new
Nah,
empire
man.
decided to take a moving trip over to Queens and
Nah,
leave a
man.
nice sticky place over there in
Y'all,
Bronx.
y'all got the elbow, when somebody try to reach for your French fries or something, you just give them that stiff that elbow, like that's what the Mets about to get, man. Like get out the way.
Yeah, we'll see about
Reach
that.
back.
We'll see. We'll see. We hope we see you guys in the World Series again because it's gonna be a much different
I was
story.
rooting for that, man.
A
I
couple
was really
decades
rooting for
later.
that, man.
Me
But
too. Me
they
too.
they they obviously fell short, man. Both teams,
Yeah,
man. So
because you got an Astro problem and we got a Braves problem. That's
yeah,
why.
man.
That's the biggest
Facts, man.
issue. We gotta beat those teams. If you could get past the Astros and we can get past the Braves, it's not out of the realm that we might be seeing each other in the World Series. Because I think the Yankees and the Mets are going to be two of the favorites, even without us getting Correa. I still think we're going to be a team that could be a favorite in the
Yeah, that
MLB.
they gonna be in there, man. I feel like y'all got more competition. I feel like mostly we
Yes.
have to worry about. Well, the Yankees got to worry about their division always because they always get problems in their division. But
Yeah.
outside of that, it's just the Astros,
Are you
really.
worried about Baltimore and Tampa
Nah,
Bay? Baltimore's a young up and coming baseball team. They got some
Baltimore
good young
is. I
players.
always worry about Tampa and Toronto. Those are the two teams I usually that give me and then Boston is hit or miss. But usually it's Tampa and Toronto, man. That's been kind of a little bit of a thorn in our side. Now Toronto hasn't been in the playoffs, but they get us a few times a year, man.
Yeah.
And then they're a pesky team. And of course, Tampa, they've been pretty good as of late. So
It's like the
those are the two
Marlins of your
teams.
division.
Yeah, those are the two teams I'm worried about most. You know what I'm saying? Boston, man, they suckers. Fuck them.
Boston's got nothing. Boston had to do the one thing that they need to. They finally paid Devers a long term deal. The only guy left
Yeah,
out of that
whatever.
core, the young core players that they had,
Them
because
cats ain't they
they
ain't going
effed up
nowhere.
on oh no, because they effed up on Bogarts and they effed up on Betts. So they had to try to
Mhm.
sign Devers. They had no choice. Like we're gonna have to give you the bag because we can't afford you to leave too. So
Right.
yeah.
Bad GMing, Well, all us killed Cashman, but he didn't do that.
No,
So
Boston destroyed that team.
yep.
They had a team that could have been a dynasty
Yep.
in that division. They destroyed it by letting Betts go.
Yep.
Yep.
Um, but let's wrap it up with Coach's Corner, man. What you got for us, Coach, man?
Get him,
On
coach.
the college landscape. I ain't gonna do no intro or nothing, man.
No, that's all right.
Let's go ahead and get it in.
I'll make it real quick then. Starting out with Syracuse basketball. Um, Syracuse last week. Where was it? Here it is. They lost to. We know about Tuesday. They beat Louisville by one. They lost to Virginia, number 13, Virginia, 73-66 down in Virginia on Saturday.
Mm,
And they were playing. Oh no, they're playing later today. Today is Sunday. I mean Wednesday already. They play.
mm.
They host Virginia Tech. So, and in the Atlantic Coast,
That's
they're
gonna be
sitting
tough.
at one, two, three,
Mm-hmm.
4, 5, 6. They're at 7. They're 10-6 overall, 3-2 in the ACC. All right. Next up, we're going to go to St. John's, and St. John's. Looks like they won on Tuesday night. They beat Butler at home, 77-61. Um, Saturday they lost to Providence, number 19 Providence, hit up in Providence, 83-80. Right now they are Big East. Here we go. In the Big East, they're eighth. They're 12-6 overall, and
Mm.
2-5 in the conference. So, um, next up, we're going to talk about Seton Hall. Seton Hall just beat Butler on Saturday, and I think they beat Georgetown today, 66-51. So, and they're sitting in the Big East. They're sitting at seventh in the Big East. So, next up is Rutgers women. They actually got their first Big Ten win for Coach Calquise. They just beat they just beat I forgot, I just saw it too. Nebraska. They beat them 57-45. They also lost to Maryland. Oh, that was on the second. I think I told that. They lost 78 to 67. So I know they're in last place in the Big Ten. Big Ten. Yeah. Oh, no, they're second from the last. So they're at third from the last. They're 11th in the Big Ten. They're 1-4 in conference, 7-10 overall. Um, Next up is Rutgers basketball. Had an uneventful for me, and uneventful after their big win over number one big Purdue. They beat Maryland at home 64-50, but then they turned around and lost to Iowa on Sunday 76-65. It was a tough
Mm.
one. Iowa was killing them with the threes. Defensively, Rutgers couldn't stop them. They just really couldn't. So, and later today, they actually play in Chicago against Northwestern. And within the Big Ten, I think they're fourth. Hold on, let me double check that. No, they're two, four. They're sixth in the Big Ten right now. That loss actually knocked them down because they would have been top. They would have been in first place. But they're 11-5 overall and 3-2 within the conference. They also just signed a big recruit today. Was it yesterday? A 6'10" forward, Baye Ndongo. He's going to be coming in here with this recruiting class. So,
Mm.
good kid. And Rutgers football, they signed their new offensive coordinator, Coach Sirocco, who's with Coach Shiano back in '08 to 2010. He was the offensive coordinator at Minnesota this past year. So now he's coming over here. And we also either they left or they let go of Augie Hoffman, who was the offensive line coach, and Nunzo Campanelli, who took over as offensive coordinator, and he was the tight ends coach. So he took over the last time when Ash was fired. He was the head coach. So he ended his 5-year journey with Rutgers. So we're going to be looking at new coaches for the O line and the tight end. So to me, that's going to hurt because they're big Jersey guys because they were head coaches at um, St. Joseph's up in North Jersey and Bergen Catholic. Nunzio was at Bergen Catholic where he won a championship, and Hoffman also won a championship at St. Joseph. So it leaves me wondering about recruiting in Jersey. You know what's going on. So, but we'll see. That's it for Coach's Corner.
Good stuff, Coach, man. Good stuff, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to the panel, of course, man. Everybody that pulled up. Big fan Breezy, of course. G Nation, Inside Sports. Go subscribe to both of those guys. Of course, my two co-hosts, man, my bros, NYG, Jeffrey T, Coach Ed's Amazing World of Sports, man. Go tap into both of those guys, man. And shout out to Shadow Wars Radio, man. The sponsor, man, on the show, man. Shout out to my man DJ Nas, man. Go tap into that, man. This show is aired every Friday and Saturday over there. F- uh consistently, man. So shout out to Shadow Worlds Radio. You know what I'm saying? That's the plug, man. For all your hits, man. For all your feel good music, man. That's what I like to call it, because that's what it make me it make me feel good. You know what I mean? Just pause, man. Not in that matter, but you know what I'm saying. That's what we do, man. But and shout out to Go Travels, man. That's me and my wife's business, and you know, we're doing big things, man. We got some big events and some things coming up, man. So be on the lookout for that, man. For all your travel needs, you know, hit us up, man. All links is in the description for everybody I just mentioned, so please go down to the description box, man, if you're watching this on a replay or whatever, and check out everybody that I just mentioned, man. Because everyone, we're collective, man. We're a family, we're a team, you know what I'm saying? And let's basically you know what I'm saying, do what we do, man, and keep the camaraderie going, man. And shout out to everybody, man. Like I said, man, but we're gonna get on out of here, man, and wrap it up, man. And look, man, Giants, man, playoffs. Go Giants, man. Look, let's put that energy out there, man. Go Giants, man. Knicks, get right. You know what I'm saying? Think about your future. Jets, same thing. Think about your future, what y'all want to do. You know what I'm saying? Nets, you know, hold the fort without KD. You know, and shout out to the hockey, man. They doing very well as well with the Devils and the New York Rangers.
One last thing, bro, before we
Go
get
ahead.
out of here. And I forgot to talk about this real quick. Kudos to Rutgers basketball, Coach Peichel. They did a very wonderful thing um, for Iowa's head coach. Iowa's head coach, his son, who was part of the program, had to step away because he was dealing with some personal mental issues. And they went out and got a card, and everyone in that organization signed it and presented it to the Iowa team, you know, for him. And they showed a sign of report support for him and Iowa, and the head coach of Iowa during his press conference. That's the first thing, because they said he never talks; he just gets right into questions and answers. He gave a well versed thank you to Rutgers for that, and he called Rutgers University a very classy university for doing stuff like that. And he's proud that they're part of the Big Ten. So I wanted to say kudos to the Rutgers University athletic department, especially Coach Peichel and the basketball team for doing that, because that's amazing, especially in today's day and age.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Shout out to
man.
Rutgers.
Sorry, I
Shout
forgot
out to
about
Rutgers,
that.
No,
man. You know
don't
what I'm
ever have to
saying?
apologize for that. Don't ever apologize for something like that.
Nah, man. Facts, man. You know what I'm saying? We all want to show everybody love in the city, man. This is heart of the city. Rutgers University, part of the city. St. John, Syracuse. Don't never, you know what I'm
Seton
saying,
Hall.
underestimate, man, our college teams, man, in the area. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always give you your own space, coach, to talk about that, man, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not as tapped in because I got so much other shit to pay attention to, man. So that's why I
Yes.
appreciate you, man. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you too, Nima. Like you said, we are family, man. And shout out to the spaces, man. You know, my man E, my man Mello, Stars, Dash, Pat. Y'all already know what it is, man. So, but we gonna get on out of here, man. Been 4.5, man. So good
Mm-hmm.
stuff, man. Good stuff, y'all, man. We'll tap out with the outro, man. But thanks for everybody for pulling in. And till next time, peace.
Peace.